can do. I can never get to you. So I'm looking for.
Zedalos. What is up? What is up? चैट कैसे? रुक जाओ, पहले एड्स ऑफ करने दो। हेलो व्हाट इज अप? चैट कितना स्ट्रीम होएगा मेरे को नो आइडिया, क्योंकि मैं कल से सोया नहीं हूँ। मेरे को 2.5 आवर्स का नींद मिला है। बहुत ट्राई किया लेकिन नींद एनएचके एकदम ही एनएचके। हाँ, बेड फॉर सॉल इजंट इट बंक्स भाई? हाँ, मैं पहला मैच देखा, उसके बाद मैं सीरीज देख के रेस्ट कर रहा था। फिर मैं 2 घंटा सोया, फिर बाद में काम से उठा। कॉफी नहीं पीता तू? देन वाई कॉफी इन इंट्रो दगड़? एक्सक्यूज मी। हेलो बंक्स भाई, हेलो। पिंगी चैनल पे फ्री मेंबरशिप मिल गई आपकी देन से, लव यू सो मच बाय। नार्स भाई का देखा? कुछ नहीं देखा मैंने, सिर्फ इतना देखा फेनेटिक मैच पोस्टपोन्ड हो गया। फेनेटिक मैच पोस्टपोन्ड हो गया करके देखा। बाप रे, गरम चाय जो गई है अंदर। ओहो हुआ। क्यों पोस्टपोन्ड? कुछ तो टेक पॉज की वजह से। ला 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 ला। क्या लगता है चट आज मैच स्टार्टेड? हाँ बराबर, ये 3 जन ही खेलने वाले हैं ना। मैच स्टार्टेड। दू क्या रे मुक्का? हु विल विन? एनआरजी 100 डिटेल। प्रेडिक्शन बोलो 2-0 100 थीव्स। हो गया, बहुत सपोर्ट कर लिया सोम भाई को। अब प्लेऑफ से नीचे समझ रहे हो?
You realistically only have one life anyway. Like that extra pressure is
Rude,
genuinely something I
excuse me?
embrace and my team embraces, and yeah, just got to be better.
And Broad is the trap. Broad was a trap. He was lying in wait.
You're looking like fresh and smart. Doesn't look like me in the NHK. पंखों को पूछो भाई, मेरा क्या हो गया मालूम है? मेरा शेड्यूल क्या था, कल वॉच पार्टी खत्म हो गया, मैं कुछ 7-8 बजे मैं सोने गया और मैं मस्त सीरीज देखते देखते सो रहा था। 9 बज गया, 10 बज गया, 10:30 बज गया, 11 बज गया। मैं बोला माँ की आंख, पैसिफिक करके सोऊंगा सीधा। ठीक है, फिर मालूम पड़ा पैसिफिक ही नहीं है। फिर बोला माँ की आंख, मेड को आने दे, वैसे भी जगाओ, पिंकी को क्यों उठाओ फुकट का, मेड आने तक रुका। ठीक है, फिर बाद में पता चला भैंस 12:30 बज गए, 1 बजे से बीजीएस चालू हो रहा है। मतलब वही देख के सो जाता हूँ। फिर वो चालू करके देखा, फिर नींद नहीं आई। फिर पहला मैच देख के वापस सीरीज देख के सोने का ट्राई किया, फिर नींद नहीं आई। फिर कुछ 4 बजे को सोया, 6 बजे को उठा, काम आ गया। पिंकी का कुछ काम का हेल्प कर रहा था, तब से अभी तक जगा ही हूँ।
Hype for this team coming into the season, Vansili, but yet they have not been able to put things together.
That was the schedule.
That being said, opportunity here today to turn it around.
100%. I also feel like Coach Zix has been working overtime for sure to make sure that they could fix all those little mistakes that could allow for them to have potentially good maps on their.
Bang bang, क्या dedication है आपका, मजा आ गया, love you.
With some split, if they could bring the veto back into the white, even though if they lost it against MIBR, it's still one of their strongest maps, or maybe bring out some fracture where they've been pretty decent.
क्या? क्योंकि मैटर नहीं करता, प्लेऑफ्स मैटर करता।
And now let's bring out their opponents for this do or die
बाने मत मार, बंग बाय भाव से।
NRG!
कमिंग बैक आफ्टर लॉन्ग टाइम. कैसे बंक्स भाई? स्कैम होने वाला 100 के साथ. बंक्स के ऊपर एक्सक्यूज मी अंकित भाई, थैंक यू फॉर द 2 months.
Let's not forget that in this season, coming into this was like the preseason team.
Kumbhakaran is right. Excuse me.
Where everyone was like, "Oh man, NRG be cooking, dog," and then it all just came crumbling down around them. But similar to 100 Thieves, big opportunity here for them to
ये में हुआ कि watch party करने.
start a run here.
पहला मैच भी वो हुआ क्या पोस्टपोन? मेरे को लगा सिर्फ पेनल्टी को.
No second chances. You're starting in the lowers, but you've got veteran presences on this team.
4 घंटे में एक मैच हुआ टेक पास. बाप रे, अच्छा वो नहीं किया.
Winning team as well, and to go on a run like this as well. I have high hopes for this NRG squad. Whether or not today is the game that actually is that turning point for them, yet to be seen. But looking at the map pool as well, I mean, okay. You see them, what are they trying to remove here? So NRG banning split, which makes a lot of sense.
Dream तो इंडिया आ जाएगा एक दिन आपने सुनने सुन रहे. Excuse me. Better than Tarek, I'm not. English medium नहीं था ना कोई सीन नहीं, कोई सीन नहीं. Loving tight nuts.
I think they've been struggling, I think, to have a deep map pool to go the distance. I think a lot against.
Crazy fun हुआ भाई पिंकी के स्ट्रीम पे लव यू बहुत देखा मैंने.
NRG have been having a lot of struggles on in the past, so I'm curious to see
Postpone
what
के बाद
the
tech passes.
going to be looking for on that map for it to be their main prio pick and the first map that we go to in the series.
I'm actually quite surprised that we're seeing the tiebreaker.
Why are you not doing EMA? There was no EMA today.
Plus of our energy if it goes to that spot.
EMA का brackets already हो गया है. Playoffs में कितना टीम खेलने वाला है मालूम पड़ गया है. तो कोई भी मैच मैटर नहीं करता. Till the playoffs.
I thought that would have been a sure pick for them to try to win this map on their side to just hopefully win a 2-0. Now they have a chance now for 100 Thieves to maybe close it out on their side.
Oh boy, and of course,
बैच मेरे को strong feeling आ रहा है सुनो 30 मारेगा.
You win here, you stay alive in this tournament. You have a chance to go to Toronto and fight in front of the crowd in Canada. But
ये जो हारा वो बाहर है क्या?
This one here today, Vance.
And that's the thing. You have a chance to play for a crowd in the
ये जो हारा वो बाहर है?
two of the players over at Energy. This matchup, not only this matchup, but this tournament means a lot for Mata and for FNS. Both two players coming in from Toronto themselves, not just Canadian players, but coming from Toronto. And
वो ये
through
जो हारा वो
downtown as well.
बाहर
This
है?
is going to mean a lot here for Energy to start off this run. And again, as Ethan mentioned before, they feel like they can win the whole thing.
Absolutely. I'm going to focus more granular as well into this matchup at hand. But I mean,
Oh
NRG is a team.
shit!
Part of the reason they were able to get that win versus Leviathan came down to the pistol rounds. We kind of mentioned it
ये
just
जो
really
बाहर
briefly
वो
at the beginning when we were
बाहर.
talking about them, but they won 4 out of 4 in a matchup versus Leviathan. It gave them a
ओ
huge
यार,
confidence, it gave
मतलब
them
आज
time to adapt to
NRG
what
और
the game was doing
EG.
to them. Something that NRG really
हाँ?
need to prioritize, I think.
इसके
and put
नाम
a
में
full
G
focus
है,
on.
समझ रहे हो
Because
ना?
if they don't win those pistol rounds, potentially
आज
looking like potentially a quick series.
G कर्स होएगा, G
A
कर्स.
lot of ideas and just come out with a couple of heavy left hook, right hooks.
ए भाई मैं डेली गाली देता हूँ. I hope you don't mind. Mind रहता तो हाइड नहीं होता. You are the reason I started playing valorant. If someone with no hair can play both.
There you go. That's the one I was looking for. Yeah, Chambers coming into this one for Cryo. Okay.
Something very normal coming up.
चैट हेटर को देखो 1000 रुपए फेंक के मारा मेंबरशिप नहीं लिया इसने. इसको गाली दो चैट. ये मुझे देता मैं रिटर्न नहीं दे सकता. आजकल माहौल बहुत गर्म है. तुम लोग दो चैट. क्रेजी थैंक यू फॉर 1000 मेरी जान के टोटे. बंग भाई लिक्विड वर्सेस कैसी 3 घंटे तेरा फर्स्ट मैच अच्छा हुआ देखा
For
देना.
them to be a little bit more proactive and very aggressive into like south side crunches because you could actually count on a lot of cryo holding back here towards the dish.
G
If you
करते
lose
हैं,
control
G
of
कर,
Arcade, for
G.
example, as a quarter, he's going to TP and not allow his opponents to push towards that spawn. So the game
इधर
plan
गुम
is
हो गए
very
थे.
good still with this
इधर गुम क्या?
composition
कल ही
here
तो
for
था.
these, but also probably at this point could be figured out. So they have to come up with something a little bit more different this time around with this top.
Yeah.
I'm seeing 100 Thieves starting on their defense, and they love to fight off the rep. I mean, Fracture just really thrives, I think, as soon as the
यार
barriers
ट्वीट
drop,
देखो
they
EMA
kinda
का
take the
आउटडेटेड
portion
गेट्स
of
और
that
आउटडेट के
control
बारे में. हाँ
But NRG, if they
EMA
find
में
out
बहुत
what
कुछ
I'm
सीन
assuming
चल
they
रहा है
have,
यार.
they should be ready for this as well. One thing in particular they got to be particularly looking out for is that arcade push that 100 Thieves love to go for as those barriers drop as well. If you get caught
ये सब जगह
unaware,
इतना सीन क्यों चल रहा है मालूम है क्या चैट? क्योंकि वहाँ पे ना सब लोल का भी इवेंट हो रहा है. समझ रहे हो? तो लोग वही पीसीस रख रहे हैं जिसमें लोल बाप चलता है. तो लोग चेंज नहीं कर रहे. तो अगर अपने इधर टूर्नामेंट होएगा वैलो का तो बाप होएगा कि अपने इधर लोल नहीं है. That's a lol right there.
Puts the camera. There's been a lot of these moments when they're playing on Fracture where when you're not doing these south
India
side
में
crunch,
करो
you're not
भाई.
playing north side. There's just so much information for Finesse to know. Okay, well they're gonna play a little bit more turtled up, a little bit more passive. Maybe trap plays towards the hallway on the A side. So you have
That's
to
a fix करा तो goated हाँ. Fix करेंगे.
They actually try to contest those trips left behind by Finesse to kind of get get him guessing on the attack side here for Energy. If not, it should
क्या आप
be
guess
some
कर सकते हो?
easier
Guess
calls
क्या?
coming up
निर्देव
from the
जीतने वाला
IGL,
है.
the season IGL for Energy.
By the way, Crazy Bhai, thank you for the 1000 मेरी जान के रोटे.
I could tell you one thing though, from what I've been, or rather from listening to what you guys are talking about
हंस
here,
रहे
it does
हलकट
feel
हंस.
like, given the pedigree,
आप
the
कैसे
experience both
बढ़िया हो
of these
यार.
teams have, you know, the coaching staff in both of these teams, one thing is for certain, both
आदित्य
squads
भाई
are
language
ready
language
to go. And I know that
है
we
ना
are as
माइकल
well.
बनने
So
वाला
let's
है ना
go ahead and
रेडियंट.
head it- Send it over for map one. Excuse me, tier casters. It's
आज जन को
two
बुलाएगा वायन
drama
से.
enjoyers. It's Mimi and Ender.
And we have a lot
Mimi
of
बोल
drama
दे.
in GB. We've only had 3 IGLs in America's win a global tournament that are left here in Stage 1 playoffs. 2 of them are in the server today, up for elimination in the first round, and they have had some rough stages. They're
भाई
both
इसका
down.
knowledge
If you look at
goated है यार.
KBR,
इसको मैं पूरा
ACS,
time सुन
KBR,
सकता हूँ पता है.
Any of the killing people in the game stats,
गलत
they
knowledge है
are the
मैडम
bottom
के
2
पास.
players left in playoffs. But
एक बार नाम
they
ले
are
लो
still
पंकज
talking
भाई. What
trash.
is
Busio
up?
says he is going to
और फिर देखते
retire
देखते सो गया था.
Finesse
सुबह
today.
उठ कर
He's
देखा
gonna
आप
put his money
स्ट्रीम
where his
खत्म हो
mouth
चुकी
is
थी. वापस स्टार्ट
as
हो
we
गया. फिर
load
मुझे
up
वापस
fast
एक
as
मिशन. लव यू
Samsung
स्नाइपर वाइडी.
SSDs and get into this game.
Yeah, Bustio talking big trash online, and the interviews coming in as well. But the last
आवाज
team
भी
these
मस्त है.
teams
तुम
faced
लोग
off during kickoff,
नाइस.
it was NRG that came out on top 2-1. Bustio not feeling good after that. So early on in this round, 100 Thieves guessing wrong, going up towards the north side of the map, while NRG have 5 players ready to move in to be off this aggro.
And the is talking about it. 100 Thieves this map play a ton of 4-1s. They get really proactive with these kind of pushes. So NRG's job, in a lot of ways, is figuring out where that proactivity is going.
Now the thing is, because NRG only had
By
a camera
heavy
up
slow
on that
killer,
north
eh?
side, I don't think they got full info of that early aggro, so they didn't accelerate quickly into B. Instead, playing very reserved, and you're going to see this a lot from NRG on the attacking side. It's very slow, very deliberate.
अगर बी
rounds
रिक्लियर
before
कर
they
दिया ये
actually
लोग के
get
लग
spiked
गए
down.
एनर्जी
Cryo
के.
had a bit of a rough game yesterday that 100 Thieves lost against
लग गए.
MIBR, but
NRG के
he
लग
was
गए.
the best player statistically in the group stage.
लग गए
Situations
चैट.
like this quite a lot, alone on the site, holding things down. Up top goes Mata, and Cryo gets out of there.
Yeah, he's going to be able to live, and at the same time, 100 Thieves have 4 players sprinting through spawn on that south side. NRG need to turn around and deal with that flank.
Asen is going to be quick through. Off the drop of the cage. But NRG, they're committed
भाई
onto
वो
the
लोग
site here. They have good
टप हो
positions
गए बे. वो
already.
लोग सिटी भी नहीं
NRG
ले रहे.
oftentimes take into the defender
लिया
spawn
लिया
on their
लिया
attacking
लिया
post
जैसे
flank
बोला
like they're
लिया.
doing now.
Here comes the fight. They
Dub
deal with
dub.
Cryo.
अभी
Lots
जीत
of
गया.
space game for 100 Thieves, but in comes the retake. 100 Thieves trying to work their way out of sand, but NRG's taking the fight to them. They
Yo.
get too far. Evens to a 2-on-2.
Hello Banks dude. Hello. Gurmukh bhai.
And his buddy low. And with the crossfire.
Player standing.
But Finesse is gone, and now
Oh,
Som.
shit.
A tough task. Xander's holding on to the angle. Swing in, and Som's down. 100 Thieves somehow pull out the pistol.
I genuinely have no idea what happened there. Xander just chose to win the round, I suppose.
Yeah, what happened to Finesse? He had a 100 HP, top side, and just
और बताओ
fucking
chat.
did it.
NRG had the numbers advantage going in here. We'll check it out again. It's just the sand fight. A good flash, I think, that came out from Bustio, hitting 4 players, or at least forcing them to turn and try and dodge the flash. Xander just ate him up.
चार किल मारा भाई.
Yeah, Finesse just takes
कल दिन में
the
पैसिफिक
look
होगा
up
क्या
top
होएगा
there.
होएगा.
They lose
आज मेरे
a
को
pretty big
नींद
pistol
आएगा ही
round.
आएगा.
Good
भाई
100
impossible है बे.
Thieves
2 दिन
went
इंसान ना
0-4
सोए.
on their
Impossible.
pistol rounds yesterday.
Yeah, really struggling in that department. Lost some
Overhit कर
anti-bonuses
दिया.
as well.
Blind
so
अच्छा था.
starting off on the right foot.
उसके shots भी
It's
अच्छे थे
just
वैसे.
getting early money for Cryo to get an operator online in this half. It's one thing that 100 Thieves are super effective on this map. Any Cryo chamber map is brutal, and especially with the slower pace that NRG usually go for on their attacking side, I think Cryo's going to be a big issue for them.
This round's a little quicker. Mata
अटक गया
sends
अभी.
it
अभी
alone,
सैंडविच.
and in comes the flank from 100 Thieves. These are the kind of rounds you expect from a team playing on the Neon mid-air with the classic, and Finesse adds up.
Good
his
ball
stats
there,
but
Finesse.
Won't be able to do anything more.
Thank you for the 100.
Finesse is gonna
मत
have to be
करो.
on his toes for a lot of these early round aggro pieces of 100 Thieves. I think one of the things that 100 Thieves will have seen in the NRG tape on this map, because they played it a few times, is NRG will usually leave Finesse on his own, sort of islanded. If, you know, there's 4 players on the south side, he's going to be up on the north, or vice
Market
versa.
push चाहिए.
And other teams have tried to punish him by going for those pinches early.
And
Think
it's
बा
not just this
लिखा
round, we
पढ़ा ही
get
नहीं,
later into the
Seat.
series, playing defense on Haven or defense on
Energy
Icebox.
को map पे क्या Energy
Energy
जीतेगा रे
loves
2-0.
playing 4-1 rounds on both sides of the
इधर
map.
तक ही सफर था
Well, in
Energy.
this one, it's going to be a 3-2 round. Though still, this early smoke is going to be a little bit frustrating for NRG.
Well, that's a good stun onto Cryo. Has to back away. So that's great space taken, and Cryo just barely jumps out of harm's way. They're going to lose the sight in the process. Xander, pretty isolated up here in heaven, trying to deal with a lot of angles. In comes his support from Asuna, but he's not long, and in no way a help to Xander, who has even more util in his face. Finally, he'll die, and now his retake is difficult.
Yeah, might need to start thinking about a save here. Keep that up alive. Cryo's still just on 2 HP, but there are a couple players tucked back into slant.
Flash gets them out.
Oh, arre kya bacha!
His teammates back, and I think now 100 Thieves are going to call it the save.
Yeah, Boosty will go in there for a few more kills on the way out. He, of course, can buy up going into the next round.
क्या बचा एक और गन गिरा तो हो गया
Keep that operator online because again,
मतलब
that is
energy
going to be the
win
win
नहीं
condition for 100 Thieves throughout this half. Although
bro I
you gotta respect NRG for
get
dealing
good
very
keep
nicely
playing
with it in
like
this
any
first
other
round we saw
game
it.
Yeah, had some really good util to push him off the angles. The way
Well,
they also
what's
cleared out
up,
the
what's
heaven there
up?
was very thorough from NRG. I think this Fracture has been one of their better maps when it comes to the way they're taking sites, how the util is all stacked up.
और Binks भाई सब बढ़िया
And I was a little worried for them because there was this early smoke that went over into the arcade space.
यार जो भी लोग स्ट्रीम देख रहे हैं पहले लाइक करो
They ended up just pushing straight on through it, not getting sort of, you know, pushed away by that early
2-0
aggression
100
of
Thieves.
NRG called to just swing on through.
Thanks to Cryo saving that off. There's going to be a little more 400 Thieves coming into this one. And
Hello,
we've
Bugs,
already
we are
seen
back.
a lot
Hello,
of
me.
strategy coming into the fold. Cryo is always going to be anchoring pretty much alone, maybe with one player maximum. And it's all about these quick
I think
rotations
NRG wins,
and
zero
the flood
chance.
retakes for Asuna.
-1
Exactly.
Zero
He's
भी
gonna be super mobile around the map. This
याद
round
है कि नहीं
actually
याद
gets a
है
stinger in his hands. He's going to be on the A side.
language
of the map.
semi
Just as good in the hands of a Neon.
Yeah, and right now you actually have Boostio playing over on that A site, fault line in hand to go off the contact that his duelist would find. Right now,
कितना strange है ना रे आर्केड डिश कुछ नहीं ले रहे
Just waiting for
वी
this
डायरेक्ट जा नहीं
today.
सकते मौली आने वाला है
And finally, scaling into that
एक
space
मिनट
for
बचा है
NRG now. Cryo doesn't get caught by the drone. He's going to repost on the angle here.
Win for Mata as well, grabbing the orb. And again,
Ek
NRG
minute.
are a little bit concerned because there hasn't been any indication of early aggro. But going back into the re-clear in A main without the drone is going to be tough for them.
Stun missiles ready off Asuna's contact.
oh shit
He's sure to follow with a slide on in. Here goes the utility, and Asuna sends himself forward. Mata protects well. Both players stunned. Asuna has to isolate this fight, and he does it. But through the smoke, Brock, he manages to reply.
technically
And all this time, Finesse has been hanging out over in
4v4.
underpass on the B side, hearing for rotations, but he didn't hear anyone leave the site.
बीमेन बॉली डाला तो लग गए बॉली डाला लग गए
Cryo farms up
Okay.
two. And that's the round. Finesse, a 1v4. Spike not in his hands. Should get a kill onto Boostio. Surely gets the kill onto Boostio. A 1v1 everyone was waiting for, and maybe goes the way some.
well
Boostio's letting them know as well. Talking a big game before the series today. Gets the better in the first face-off.
oh nightbot oh
And really,
oh
this is a
mod
round where, again, going into this late
मेरी बुंड
mid
काहे
phase,
मार
because
रहे हो?
other teams weren't getting, you know, quick foot in the mid rounds. They weren't over-rotating. They still had that stack on the A side. Even after they run into that hit from NRG, they've still left their anchor in Cryo. He's not going anywhere, and he's ready for that late round pivot.
जब तब नहीं zero chance chat
NRG another
100
4-1
Thieves
look,
too strong
heading
yeah
over towards B, and another chance for Cryo to try and work through this utility.
Yeah, really weird force down from NRG here. Ethan down to nothing, Finesse too.
This is really quick. Rocket's already into the site. Goodbye,
उसका
Cryo.
TP तोड़
Mata
दिया था
once
क्या
more. Knows
वो
there's a player
suppress हुआ था
stuck in north side, and Xander has created a little home, a bubble to find himself within, but there are enemies at the gate, and he's got to deal with it. Stinger's too fast, no adjustment, and the rest of the team for 100 Thieves starts to finally arrive on the scene as NRG.
भाई वो लोग
they
यही
look
जाने
somewhere
वाले
else.
Yeah, NRG are just leaving, right? As soon as that Armageddon comes down, they realize north side is open, although Asuna is still on the hunt.
Oh, slide ready, spots out one, and Brock. Great crosshair placement.
They're going to cool down and move back into B. NRG almost in a tough spot because Brock was the guy with the spike. Yes, and his teammates had abandoned him. Now, though, they group up.
Bro, वापिस भी आ रहे.
Take the numbers back into underpass, I
Under
think, to
से?
clear front B.
They'll leave
30
Thomason
second?
in bed. Does Busio choose to go for a walk here? He'll
30
tuck back
seconds
into
left.
the site.
Oh, no.
There's a lot coming his way. And this timing could be brutal. Busio
Oh
barely
shit.
gets into heaven.
Well, now NRG are kind of spreading apart. There's options for Busio to isolate these fights.
Oh, doesn't make a footstep.
planted.
Still an unknown quantity.
Oh,
Up
करके
the
सुने
tower.
दिया रहेगा क्या? नहीं.
Tough for you, though. Look at the positioning of that raise. Mata is all the way in his spawn.
Busio sticking around. Still yet to show his
बाप रे.
hand. And
यूं ने अगर ने मारा.
And Mata has that corner held. Now just Boosty showing his cards, but getting
Oh
some kills.
shit.
A 1-on-2 now, but the time is low. Ethan has a stun, Mata a nade, and that's that.
W.
NRG close out the
W
post
round.
plant.
मैं बोला था ना एनर्जी जीतेगा, बोला था कि नहीं. भाई 4v2 क्लोज किया लेकिन.
NRG made a really strange decision.
Thank you, bye
between the
bye.
rounds. Just going for the 3
एनर्जी
rifles.
जीतेगा देखते रहो ना.
I think
Impossible.
Finesse had money to buy even more, but all he gave himself was the sheriff. It didn't matter, though. It was the showstopper
Oh,
getting
what
the
the
site very
fuck?
quickly.
Slide वाले को one tap
Brock's
मारा
cool head
उसने.
there at the end.
मेरे
What
गेम मैच
wrapped it
इधर
up for
ही.
NRG.
हाल ही में बेंगन डेज एक्सक्यूज मी. मैं तो पहले से बोल रहा था एनर्जी जीतेगा
Alone on
भाई.
the A side.
This also looks like a fracture round. Lots of
नहीं,
ults
वो
on
नहीं
board
देता
for
लग.
100 Thieves. They love building those set plays when they have a combo like the
घुस
Rolling
गया
Thunder
आर्केड से.
online, and you hear fight in. Out comes the finger guns for Asuna, but not really finding anyone. It's Xander instead going big damage. And trades coming back in from NRG. Busio not caught on the flash and a high-low setup. There's the Rolling Thunder. Players push back. Boosty replies with one of his own. And it's a stalemate.
Everybody's dizzy. Cryo also broke a trip outside A main, so NRG have a lot of pressure on them to go back in, reclaim the spike, hunt for a little bit more.
Finesse spotted out by the player in heaven. Busio. That's one. Thanks to his teammate, and realizes here's the
Oh,
sound,
मारा
but Mata too good for it.
बोलते.
Tripwire
Oh,
kind
shit.
of gives up the game now for Cryo.
Oh shit. वो लोग पीछे आ सकते
No,
थे.
no
Huh?
armor on
इधर ही है
him.
वो.
Now the neural theft gives up his position as well, so Finesse will crawl back into defender spawn.
क्यों मारा रे
Love
आंटी?
playing post plans from spots like these.
ट्रिप है क्या मैं? बेस्ट लग गया.
The Cypher Cam. Another problem for Cryo. He's dealt with that.
I just don't see how you get back in.
Oh, सेव कर रहा है.
I don't even know if you play the round.
He has
3-3
100
बोलते.
credits here. Broke too.
Yeah, definitely gonna fall off of here and save.
Language,
I like the
Rajur bhai.
initial idea from 100
हाँ,
Thieves,
membership
'cause
लिया
what
नहीं
we've
जा
seen
रहा,
at the
उनको
start of
पूछ रहे,
rounds
all
is
good.
Finesse keeps going for these like forward cameras placed
समझ
after
लो,
the round
goat है
start
मेरा
to get info
हुसैन.
of the early aggro piece. So 100 Thieves see that cam, break it, and immediately turn around.
भाई
and go
भाई
fight
आप
up on the
कितना
north side of the
fooling
map.
rate use करते हो माउस
It's
का?
just
That's a
really
very
well played
good
from Mata
question.
to
That's a
get
very
NRG
good
back in the
question.
round.
Mata's been really outstanding at the start of this map. Had a couple key rounds in the last two that NRG have won with his individual impact, and has definitely been the shining light for them all year long since they made the choice to pick up this rookie.
But why is FNS so
Brock next to
hated?
NRG, looking a
With
bit
great
reinvigorated.
success comes too much hate.
Got a bit of a moment to breathe here, but again, looking at this round, like Mata just
मतलब तो बताओ कोई pulling rate का
good
bounce
work
back
on
हो.
that corner,
Language.
keeps the timing in through the Cypher cage as well. Because that was not an easy position to play from.
So the first time out called for 100 Thieves.
वो very good
Their
question
money's
का
gonna
very good
be
answer भी तो नहीं.
reset
मैं
here.
मेरा
They did save the op through, so that's
Pulling
one
rate
thing they're talking about.
share
But I
नहीं कर
imagine also a
सकता.
strategic change, because thus far NRG, they've
That's
had a
my
really good
key
read
to
on
Radiant.
figuring out where these hits are coming from, finding the weak site, and getting that plant down.
Honestly, if
Binks को technical
I
चीजें
am
नहीं पता,
expecting
सिर्फ
what
goated
Ziggs is
aim है.
coming
Love
to
you
call
यार.
here, he's saying, look, NRG have seen us going for a ton of these flanks. We need to threaten the flank in terms of breaking Cypher utility, but I'd like to see them rotate over more quickly and flood into the sites.
These timeouts are going to be cool to keep your eyes on. Mike's now the coach of NRG. Had a long tenure with 100 Thieves, playing with the likes of Asuna on this roster all the way back since 2022. He got dropped after 100 Thieves' struggles at the end of 2024. Wasn't on a team for kick.
भाई पिंकी पागल होगी भाई 3 बजे लोल ब्लॉक्स खेल के हंसे जा रही है हंसे जा रही है हंसे जा रही है यहां तक आवाज आ रहा है 3 बजे लोल ब्लॉक्स चल रहा है भाई
NRG.
Satchel out.
Oh, a little early on the satchel from Mata.
There.
Just like they planned it in the
अगर ये
timeout.
गेम
No
देखती थी
worries.
ना शायद एम तो इंप्रूव होता और गॉड्सबीड भाई
Thieves going for a trap setup in arcade.
गॉड्सबीड भाई डेंटिस्ट के पास क्यों नहीं जाते दांत बाहर आते जा रहे हैं कैसे
They'll pivot the util towards B main instead. NRG might just want to call a cancel now, but actually through the smoke. Som gets one on the spam. Happy accident from him.
गॉड्सबीड भाई अपना वो बताओ
Concern for NRG would be if
प्रेडिक्शन
they were to
मेरे
go
हिसाब
back
से
into the operator,
2-0 एनर्जी
which has now moved all the way up into A main.
Looks like NRG do just want to re-hit into B though.
Yeah, NRG have done a lot of this.
NRG
They
2-0?
really got burned the
W.
last time they tried to pivot back and forth between the sites, so seems to me like Finesse has changed his initial planning a bit to just freeze re-hit instead.
When you're playing against a Neon, fast rotates. She'll almost always be on the scene. Here comes the execute. Asuna, I mean, talk of speed.
Nice.
He's bounding forward.
Sara
Still
ult
alive.
waste,
As his
Sara
team
util
lights up
waste,
the
सब कुछ
scoreboard
waste.
with Sheriff shots, but they need more still. EU with the recovery.
WFNS,
Can't
baby!
stay against Finesse. And a 1v2. Another shot for Cryo and a
Oh,
freebie.
shit.
He knows where the last man is. Needs to find this shot, but swings into Ethan and falls down instead.
पिंकी ने बुलाए लाने दो भाई
Somehow 100 Thieves
पागल
almost
हो
having
गए
a
हो।
chance there, but Finesse keeps it cool, secures the round for his team back-to-back with Ethan. The vets for the squad. coming up
गॉड्सबीड भाई
big.
कैसा लगा ग्रुप 2 ही जन है लेकिन
How did these shots even happen?
बने कि नहीं
I think that's the best answer to your question.
But there was also the kills coming in from Boostio too. Like, yeah, Austin is sliding around, headshot and whatever.
डैमेज तो होवे लेकिन राउंड जीत रहे
I don't know what I heard, bro.
भाई मैं भी वो मंगाऊं क्या
NRG, quick take of space towards arcade. Looking to go for another B
हाँ
split here.
नींद आएगा क्या उससे
Cryo, he's never been this far up on the line.
And again, there's a push through on the south side. Look how quickly Austin is moving on this flank.
NRG are already kind of encircled. Have to make a choice quickly because pressure's coming in. There's the fight. Cryo takes the first finesse. Stuck in a horrible position with Asuna sliding into his face.
And yet still NRG have been able to make it back up into tower. Not easy to get out of that corner though. But Mata has been the hero today for NRG.
They're trying to fall back.
लड़ेंगे ये लोग
Brock holding the line. Stand off at the corner. Flash forward. But Asuna in the tight angle. He'll fall back as well.
Xanda creeping up a bit. Puts down a smoke, which actually gives an exit window for NRG now.
So the situation is diffused for now. NRG, they've done a ton of re-hits into the same site they showed early, and this time they're going to actually call the pivot.
I like that they use Asuna here for the quick rotate for information. He's going to open door into main, and that's going to be such an unexpected position
I
now.
don't think 100 Thieves heard the door.
सुना क्या नहीं
For NRG, really, especially with them tucked up so close in main.
Yep, here comes the rocket for Mata. He's fully worried about players in spawn. Yet to consider Asuna. When does he choose to strike?
अरे
Rocket actually nearly finds its mark. In
Oh,
goes
shit.
Asuna. Slide onto the planter, trying to adjust the aim.
ऐसा
but
है
Mata,
बे आसुना
they're
भाई
in time
रुकता ही
with
नहीं है
protection.
उसकी पूरी टीम देख किधर है वो
He's
देख
waiting now. Double flank coming in and baiting with the open door.
एक मार के रुकता
It's
4v2
NRG
था
completely isolated
रेस भी पता था
positions.
दूसरा प्लांटर भी पता था रुकता ही नहीं है भाई
Brock up top. Too many angles for him. And so the rookie's in the clutch. The ult at his feet has
shit.
to go on the run. And he almost finds
अगर
that
गलती से
second
मारता
player.
अगर
Xander, the safe hands for 100 Thieves.
क्लोज था एंटी था ये एंटी था
That was almost insane out of Mata. But 100 Thieves navigate
Hey,
well
Mata.
through that muddy round, right? There's a lot of different mind games going on between Finesse and Boostio there. Whether it's, you know, that late pinch coming in on the south
if it's a
side.
plan to
NRG
play VCT,
freezing,
yes.
Maybe they're retaking. Maybe they're going to rotate.
when I reach in my 40s
There was a combination of that pinch play with the flank with Cryo's op. And then 100 Thieves really prioritizing A main in the post plant that locked that down for them.
It would have been a good clip. Oh, no, it would not. No. I mean, it would have been good if you wanted to get made fun of.
आज भी याद आता है भाई, आज भी याद आता है 1G
And
meme.
100 Thieves on a round win, by the way. Look at their guns. That is rough.
Yeah, 2
लाइफ
rifles
में
and
कुछ
the
ऐसा
operator.
करो कि दुनिया याद रखे.
Interesting though for NRG, putting the Tejo solo on the north side. Usually there's more players behind that.
Hello, Ethan. Asuna has a tasty target. The adjustment was good, but Ethan a bit faster and keeps the round even.
4v4.
Duelist 1-for-1 trade. Usually
अरे
gonna
मैडम,
benefit the
मैडम
defensive
क्यों
side
चिल्ला रही
here.
है पीछे?
Where are we going?
कौन याद,
Each other up on the road.
कौन याद आ रही
It-
है?
It's the north side, and we're
पिंकी
hearing
को
all of this. By
बटाटी
the way,
हो, तू
Xander, at
बटाटी
least.
ही है तू. आलू.
So 100 Thieves keep 3 on the A side.
थोड़ा
Sight out of
डिफिकल्टी
drop
बढ़ा
without
लेते.
a duelist. Remember, NRG was a team that went in their first map of this stage. They kept going for the raised top site plants A over and over
और
again.
बटाटी.
playing
Go
post
too well
plants.
for them.
They really like playing the post plant from up drop, but actually hitting the site is tough.
फिर
unless
इधर क्या कर रही है? कुछ समझेगा क्या इधर क्या हो रहा है?
And that's exactly what is happening here.
वो रैंक
the
पे?
worm smoke attack.
Yeah. Ew. Missiles.
जीत गया नेटू. जीत
Here
गया,
comes the
जीत
fight
गया,
from
जीत गया,
NRG,
जीत गया,
pushing
जीत
forward
गया,
into
जीत गया.
main. Stun from Brock,
जीत गया,
not
100
connecting,
टक्का जीत
swing
गया.
wide from the 100 Thieves. And they're going to keep this one rolling. Keep heading their way up through main. It's Cryo.
W
Deals with
retake,
players on the
baby.
outside, and it's just
Sim beacon डाला तब भी देख
overwhelming
लिया.
on the retake.
I can't help but feel like
हाँ
NRG
गलती से आई
being
मैं
so
स्ट्रीम
pressured at the start of
देखने
rounds,
जा रही हूँ
playing rounds
बाय
with almost
मेन
no
स्ट्रीम देखने
information,
जा रही हूँ बाय
right? They
एक्सक्यूज
oftentimes
मी.
are finding themselves grouping up in the mid rounds, acting together, not really going for
Hater
any
है बे.
lurks or things like this, which makes sense against the chamber.
रहेगा बराबर बोलता था
Certainly not
इसके
an
बारे
easy
में.
thing to go for.
अभी सोचते रहना क्या
Look
बोलता
how
था.
actively 100 Thieves have been playing in the mid rounds and
बराबर
taking
बोलता
space
था.
towards NRG's own side of the map. It's putting them in really awkward positions once it comes time to actually take a site.
ओरिजिनल
Xander
ग्रोथ
had a
है
lot
तो
of
मेंबरशिप
criticism
लेती.
from the
सोचो
community
चैट,
after-
सोचो इतना बड़ा यूट्यूबर, हाँ इतना व्यूज, इतना सुपर चैट, इतना पैसा, हाँ रोज अशोक थैंक यू फॉर द 100, अशोक थैंक यू फॉर द 100. नाम सुन सुन के अशोक का पता नहीं मैं शोक में चला गया और एक 150 का मेंबरशिप नहीं लिया जाता है. छी भाई, छी भाई, छी. अशोक कौन है? कोई ना कोई तो रहेगा ना मैडम.
You need to
भाई 1 मिलियन होने वाले हैं आपके, 1 मिलियन. कल परसों न्यूज में आपका आएगा कॉन्ग्रेचुलेशन क्रू फॉर द 1 मिलियन, बट 150 का मेंबरशिप नहीं लेती है. कैसा लगेगा? हाँ
guessing in the back of your head. 100 Thieves have
पार्थ
just
भाई
been
अशोक
proving
ना
over and
पार्थ
over
भाई
again.
बराबर.
They trust themselves and have full confidence in the fights.
I don't think NRG is going to slow down
नहीं
either.
लूंगी,
Here's the fight towards
दोपहर को
A
वैला
main.
होता है.
Neon slides in and the smoke keeps him
दो
off for
members
now.
उनसे करता
Mata
हूँ.
through. Another smoke. That's onto EU. Who's going to come out on top? Asuna
भाई जिंदा
stunned in
कैसे
the
है बे?
face and backing away finally with the reposition from Mata. Expected. And now the Sheriffs ring out for another.
Hey, how about stun into ulti?
It slows down.
कुछ crazy होएगा.
Cypher ult you swing
Mara,
in with the
Mara.
ultimate. That'll force one man out onto the island.
But it's 2v2.
And it's a 2-on-2. Another standoff for Xander. Stepping up in another round. 1v1 against Sam. Cryo. He's going to be late to arrive and help his
एक
teammate.
क्रू ये भूत को
But through
लेके
the
जाना.
smoke he goes. All posted on the angle and 100
W
Thieves
W.
win it out.
बोला था ना मैं 100 Thieves जीतेगा. 2-0.
Solid anti-eco for 100 Thieves there, even though it started slipping
भाई
a
मेरे
bit
को
in
एक
the
बात
middle of it.
बताओ, नई मेंबरशिप ले रहे, नहीं देखना है स्ट्रीम, बात समझ में आती है. 50 गिफ्टेड तो दे ही सकती है ना. ऑडियंस ने इतना प्यार किया है तो थोड़ा रिटर्न तो बनता है.
Once he was able to get back into the site, play those longer lines.
क्या बोलते हो?
Wasn't so much of a concern.
Seen this start around a lot from NRG. The 3-2 split towards B. It's another
Goes again.
fight
Clean
right
bait,
at the start.
clean
And again,
bait,
it's
clean
Xander.
combo
This
bait.
guy's taken over.
The opening
Clean.
fights have just been a mess for NRG. 100 Thieves have talked a lot as a team about how they love to play scrappy, how
Looks
they love
clean,
to go
Nick.
for these brawls. It's been working.
Finesse turned this 2v5.
टेक्निकली 5 भी
It's a
चलेगा
2-on-3.
अरे गुड नाइट अरे रुको 5 ही हुआ है रुको
Waiting on the fade of
मेरा
the smoke.
सेल्समैन अभी जस्ट जगा हुआ है
Yeah, the problem is the spike is
Paneer
in a
Tikka,
bit
thank you for
of
the
a
5
pickle.
gifted
All the
membership.
way around the map.
Yeah, but again, there's a cipher or a chamber trip.
It's offline for a second.
Oh,
Actually pulled back.
Dialogue भी नहीं
I
मार
was gonna
सकता
say he was
वरना घर
intentionally
टूटेगा
staying in range of it and then chose not to. The second to Finesse is going for the lurk.
Oh, the timing. Cryo's holding this with an up. Surely he's ready.
That's
Surely he
smoke.
wins this against Finesse. That's one from Som. Maybe that pulls attention. The Chamber's not looking at the flank. Cryo turns back to Jack. Finesse doesn't get it. And now this becomes all the more challenging for Som.
अगर कोई
believe
क्लच
it's
कर
5
सकता है
HP
तो
to drain.
सोम है
Not really.
हाँ
Walking into the operator, Cryo. He misses the first shot. But only needs one bullet with the
नहीं.
headhunter and
नहीं
look
है
at it.
2-0
Again, these opening fights,
Membership
it's just
digger.
a complete difference maker.
क्रूद ने
Energy,
मुझे
even
ब्लॉक
after
किया क्या
timeouts,
मेरे को चैट में
been
दिख रहा
unable to find
अच्छा
an
है तो
answer.
ब्लॉक किया
And personally, I have a lot more belief on their defensive
Simple.
side. I think as a team, NRG play much better on defense across basically every map. When they can control play, a calmer pace of rounds. But as 100 Thieves
भाई
continue
लेकिन
to just
सोचो बे
inject chaos at the start
पार्थ
of
भाई
every round,
5000
it's
गिफ्ट
been them on top
करते हैं
last
और
4 in a
क्रू
row
ने
now.
सिर्फ 5
Here we
किए
go
चैट
again.
याद रखना
It's gonna be a fight in B main.
जस्ट सेइंग
Asuna slides forward. Stun in. Mata stuck in the smoke.
इधर
The
गुस्सा
ultimate.
है
It's the
देखना
best weapon in
सुनिया
that position. As 100 Thieves 3 for 1
भाई
on the
दो
trade.
बार
again, that's the
कैसे
spike,
वो
the
लोग
only
कॉम्बो में फंस
potential
सकते हैं
wrinkle.
दो बार
In underpass, but with the jump swings around, 1 for 1 is the best he can do. That wraps up the half 8-4 for the 100
This is
Thieves.
giving
And
thanks
100
for
Thieves
the
won it
one
a very-
man
These last 3 rounds, all literally just 4-1. Leave Cryo alone on a site and run it down on the other side.
Xander on the Brimstone at halftime, 19-5. Just normal behavior from the newest addition
Yeah,
to
they
100
could
Thieves.
actually
Stories
drop the
lava.
gun from the comp and just let him stim beak and run it down every round.
भाई मेरे को सच्ची ऐसी सिचुएशन में ना एक आयन प्लेयर को देखने का है मेरे को देखने का है कि पहले उसकी क्या फटती है गांड या पीसी
Have a chance at their favorite defense when we return.
You might have heard I'm going through a little upgrade with my tats. So when Verizon announced
This has
that everyone
gunplay,
gets a free
yeah.
phone on any plan, pain-free, count me in.
कौन सा ये
Try and beat it. I'll give you a sec.
भाई गाने का नाम देखो ग्लोबल स्पोर्ट्स आयन क्यों अंकी पिंकी दुख के ना भाई एक दिन सच्ची एक दिन ऐसा वाला स्क्वाड होना अंकी पिंकी क्रू जेरेफ और सिड भाई पॉपकॉर्न लेके बैठूंगा भाई पॉपकॉर्न पॉपकॉर्न लेकिन बोलने वाली क्रू बोलने वाली अचानक सुपर चैट पढ़ने वाली नहीं बोलने वाली बात करके खेलने वाला स्क्वाड ओहो हो सिडबाई का पीओवी देखूंगा मैं हाँ कॉपीराइट आएगा कोई सीन नहीं यार मेरे इसमें एड्स ऑफ इसमें जेरेफ और रिबेल को रिप्लेस करो ये कर सकते हैं कि अपन सिडबाई को हटा के रिबेल को डाले और बाद में क्रू का पीओवी देखें
19-5 as we head over to the Thieves defense.
Yeah, 100 Thieves kind of took the wind out of NRG sails there.
कर सकते हैं
And again, if they can back it up with another pistol round, sort of fix the problems that they were facing yesterday in their series loss versus MIBR, we could be out of this first map fairly quick. Fracture tends to snowball relatively
रैपिड
quickly.
बाय मैं ऑलरेडी जिंदगी में 2 गेम खेल रहा हूं अभी तीसरा गेम कैसे
Last
खेलूं
time
मैं
these teams played, it was a 2-1 victory for NRG. That was all the way back at the start of kickoff.
बर्गर खिला दो प्लीज भूख तो लगा है वैसे
As Hatsuna, oh
no.
my god. Mata's dead off spam through the smoke, and 100 Thieves, they're not going to slow this tempo.
भागता रहता है बे,
They keep it
भागता रहता है
going.
बे. जरूरी है
I
क्या?
mean,
नियो
no
ने तो
fear.
भागते रहने
Even
का.
once his duelist is down, he's the one to pick up the mantle.
And look at this lurk from Cryo. He walked into A main, they call back into him, and this is going to be a completely free site.
Yeah, the thing is, 100 Thieves saw everyone except for the Cypher, so that's all they're worried about. Now they know the location of a tripwire. Didn't quite catch him in spawn, but keep your eyes on this double flank. Coming in a bit quicker than you'd expect towards main.
ये क्या smoke है?
You ready for it, though? He's good on that angle. Goes 1 for 1, and they'll be
Trip
happy
के लिए
enough about
smoke
that
था
trade.
वो.
Still util
Trip
online
था
for
ही
the
नहीं
post
शायद.
plant, and still an isolated 2v1 that they clean up.
Clean जीता बे.
100 Thieves facing Finesse in the 1v3. I think Bristio might want to step into the ring against this man. And he's able to get one.
मिस कर रहे थे स्ट्रीम को, ऑफिस का टेंशन अलग था, टाइम नहीं मिला तो स्ट्रीम में कोई सीन नहीं रहता भाई.
100% went into main. Now, how do you play the defuse here with the
अच्छा
spike
मस्त
out in
टीम
the
का
open?
एडवांटेज
No
दिलवा के मरता
information.
है.
He's got one cage,
बहुत स्पेस क्रिएट करता
but
है.
he does not have time. Xander ready.
पहली बार मेरे जैसे एक और
Does
प्लेयर
enough
देखा है
to
मैंने.
dissuade the defuse and win the pistol for 100 Thieves. 0 for 4 last night in their pistol round win, right? 2-0 to start this series.
Not too shabby so far for them.
IPL में कौन सी
Especially, what was that? Was that
टीम को
Asuna
सपोर्ट
just finding
कर रहे
a
हो
spam
बंक?
shot
जिस
and
टीम
then
को
just
सपोर्ट
started
कर रहे हो
spamming with the
उसको
ghost
कर रहे हो
head
यार.
level.
So frustrating for NRG too, because they put a brimstone smoke into that play. They wanted to
खेलना कभी
force
मजा
plays out
आएगा,
of that
देखने
space.
में जो
And
चीज
you
मजा
called it
नहीं
out.
आता
I
है.
love the confidence for Xander. In a lot of Neon comps, the Neon is going to be
Xander, tralaleo,
okay, buddy. As I was saying, the Neon's going to be completely alone, but not here, because every round, Brim is stimmed up running with them, and they have some weird synergy going on there that we saw on display.
I'm going to cope for NRG a bit
Let's
here.
hear it.
Because 100 Thieves did actually win the last pistol yesterday, but then proceeded to lose the round 2 after it.
Oh.
It was some ultimate trolling.
I literally remembered in my head it's 0-4.
Yeah.
It got stolen immediately.
And then the round just completely
भाई एक
snowballed
अपना
out.
भी एक वर्जन
NRG
चाहिए
would have
ये
to
मीम
tap
का.
into some of that magic, and
उसड़ीनो लवड़ीनो.
they have full north side control.
Yeah.
My concern is they have
What else do they have?
no A control.
Yeah. And 100 Thieves is going towards A.
Yeah. 100 Thieves even baiting out a second smoke from Psalm in the round by dropping a drone down over onto B.
Language.
Now in a retake. That's not a lot of time you can stall off those main players from with the single brim smoke.
Here it is. A take.
Hey already.
Fantastic.
हाँ क्या? ये भगवान.
This hit is a preview of how unfun it would be to be a site anchor for NRG in future rounds. Util's just about everywhere.
कैसा ना लेकिन
One
मीम
comes
कोई भी
outside
चीज
though.
का मीम बनता है.
You
अचानक से बनता है.
hold this. He's stunned, low, and
अब समझा
dead.
इसका नाम
Cryo's
UQ है.
arrived. Should be able to protect here. Nice
अजी
shots
कोई
on
हेड
the
फैला रहा है.
Guardian. And Ethan, no more teammates with him, backs away.
Yeah, he's going on the zip line. Get out of dodge. NRG gonna switch to playing for exits and die to spike if the opportunity arises.
Austin is going to get one kill.
Gotta go.
And 100 Thieves will just group up together and start to exit their way through spawn.
मारा बे सबको ही
Winning
मारा.
every fight in the process. I should drop one more gun there,
हाँ,
so
थोड़ा ज़्यादा हो
something
गया
lost,
एक और
but
किल.
they pick stuff up and it's all good.
Yeah, I
10-4 up now.
At the end of the day, double digits. 100 Thieves are in a beautiful position at the moment.
महाराजा मैक ऑर्डर
Let's look
किया
at
है
the
खाओगे बंग पे. Oh
I'm the only
fuck
one who thinks 100 Thieves in this game. That is crazy.
Okay, I'm
भाई
not
मेरे
gonna
को
lie. I thought
जमाना
I
हो
was
गया
doing
भाई वो
something
खा के
special.
Oh, you were
जमाना.
telling me and you were big.
फिर मैं
into
एम
that,
कैसे
like,
करूँ
I'm
पहले
the
मैं
one
शायगॉड
believer. So believe in
शायगॉड
this round. Tell me how
खेलता
they're
रहने का
gonna
रे
pull out this
खेलने का
defense.
तो इम्प्रूव
Well, actually, I was gonna say
Tips
the
and tricks
guns,
नहीं,
but
there is only
100
hard
Thieves
work.
choose to buy up here. So we'll see. NRG are playing fully off the B side. Look, Finesse, it's time to get some spam kills off the tripwires. We're playing full retake for NRG, but they're gonna need to get something done here against Asuna.
Unfortunately, the trips are set up for a Neon pathing through B main, not up through Heaven.
दूसरे का
Okay,
सिटिंग
well, that's
पोजीशन
a
हॉट
camp
नहीं
dealt
है.
with. That's one trip.
भाई आधे
One
प्लेयर
left.
जितना क्लोज
It's
बैठते
giving
ना इतना
5v5
मॉनिटर के
retake.
ऐसा बैठ तो
It's
वही
giving
समझ में
double
नहीं
flank
आता
on the
भाई.
north side. Only EU holding.
But Asuna wants to fight through spawn. Sam, ooh, the timing could be
देखो ना
perfect
कैसे
for Asuna.
भागते।
He's walking all the way through and he's clean
देखो ना,
with the first
ये देख,
bullet
ये देख।
slide. The movement, it's too good. But his teammates have to do the job now. Stuns up. Brock gets one more, and that might be enough to keep energy in this round. They've got it down to one. EU stuck in the corner.
ज़्यादा हो
and
गया,
Mata,
थोड़ा ज़्यादा हो गया ना fight?
it's good out of him.
डन तो था।
NRG, it got dicey for a moment there.
Yeah,
They
100
pulled
Thieves,
through.
100 Thieves tried to get a little crafty with it. Couple
नहीं,
players
जीत
walking
जाएगा,
into
मजा आएगा
spawn,
नहीं।
but really nice work out of Brock. You've got
भाई
to
भी
say,
नहीं बोलते
holding
आजकल
that
बोलते
position
है
with no
नहीं।
support coming in from his teammates and getting two there.
Yeah, full stun for the second kill as well.
Yeah, there's blinds being thrown his way as well.
खेलता तो टिबोन भी है, फिर भी एम इंप्रूव क्यों नहीं होता? Excuse me.
Wow. Because 100 Thieves went for the force up there. Now their econ's a bit broken.
जब से 2-0 एनर्जी बोला एक राउंड नहीं जीता, मैं तो बोला ही नहीं 2-0 एनर्जी। 100 से 2-0। 3 साल से स्ट्रीम देख रहा हूँ, love you.
The concern for NRG is if
Miss
they
Miss
overfight
there.
into main, Asuna can accelerate really quickly out of drop. I think it's good from NRG to turn around, give up the A main space.
Love the reposition from Ethan. Tucks onto the site. Rocket popped Asuna. He's already off of the entry, and no one was there to follow him up. Only these players in main who are coming late and damaged by the rocket Mata. He wants to follow through. Walks out of the smoke.
Oh,
Deeper into main. No one's watching the timing. It's too good, but he doesn't expect Xander.
Not so free.
Right now, two players rotating back on zip lines. 100 Thieves want to regroup, play 3 together.
मैडम ने क्या चिल्लाया सुना क्या?
And come back into the A
Xander,
side. They want
stop
to play
looking.
around Xander. He's the only rifle for them, but there's maybe a gun they can pick up in main.
आज तेरा बर्थडे है क्या नहीं रे?
Sam's going for a walk. Brock with him. It'll be a 3v2 in main. Contact main. Triple swing. 100 Thieves.
Oh
Put
shit.
Finesse in another clutch.
30 seconds left.
It's a bit of a disaster for Finesse. All his util was B.
Hello
Now in the
Teja.
post lane, EU's got a full kit.
Prism
Xander's got a
Tensin.
volley as well.
Oh, Prism,
Last
thank you
time
for
Finesse was in the
the
clutch,
2
he
months.
took
Happy
his
birthday,
sweet
Bangba.
timing.
Excuse me,
Lost on
congratulations.
it.
बड़ा पकाले नमस.
He's got to
मैं
act much
आपके
more quickly now.
बड़ी
You
मैं
want to see him
बनता हूँ
roll back the
collection
years, show
day
some
करने
confidence.
का try. Excuse
But
me.
he's already spotted. Missiles flying in. Finesse just runs straight into Xander's bullet.
Last round,
And
last
100
chance
Thieves
for
come
energy.
through with
ये
their
round आ रहा
11.
है GG. वैसे भी GG है. देखा जाए तो.
That is tough. 100 Thieves sort of ping-ponging back and forth between
Big
north
Bab
and south
Tibon
side.
के साथ क्यों नहीं खेलते? किसको पता है
NRG, it
शायद?
looked like they had the right read initially,
नहीं
but that
पसंद.
double walk-up into main failing like it did.
नहीं
It's
पसंद.
just the
यहाँ
end
के
of things
लोगों
for them,
से
really.
पैसा कमा के वहाँ पे वो गाड़ी ले रहा है. नहीं पसंद है.
I don't know if walking into Xander's the call.
No, it's not the greatest. NRG are going to use their second timeout here.
35-20 से आपका
Actually, a
स्ट्रीम
life
देख
game
रहा हूँ.
from
Love
Xander.
you.
Oh my God.
25-6, Christy.
That's
Contra हो गया.
unreal.
Casual what?
Hard mathematical
Nearly
understanding.
5.0 KD?
Yeah. Yeah, 25 divided by 5 is 5. So,
Yeah, but so
yeah.
6 is like the 5 of 6s, if you think about it.
Yeah, I don't want to think about it too hard, and I don't think you should either.
So maybe stop thinking about it. Think
Stop
about this
thinking
timeout.
about it. Yeah, honestly.
Bro, what do you think about
Truthfully, I don't
Neptune
know.
Vandal? Vandal तो सब है मेरे
Brock's
पास.
got an ultimate,
मैं तो
but
सभी
NRG have
लेता हूँ.
done the last few rounds. It's been the same pattern. It's been Brimstone, Cypher playing on the B side, playing fairly retake. You know, that's your best stall. That makes some sense.
30th Feb को
Well,
पता
NRG
है.
tried to fight over
कौन
A,
बोला
but
30th Feb?
it seemed like NRG tried to go on that fact-finding mission in the mid-round and just fell apart. It doesn't necessarily even feel like it's a macro error of NRG's. It's in the micro.
कौन बोला
It feels like
30th
they've
Feb?
contacted into like a lot of team fights and just lost out the trades.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to search for a consistent issue that NRG are running into, and I'm not sure it's been something, you know, that one thing you can pinpoint.
A lot of errors have compounded, and
कौन बोला?
the scoreline
मैं बोला?
reflects it.
मैं क्यों बोलूँगा
11-5
30th
up for
Feb?
100 Thieves. This is their map choice.
NRG forced down to nothing. Looking for B split.
They push into B main. Psalm walking deep around this smoke. Does he go into it? He does, but 100
Disaster.
Thieves, they're prepared,
He
and
did
down
it.
goes the duo.
Well, maybe you were on it, Mimi. The contact play getting punished again. That time it's around where NRG had trips to stop the
तू बड़ा
flood
30
coming in or the
stream
flip
देख
map
रहा
coming into their spawn.
अरे
They're pushing out
उसने
of A.
लिखा रहेगा मैं पढ़ा रहेगा रे बाबा
Now using the ultimate. NRG know it's do or die this round right here in a 3v5.
इतना
They have to win it.
इतना
Game
दिमाग
on the
नहीं
line.
चला
And they're stalled out again. Brimstone, orbital strike, buys time, and Boostio cuts them down to 1. Brock knows
क्लीन
there's
हो गए
no hope.
राउंड
It's just a
1000
stinger.
VP का एजेंट खरीद लिया
Gonna
क्या
face
करूं खेलो
Boosty. He's not gonna escape with his life. 12-5. And that round, a disaster for NRG.
Yeah, NRG, they're trying to, you know, make it a shocking round, right? Because the last few rounds they played
यार 500 के पे क्या
on the
करूं
B
चैट
side.
कभी ना कभी
See,
तो
after
होएगा
8
ही
players making noise.
कुछ हेवी
that
गिव
position
अवे
inside
करने का
the
सोच रहा हूं मैं
smoke.
कुछ हेवी और
There's
कुछ
just not really
मीनिंगफुल
a chance for NRG. I mean, look, he's looking straight down on you.
वैलो रिलेटेड होएगा याद
And Neon might be right. 12-5.
ठीक है अवॉइड करो अभी
just
क्रिस
talking about that
भाई
round.
ऐसा
No.
नहीं है
100 Thieves show their same take towards Arcade. Another thing is, the start of every round, 100 Thieves
Violent
have
goodies?
always been able to take whatever part of the
That's a
map
good
they
idea.
want.
Except maybe this time, Mata is all the way up.
कुछ
Counter
स्पेशल
stuns
चीजें
and
राइट
how he
स्टोर से
whips. Xander
मंगा
too
के
good for it. Thankfully, NRG did trade this one
Huh?
back even, but they're not going to be able to get those guns.
NRG have fully rotated
क्यों
4
इंडिया में
players on
मिलेगा
this
भी
side of the
नहीं
map.
दैट्स अ
It's just
डब्ल्यू
a
आइडिया
4v4. Get ready for a battle. Ethan, jumping, dies for it.
GG.
Goodbye, NRG. 100 Thieves.
Nah,
cut
actually,
them
that's a
down to the
good
RGL
idea.
again. Sander doesn't check, but the trade is in. 13-5. 100 Thieves decimate NRG to start the series.
And it's just poetry as well. Busio getting the final kill against Finesse in the opening map.
हेलो बंस भाई क्या ही मजा आया आज
Sander
कभी
ends
ट्राई करो हाय
28-7
दैया
on the Brimstone.
आओ
What
ये
a
प्रीमियस
monster
भाई
showing out of
आपको
Almost 400 ACS from the pistol to the final round there. That was 100 Thieves fully in control.
They played exactly how they wanted. Fast plays with the Neon Breach Teo. Cryo's off rang out on defense. This was all 100 Thieves.
I felt like we didn't even see that.
भाई पिंकी पूरा पागल हो गई है भाई पिंकी पूरा पागल हो गई है भाई भाई क्या सीन है पति को नींद नहीं आता है पत्नी पागल हो गई है क्या सीन है भाई आप बस मेंबर वाले को ही दोगे नहीं मैं रैंडमली देता हूँ मेंबर वाले को मिलने का ज्यादा चांसेस हो सकता है पॉसिबल है पॉसिबल है बिग भाई बारिश गिर रहा है बारिश गिरेगा ही ना उठेगा थोड़ी बारिश बारिश गिर रहा है गिरेगा ही बारिश उठता थोड़ी है कभी सुना है बारिश उठ रहा है वेकेशन की जरूरत भाई मेरे को चाहिए यार एक दिन चाहिए मेरे को एक दिन हाँ पूल में ऐसा डुबकी मार के साइड में बारबेक्यू बॉनफायर और लाइम जूस असली वाला नींबू पानी लास्ट टाइम मैंने लाइम जूस कब पिया था वो भी याद नहीं बिंक्स ऑटोग्राफ वाली गुडीज करो ऑटोग्राफ नहीं मेरा साइन बहुत गंदा है मेरा सिर्फ एक ही चीज है गिली चुई इसलिए तो मैं चुम्मा देता हूँ चाय नहीं पीना तेरे को भाई मेरे को चाय चाहिए भाई अभी मेरे को कोल्ड ड्रिंक पीना पड़ेगा लग रहा करो क्या मैं अभी से पता लगाओ क्या अभी तो 3:30 बज गए कल मैं बात करता फातिमा जी से क्या अपन कुछ क्रेजी गिव अवे कुछ क्रेजी सा कर सकते हैं क्या नेवर सीन बिफोर चैट इमेजिन करो ठीक है जस्ट इमेजिन करो ठीक है जस्ट इमेजिन करो वो जो इधर जो प्लशीज है ये जो दो Q2 ऐसे 10 फ्लशीज कितना का होगा पता नहीं बहन चो ज्यादा बोल रहा हूँ क्या मैं एक शायद 5,000 का है 5 या 7,000 का है ठीक है ऐसा 10 फ्लशीज और जो बड़ा फिगरिंग है वो टोटल 4 या 5, टोटल 2 पेटी में हो जाएगा। तब तक शायद कमा लूंगा यार 500 के तक 2 पेटी। हाँ, आज का सुपर चैट रेवेन्यू में देखूँ 100 रुपीज़ है बाय 2027। अगर मैं हर स्ट्रीम में 100 रुपीज़ कमा रहा हूँ, और मैं 100 स्ट्रीम करूँगा, दैट्स लाइक स्टिल 100 रुपीज़। 2 साल लगेंगे 500K के लिए, तो फक 200 रुपये हो रहा है। कौन जीतेगा?
Excellent read of what NRG
100
were going to do
phase.
on attack, on defense. Talk to me about that prep and what you expected from them today.
To be honest, I think NRG is probably our #1 scrim partner. We scrim them all the time. I think like we have like over 20 matches against them, so we definitely know how they play as a team. You know, likewise they know how we play as a team. But we're definitely very confident against them. Like the matches usually go our way. But yeah, we all as a team kind of stayed up really late last night, watching all the VODs, watching our VOD back.
हेलो आगे आने का कोई जरूरत नहीं, दगड़ दल्ले। इसको तो मैं पहले अनमोड करूंगा, इसको तो मैं अनमोड नहीं हाइड करूंगा। 10 बार बोला है मत खेला कर उसके साथ।
Confidence, aggression, being on the same page, and we looked like a different team compared to yesterday. So definitely very proud of the team from map 1.
Best luck on map 2.
Well, everything Zig said just then rings true, I think. Honestly, 100 Thieves do look like a different team, and part of it is because of this game plan. It's quite clear, it's quite easy. They just want to fight, and there's a reason for that. They want to make NRG as uncomfortable as possible. NRG, we know that they struggle, to be honest, in terms of these macro ideas, these micro ideas, I should say, actually, when it comes to the nitty-gritty of actually communicating during post plans or team fights. And 100 Thieves turned up the heat and the pressure. And you can see they're starting off here. They want to take a nice team fight all the way out through B main and see if they can get an early pick. Any moment here whatsoever. I'm going to play this one out and you're going to see what ends up happening, because Finesse's job is really just to absorb all this pressure that's going to be coming his way as the Sentinel player playing alone. The rest of his team playing 4 players up onto the north side as well. You can see how this opens up. Now, 100 Thieves do something slightly different. They wait for Finesse to put down his util. The cam gets broken, and Finesse at this point is saying, okay, well, they're taking control of the south side of the map right now, so he can call one of 2 options right now for his team. He can call either, guys, we can either react into another area of the map, or we can react where we're already standing and try and absorb up the space through Arcade into B, assuming that they've taken control of B main. Now, what ends up happening is 100 Thieves, they bide their time. They didn't use any util whatsoever, just breaking that camera, and they completely turn on the dime. 180 degrees, they take the fight straight to Arcade as NRG are gearing up for a refight. This was a constant game plan from 100 Thieves. The entirety of the time that they're playing on Fracture was always trying to force the issues with this fight. In this particular round, it doesn't go their way in the end, but you can see the idea behind it, and the exact same occurs here. I've pushed it up to another round, which they did end up winning as well. I'll speed it forwards a little bit as well. As you can see, as we get into it, ends up being this like a main fight that ends up being exchanged. They know roughly where Asuna is, and 100 Thieves were just really living and dying by Asuna taking these fights. But you can see this kind of pace and aggro tempo that 100 Thieves were applying onto NRG was really making them struggle in those moments. And now we can send it down to the mics, who's standing by to hear exactly how he's going to be bouncing back after that trouncing.
Here with the coach of NRG, Mike's. Now, 100 Thieves take away their map pick of Fracture. We're going to your map pick of Haven next. Now, Zix just told me that you guys scrim each other quite often, probably the #1 scrim partner. So what's the plan going into this match against 100 Thieves on Haven, your map pick?
Yeah, so obviously we've seen them play it a lot more. They've played it like 3 times in officials. We only played once versus MIBR, so I think we'll have a little bit of a different look for them.
Well, best of luck.
All right, so there you saw what Coach Mike's had to say, but of course, pressure is on for NRG. This is it, do or die. And fellas, I mean, what's the worst part about this for NRG is that you're like, oh man, you know, we're gonna try and bring this back. And then Xander has a life game. And my guy just pops off. He does just play after play after play, super talented, and just honestly did not expect this from him, Ben Silly.
And especially on the defensive side, I think it caters well to what you were just explaining earlier on, Bren. When 100 Thieves, they wanted to press the fight. They wanted to force the fight over to NRG. And if you're playing Brimstone, You don't need smokes because you're not going to play a retake. So he's just going to come out and support Asuna in all of these fights. And when he does need to anchor, dude, this guy is on a different level today. Looking at how he performed throughout the regular season in the first split going into now, it's a night and day performance of Xander. This is a Xander that was expected here by the Tier 2 community when he moves up here into the VCTs. That's what I'm talking about. A 5.1 KDA, 200. I love more looking at the damage per round than it is for the ACS. And to see that he's consistently putting up big numbers, over 200 in terms of damage, that's crazy.
He's left on cleanup duty in a lot of those rounds as well, because I could have gone through it there, but Asuna was often going to be the first death in those scenarios. He's being sent out to die, the whole team fighting with him, but from the Zeke's interview, you can tell they were all on the same page, and Xander always there towards the tail end of these rounds, making sure that he mops it up with either good util or using his util existingly as well so that they can keep fighting further. So it shows this guy is on top form right now. It's going to be very hard for NRG to try and bounce back.
Yeah, no, 100 Thieves right now look like they're on top of the world. Can NRG respond and manage to take this Haven game and bring us over to map 3? Let's find out after a quick break, and as always, we'll see you on the other side.
अच्छा मैं देखा कॉकरोच मार रहा था
Welcome back. 100 Thieves took map 1 in dominant fashion. But now we head to the choice of NRG with their lives on the line here. A map away from elimination for that squad.
Yeah, and honestly, I'm just really interested hearing what the coaches had to say, talking a lot in the break there, if you weren't here, about how they scrim each other the most of any other teams in VCT. Makes sense, you know, when consider the history of Mike's HD, the new coach for NRG, and what he used to do over on 100 Thieves. But now coming in to this map of Haven, this is a map where NRG have been playing the double duelist, right? They've been going for the Jet Yoru with Ethan on that Yoru pick. We'll see. It's actually going to be different this time around. So Ethan is switching over to the Breach, and Mimi, I'm curious on your take, because I personally am a big fan of this, especially what it can give you for fighting for that ace.
Yeah, Breach is just great on this map, and I think it makes a lot more sense to just play a basic composition. They tried some ideas with the Yoru, but I think losing out on having like the stun for cross-map support, for fighting a lobby control, really hurts you on the defense.
I do also wonder, like, obviously 100 Thieves will play against this comp a lot, but I wonder if NRG actually scrimmed them on this map with this comp. Because that's not entirely clear, or if this is going to be a slight different change, because Zix has talked a lot about how he just feels like he has a perfect read on how NRG as a team like to play, and on NRG's...
भाई जिसने भी लिखा था ना मैगडी से वो मंगा रहा हूँ करके क्या महाराजा
to their own take on the double duelist, and they're starting off quickly. Lobby taking control of that part of the map. Speed up even further here.
100 Thieves with this one-way smoke, trying to creep up on top of it.
No
but
way,
really,
right?
It's a ruse with the double duelist, as the rest of the team is going into C long.
Or is it?
Or are they?
They might just call all the way back in day.
Where
do we want to finish?
माड़ा बोलते
a little more difficult, losing cryo to Mada.
मैं अगर एनर्जी को कोई जीता सकता ना यही है.
Mada sort of abusing these elevated lines. He can pop over to with the jet.
Drawn could give false info. Sees nothing down long, and now 100 Thieves creep in.
But again, NRG really aren't flinching on the map. Had that double garage control for a long time. Still have a 2-stack. With Ethan, who does have fault lane and 2 flashes, he can support very quickly off of Mada here.
Mada, nice shot for one. Couldn't quite wrangle it for a second kill. Rock on the site alone for the moment. Finally, support floods in, but he's getting tagged up every which way. Stuck out in the open, reloading. It's a tough spot. And 100 Thieves, they're rallying back. They're taking this site. That's unless Ethan can do anything about it. And he does. Locks it up with Vanessa's help. And wins a pistol for NRG.
It's also Ethan's stun coming in there that stalls out those 300 Thieves players. Made it really awkward for them to speed up into the site and actually claim anything off the kill they had against Mada. There you have it. Right after that's the stun, and this is a 100 Thieves smoke.
W, that's W.
Come on! Didn't seem to be a problem for Ethan though.
At 30.69 bhi tha.
100 not choosing to really buy anything
Dekha
here. NRG, they started that first half down real rough. Good to see them with some momentum in their sales here. Get things going, and with Mata buying into a full rifle, he's not going to have the op up super early. A little bit of a difference between when we were watching someone like Cryo on the last map, where they prioritized the weapon.
मेरा stream end नहीं हुआ.
पागल हो गई ये भी.
मेरा stream end नहीं हुआ.
ये पागल हो गई है और जो लोग खेल रहे थे वो भी पागल.
He's hanging out in this front mid space with potential to try and sell a little bit more presence into garage or B. Try and pull some rotates because he's making noise on front B.
मैं नहीं आए NRG के मैच के लिए.
Yeah, they find any. So yeah, I like this call from 100 Thieves to bail out of the space.
NRG pick a good time to walk up though. Reclear this space and rotate their way back over towards C. They could actually beat the timing here.
भाई upset कर सकते हैं ये round.
They realize it's probably a Cypher C hold, and they might be able to get a free plant for this.
There's already players flooded in. 2 in backside from NRG. Don't want to let this plant go down, and it's not happening today. NRG holds strong on the side. Finesse farms up 5 assists, I think, because they were just running through the cage.
Yeah.
Good stats.
It's a good counter call from Finesse there, realizing 100 Thieves leaving that A space.
एक सेकंड चल वालो बंद कर रहा हूँ. नहीं क्रेजी बता यही करते हैं. अरे बता इधर आ. बता. सुनेगी एक दिन मेरे से.
It's a little easier to set up like retake cages to.
हाँ. क्या? क्या? मार दे. मैं आऊँ.
Cage in garage is trying to sell that again. It's a Cypher setup on the A side, but it's actually deep cages and the tripwires A for potential retake.
Dark garage, the duelists head in, but Mata's walked up so far.
What is this setup?
It's so weird. Mata is already in their spawn, jumping the trip. But Busio should have heard that turnaround. Sander does in time, and I mean, there's already a man down. They know A is going to be all but open.
I mean, look, 100 Thieves are not going to expect the Cypher full setup on A behind where his jet full pushed through.
And that should be a free kill. Oh my god, he's jumping every which way. Not enough bullets. Somebody shoot him! Bustio finally gets his gun in play. But that's allowed time for players to get out. Backside, more jumping, more chaos. Ethan needs a new gun. How's this a 1v1?
Goat versus you. Because
on the flank to win the bonus round against EU, who's stalked towards hell. The stinger on the swing, and EU won't let it slip away.
That's wild there.
What happened? Let's rewind.
ठंडी जमीन का लाभ उठाएगा.
Full pushing into spawn at maybe a minute 20 on the clock, and then we get to the site, and seemingly everyone has like.
आज कितने पैसे बंग्स भाई कोई नहीं फंसा.
Yeah, I mean, really the thing that shocks me is the jet pushing through. I think maybe they were expecting to run into some resistance on A lobby.
ये लोग जो ऐसा नाइस चिल्ला रहे हैं, उन लोगों को पता है ना एक ही गन.
I think if
एक ही गन बचा है.
Crisper there, that round actually goes NRG's way.
और अभी ये लोग में पैसा नहीं है, और अभी ये लोग जीतने वाले हैं, और 2-1 का सीधा 4-1 होने वाला है. उसके बाद एक पॉज आने वाला.
That's not where the dart meant to be.
Well, you don't know that.
You think he's clearing? Oh, he's clearing spawn because Jet ran in
there
last
was there last round.
Yes, you're so right.
He's actually been playing Silver for 5 years, so
भाई क्या बकचोदी करते हैं ना.
I'll tell you though, I do not love 100 Thieves odds if they try to go back and clear into the A space. Yes, they have a Sova drone. I don't think they would have the patience to have it clear all the way back behind bricks.
Isopop shield though.
That's annoying.
Yeah, Mata wants to break it. Hello. Shows his hand. Cryo walks towards short. And with the double tap up, he's going to try and get out.
Yeah, look at the C side though. It is a full retake again for NRG. Som the only guy that's even remotely close.
Wow.
Cryo in mid. Locks it down for 1 kill onto Finesse.
भाई Som है बे.
Bustio stalled out by some missiles before getting a spike on the ground.
Press smoke डाला. वो लोग clear करेंगे.
From Xander.
He was so good map 1. Trying to do it here again. Forward Hunter series. Xander follows it up well. And the flank comes in from Cryo. 100 Thieves
Tom hai.
locking this one down well.
Tom is him. Chat.
Som is trapped.
Yeah, it's
Just a
all on
TP
him
to get
too.
out. And a 1v1 against
Tom is him,
Boostio.
chat.
He wins that. And now a
Tom
chance.
ne round
Mata's
nikal liya.
arriving on the flank, darted up. Needs this kill on the player tucked in the cubby. Mata too early on the shot. Now a re-rack. As
Oh
Som gets
my
more. An NRG. They brought it all the way back that round. Som for 4 kills to win their 3rd.
Som just chooses to go
भाई
beast mode there.
क्यूटी को
with the
देखो
4-piece.
बे.
Nice work out of him. And turning all that attention too. I mean, Mata shouldn't have any chance on that
Huh?
flank. But still gets the kill he needs.
Yesterday bought my first
Brock was
membership ever.
risky
Love
plant
my
spot
god
there,
following
falls
since
victim to the spam.
2021. मेरे को कल रेंट का बोल के फंसा है. Excuse me.
Stoic.
ऐसे नहीं है.
The Marcus Aurelius of VCT Americas.
खतरनाक मारा ना.
A little active on the anti-eco.
Go for a little walk into mid. Hello, Asuna. Okay, Neon movement. Not enough. to
Movement,
keep him alive there.
movement है.
Looks
Movement
a
है.
little bit silly, but at the
movement
end of the day, you get your kills. Honestly, that to me feels like a bit of a throwaway round for NRG. Nice shot from Som, picking up the op this round.
Are you ready for some?
But NRG don't play
Time
so
out?
active like that. I think just again trying to throw that look into the mix on a round they're expecting to win
Aniket
anyways.
bhai, I have no idea.
Mata. Just under the stun target. And this one is
Nanga
very
nacho
well
na Busio ne
handled
clutch
by
kiya
NRG. They let Busio have one gun. Give me the 1v1. Come on, let them fight. Come on, Finesse. Swing into him. You know you want to. It's a dink. Finesse.
W.
It's an honest 1v1 as well, right? Ethan was there but didn't land a shot. I'm calling a fair game on that.
Ethan was the second. He stayed back there. Abided by
He
the
hadn't
rules
tapped
of the
in,
duel.
didn't tap in.
Yep.
I was checking to see maybe Som was gonna hold on to the op
Ab
for another
timeout
round.
ke
But
baad they'll
as far
fight
as things
A,
are concerned
as
right now,
usual.
it's gonna be back in Mata's hands. Makes
They'll
sense.
fight
He's
A
got the
with
knife ready to go.
ISO.
First time out
Then
for
they
one
might
of these
reheat
this map.
C. या फिर A execute.
Had a bit
दोनों
of a
में से
rough
एक.
start to this
B
one.
नहीं होने वाला. तो वो गरज
I wonder
में
if they
शॉक
just
डाट
start
और वो
playing
सब बकचोदी
more
कर सकता
honest
है.
execs, to be
But I
frank,
think
because they've been playing a
A
lot more
होएगा.
for like the mid space a little bit slowly. Even if you think back to the pistol round, sort of ping-ponging back
रोहन
and
भाई
forth
आपके
between
चैट
A
वालों
and
ने
C,
रॉकेट नहीं
trying
लगाया.
to set up
रोहन भाई मैंने
either
4
Cryo
बार
or
बोला जो
Asuna
लोग
to
दिल से
fake
सपोर्ट
out some
करते
work looks
हैं लगाओ.
before the rest
ये
of their team
जबरदस्ती
accelerates
नहीं कर
in.
सकता ना मेरी जान.
Not that I think that's been going poorly for them. It's been more post-plant issues or that
EME
strange
के
round,
मैचेस
a couple back.
पोस्टपोन्ड हो गए टेक पास का जिसे
The
पता
100
है.
Thieves duelists 2 and 10 combined to start this game, but finally they're getting the first round of Alt Online. That's a lot of what you're playing when you pick into this ISO, trying
Yes,
to get
give
yourself
away
that
कर दो.
3-5v4 with the
yeah.
ISO ultimate.
Yeah, this is a bit of a shocker seeing Cryo 2 and 5 right now because this is a map he goes beast mode on. Like his ISO is elite.
It's the all-time hits in this map. His Fracture, where he's always great on the Chamber, and then here on the Haven, where he always flies on the ISO as well.
A bit harder for him.
But
so
we
far.
finally got
Kick
3.
things off.
Yay!
There are some options for 100
भाई
Thieves who
rank
wanted
push में
to
मजा तो
accelerate
आता
into a
है.
site,
कुछ भी
use the
बोलो.
kidnap
चाहे
from
कोई भी
the
rank.
ISO ultimate. The Omen to gap close deep behind it as well, even if you lose the 1v1. That's an easy pick off.
रोहन भाई PC specs क्या है? PC specs नहीं है गॉगल से मेरे
Sam
को.
holds on to the op.
मैं बोला था कि
that
नहीं
one
A नहीं
just yet.
जाएंगे.
Has a chance to use it.
He's in a weird spot for it as well. The close angle outside garage.
बोला था A जाके C जाओ. लग गए अभी.
Usually you'd see him back on plat. With a stun called in from A, he re-aggroes onto the line.
Sees nothing in garage.
There's a wild stun line coming from over in the corner on A like that.
It's a great reclear. We're a minute in, and 100 Thieves doesn't actually have that much map control. They're trying to TP towards A. That's canceled. And
Wait, this is the pistol round.
Cryo in the one-way. It's Mata. Same spot, same opportunity, but you're not going to let him. It's literally another miss round. They're
retake
pivoting
बोलते हैं.
back towards C.
Yeah, except this time, I mean, Som again is calling for the cage to be popped. He wants to get out onto the site for a pick.
He's still smoked off, though.
That's a hit, by the way. 63 HP on EU.
Eventually,
भाई
he'll get the
क्या हो गया सोम को?
Is this just a map that Psalm wills NRG to win?
It's looking possible. This
Hey, Jan Baba, thank you for the 10 euros, मेरी जान के टोटे.
And what do 100 Thieves
Love
use
you,
to
मेरी
win the game?
जान.
And
Long time no see. How's
a
you?
scouting Omen ult on A while they're setting up the C-pop. So Cryo doesn't have to
4-2,
waste that.
4-2. अब क्या एनर्जी टाइम आउट लेगा? भले वो लोग एक ही राउंड आ रहे हैं,
Pick up the op.
बट
presumably
ये
from
पैटर्न
Mata
को
here.
तोड़ना पड़ेगा
He's
एनर्जी.
taking his time.
Wanted to clear all the angles. Now he gets his gift for Psalm in the next round.
गुड नाइट ऑल्सो. सॉरी, अरे नहीं रे, मैं
Vision
मस्ती
less.
कर रहा था
What's
रे
his turn?
भाई.
This is
सुनो,
nice.
मैं
Who's to say?
Yeah,
मैं
I'm-
जो बोलता हूँ ना कि पिंकी को 1 बजे तक सोना चाहिए, ये वो, तुम लोग मत खेलो मस्ती के लिए भाई. वो 3 बजे तक खेले, 4 बजे तक खेले, वो जितना स्माइल करके हंसती है मेरे को भी अच्छा लगता है. तो टेंशन मत लो देवेश भाई, टेंशन मत लो. सुबह के 4 बजे तक खेलो, फुल सपोर्ट. लेकिन उसको थोड़ा ऐसा सुना ना, थोड़ा कभी कभी बनता है, इसलिए सुना था भाई. वो क्या एकदम औरा रहना चाहिए, वरना तेरा भाई का औरा नहीं रहेगा तो लाइटली लेगी मेरे को. That is only for aura
Here's an
reason.
ISO ult in hand for Cryo. Who's he gonna get? In goes Brock.
भाई
1v1.
fake
Cryo,
HF आया
shields
क्या?
gone and Brock. Okay. Find success in the ult. We're back into this fight. And back into the chaos. NRG. They're good in these positions. Brock and
सीधा A
Ethan
नहीं, सीधा A नहीं.
up on A.
चैट वेलकम करो भाई, फेक एचएफ का वेलकम करो. हाँ, कोई एक बंदा जिसका 100K हो गया है, सेलिब्रेशन चल रही है, पार्टियां चल रही है 4-4, 5-5 लाख की. हाँ, 150 का मेंबरशिप नहीं लिया जा रहा है, 50 गिफ्टेड नहीं दिया जा रहा है. ई भाई शर्म, शर्म है ऐसे लोगों को. हैशटैग के साथ, बिना हैशटैग के भी नहीं, विद हैशटैग.
We have to be pushing in, like we saw that round to re-clear garage. Makes it a little bit more tough to keep info online, but the op can make up for a lot of that.
माथे पे रखो सारा पैसा.
As 100 Thieves again do a similar default to take space in garage.
का दो.
Right now, just the C camera to watch that cross. We'll finally spot out all 3 players, I think, from 100
बसेगा
Thieves.
क्या
I think
चैट?
they're going for it. Paranoia, good stall. Cryo, oh, he's walking into a trip. Spots it in the nick of time. Finesse, good reposition. But Cryo,
भाई
too
मस्त
prepared.
पकड़ा.
And now Sam
मस्त
down
पकड़ा
as well.
बे,
The
मस्त
missile
पकड़ा.
somehow finding a kill.
Oh, जीत गए
round.
round.
They have a foothold in this site, but the fight is continuing. And
Bro,
Brock,
क्या
heroic,
खेला
puts it down to Xander. A good timing onto one, but the shorty.
भाई, क्या
Amada.
खेला एनर्जी.
Good hold again out of NRG,
Huh?
especially because that was a disaster at the start, right? With Psalm and
Agya
Finesse
bhai.
falling. Brock and team come flying on in.
Hey,
Bringing in the
Pakadav.
reinforcements.
Pankaj, what you doing? Come here. इतना जल्दी? Hey, come now. You're not sleepy, come. Huh? I was feeling bad. Hey, Pankaj. I
Angling to
यार से बात
trap,
करना पड़ता.
playing that
आपके
perfect
बातें पे जाता
180
जगह
degree
बहुत
crossfire
सही के.
on the B
और
side.
बढ़ भाई.
And that comes after Mata's going to take a shot with the operator.
जेरी भाई, थैंक यू फॉर द $2 मेरी जान टोटे. एक बंदा आज 1000 रुपए में गाली देके गया. मेरे को सच्ची लगा आज आप $100 देके उसको गाली दोगे.
Those players, there is a trip up in window.
Cryo picked off by Mata.
ओ बी
patient on
प्लांट
that
और
angle.
फक ऑफ वाला स्ट्रेटजी है.
Have another chance. No, it's Xander.
बी
Okay.
प्लांट और फक
Good
ऑफ.
job from him. Now Finesse facing them in the corner, wrangling the spray. Two's good enough in that position. As
ये
Shorty
सब जंप कर
finishes
रहे हैं,
up the
मुझे
dog,
लग रहा है
and
सब
NRG
जंप कर रहे हैं.
Feeling happy with this anti-eco.
Very nicely
Bit
done. out of
better
them.
now. हाँ,
Holding on to their ultimates as
जल्दी से
well.
आओ, जल्दी से ठीक हो जाओ. Membership बोलो
This is
से
kind of
बाय.
clockwork for
Thank you for
NRG
the
so far. Again, we knew
party.
this was their map pick. But after how dominant 100 Thieves
विजेश नहीं आया जा रहा तुमसे
seeing
हट.
NRG come in with this comp
Excuse
change
me?
and be very quick to implement it, it's a nice thing to see.
Yeah, the duo from Moistek Shopify back
आने
in
के लिए
Tier 2.
पैसे नहीं है यार.
Didn't think they'd
कैसे
be
हो मैं
playing
वहाँ
with
तक?
each other this year. Mata picked up in the off-season, won Soup with this team, did well at the Sin City Classic, and
अच्छा बात
then
का
Brock
सुपर
brought in
सेंटर
later
में
in
तो
the
पता
season to
40
reunite
रुपीस
with
है.
his former teammate.
40 रुपीस. कैसे आऊँ मैं?
Facing up against another Tier 2 duo on the other side of
जस्ट वो
NRG.
कब कौन था बीकेन? $2 में मत
Has
दो.
the
वही था
back in
क्रेजी.
hand, been bouncing around.
कौन है
Can't
बहुत
solve
से
it.
का
This
बोला?
time, he's on the shoreline to garage.
मर गया
Oh,
बुस्टियो.
Boostio's in trouble. How does he get that kill? Boostio! Oh,
ये मैं जाऊँ क्या रे? मैं जाऊँ क्या चैट? कभी-कभी लगता है मैं ही चूतिया हूँ भाई. बोलते क्यों? चुपचाप देखने का ना क्या स्ट्रैट चल रहा है, क्या डिफॉल्ट चल रहा है. देखने का ना चुपचाप.
No chance. That was nasty.
अपना बांडिगल हो गया उधर.
Situation boosty, it was in there. Missiles coming down, he's stunned.
Aftershock stun all in the corner. They know exactly where he is. Gets two anyway.
Yeah. NRG, after playing so many of those reserved rounds, this is one where
Euros
look at it,
भेजो, love
they're
you यार
stepping
विशाल
forward,
भाई.
challenging onto the line, they're
1000
stepping down
मैंने
so
आज
long as
1000
well,
euros
trying to
देखे नहीं.
push in on the extremities.
डिनर्स भी नहीं देखे. कोई है
But
दुबई
whether
से?
it was just Boostio winning that double
बंद
fight,
भाई
or
कल से
getting
मेल
Xander
डाला
was
हूँ.
boosted
नो
up on this
रिस्पॉन्स.
box, the one
क्या
he's playing
सीन?
next to now. Just a really good C-contain angle.
मेरे को
Made
नहीं
that
पता क्या
round
सीन.
really impossible for NRG to win once they lost those guys.
Xander for his second on the round.
Okay.
Flawless for 100 Thieves.
The only way is that way, bro. पिंकी दी को मना के लेके
quiet it is when
आए
100
तो
Thieves
50
are winning
gifted within
rounds.
5
Compared to when they are,
करना
Boostio's
पड़ेगा.
out of C going.
भाई सच्ची बोलूं मेरी बीबीबी सेल्स वुमेन है. 50 गिफ्टेड के लिए फट से आ
Honest
जाएगी.
hate
वो बता लगे
watching
5
this
मिनट में चली
season.
जाएगी.
People like preying on downfalls. But both these teams, I think, despite how negative the community has been about them, they're both in playoffs. They're both in a position where, they heat up a little, could go on a run. As Sam steps forward, trying to catch onto this garage clear that 100 Thieves have done many times before, and it's good to trade on out. Asuna got through it and tucks into a bit of safety in this corner.
But check out Mata boosting up into window. Asuna's between 3 different NRG players right now. Make that 4. He's just inside the matrix, and Mata's inside 100 Thieves'
देखो
walls.
कौन
This
आया
round looks
कौन
almost
नजर
impossible for 100 Thieves. They're definitely
आया.
not getting back into mid. They're
10,000
not getting
shopping
back into it
challenge
either.
करवा रहा है मैंने ये सुना.
Boostio now in a 1v4, the 1v1. Finesse.
Fuck, round नहीं देखा.
Not looking, swings back.
भाई देख रहे
Gets the
हो?
safety.
All right, we gotta chill with the 1v1.
It's the match of
हाँ
the
बॉट
century.
बाय.
Okay.
Are you not excited about it?
तांत्रिक
The
हो
trash
क्या
talk,
आप? The
Boostio
fuck
would make
with भाई क्या
Finesse
लैंग्वेज है?
retire.
Thank you for the 2
Maybe he wants
euros.
the 1v1.
सेल्समैन कपल.
You know what? Look, if he wants to get up there and
ये
try
मेरे
this
को
game,
दे रहा है
I'm
वो,
happy.
तो
But ever
इसके
since
वो
लिए.
the
कुछ
first
नहीं है
round
बट
over on Fracture,
इम्पॉसिबल.
he was
मैंने
shooting
उसको बोला
bodies,
उसका
he was
शॉपिंग
in, he was
इसको
everything.
कराऊंगा.
He's
हाँ,
kind of
इतना
mellowed out since
शॉपिंग
then.
मेरा है
Sure.
इसके लिए
I'm
आई
waiting for him to give me that energy.
हूँ. उसका जितना प्राइस है उतना मेरा.
30 seconds left.
I don't know if he's going to give it to you this round.
Might just bleed out every second left on the clock.
Yeah, slowly walking into
What
B.
the fuck?
Ethan's here with
हरामी
a
तो
stun,
हूँ
double
मैं.
flash. Brock will send missiles.
हरामी
He's
तो
gonna
हूँ.
get that
सारा
plant
मेरे
down.
को दे
Telling
दिया.
me there's a
3B,
chance.
that's one. The player
जीपे
towards
करो.
Oh,
That's
anti.
the deck.
हाँ?
जीपे करो.
Not gonna happen. I
Jeep
like
नहीं.
that little trap look
50
from
gifted.
NRG. Again, 100
जो
Thieves
वर्थ है
default.
मैं शॉपिंग
Basically,
कराऊंगा.
every round has been sort of sending Asuna on the quick slide outside.
आन दो
double
आन दो
doors,
आन दो.
And then sort of resetting in before trying to clear the space. This time,
भाई ये एनर्जी किधर था लास्ट मैप? अच्छा खेल रहा है ना?
realizes a couple of
सेट
smokes
प्लेस
and
अच्छा है,
that
ट्रैप
blade
प्लेस अच्छा
stun
है.
into grass.
एक दूसरे के कांटेक्ट में यूटिल्स अच्छा है.
Is always tucking back into.
ना? बंदा हैंडसम लग रहा है सोया नहीं करके. नेगोशिएशन और व्हाट लव योर स्मिथ भाई. भाई जितने शादीशुदा लोग हैं ना सब समझेंगे.
Or
Things
spam
we
every
do.
wall. I think Mata
जोड़ी
spammed
भाई
with
थैंक
an
यू फॉर द
operator
10
to
गिफ्टेड
window
मेरी
wall.
जान के टोटे.
Odin in someone's
चैट
hands
जी जिसको
garage,
भी
trying to get
गिफ्ट
the player
मिला है
grass.
जोड़ी भाई से प्लीज टैग करके थैंक्स बोले. ये
Cryo
मेरा
has
है
his
ये
second
मेरा
ult
है.
of the half.
बॉट बाय जो
Wait,
देंगे
no.
उसका
Wait,
शॉप.
whoa, whoa,
The
whoa.
first one.
Mata's playing de-escalation
ये
from
personal
off
fund.
to
Leon
Odin
मरा.
to a Vandal.
Oh, he's going further down.
नहीं
It's
मरा
stolen
बे.
away. Asuna,
Oh,
he's
no.
going to have that kill no matter what. Cryo, though. He'll get it himself and put an advantage for 100 Thieves. The ult gets cancelled.
भाई क्या हो गया सोम को आज
They're gonna go back
भाई?
into A though. Check this out. Busio stepped all the way into the A space. And actually, Som is ulting. He's sticking that?
And Busio's not looking.
Oh, I have a bad feeling about this, Mimi.
बस सुना भी नहीं.
It's Som and Finesse in a 2-on-4.
He's like, I do it to say repeating one but never done. Nice. This month 101.
+1 Johnny Baba.
ये month end के पहले हो
All
जाएगा.
good. 1 for 1, no problem for 100 Thieves.
Oh, and they
ये month end
hear
के पहले हो
Finesse
जाएगा.
stomping and spawn.
सोल को जिता दो, पावर्स यूज करना.
एक मैच देखा वही खेले वो लोग अच्छा.
हाँ, सो गया फिर ये. जैसे ही सोया तभी से.
It happened.
And look, we come into the end of the first half here. In the exact
Pravanchu bhai, thank you for the membership.
one,
Kal Pacific.
right? It's NRG's map.
Johnny Baba, thank you for the 10 euros. मेरी
Now
जान
that's
की
some
thank you for the 10
momentum
euros.
coming in at the end here. And now it's going to be NRG going on to the attack.
चलो,
We'll
अभी जाओ,
get to see
चलो.
them play with this.
आ गया तो I'll do shopping. Go.
Bro, I'm aiming like a fucking bot. I'm aiming like a bot.
Excuse me. Yeah.
Well, some time to fix that as we head to the half.
ठीक है, नहीं आया तो भी shopping रे बाबा. Go. भाई but mail तो देखो आप. Sam in सीन ऐसा है कि जो मैनेजर है वो मेल देखता है. समझ रहे हो?
Red Bull gives you wings.
वैसा सीन है. मैं खुद का मेल नहीं देखता. मैं दे रहा वेट तो डबल मतलब डबल नहीं सिंगल ही. डबल कहाँ से डबल? घर नहीं आ रहा इधर. घर नहीं आ रहे बाबा. What are you doing? ब्रो ये और आधा घंटा लगेगा इसको आने को. लवड़ियानो भुसड़ियानो हो गया मेरे साथ. हाँ क्या मंगाया भाई? मैकडी बेबी वो मंगाया. एक तो नगेट्स जो मेरे को बहुत पसंद है और कोरियन कुछ मंगाया मैंने. कोरियन
NRG came into their map
क्या
choice
पता
with
क्या
a little bit of a change up, moving away from the double duelist, locking in a pretty default comp, and it's been good thus far. 8-4 up on their defense. They head into
एक बार
their
बोल दो
attack
मेरे को
side
फ्री का
now.
मेंबरशिप नहीं मिलेगा.
Mana's
Excuse
been
me.
having a good one. No doubts about that. Coming in after a tougher opening.
मेरे दोस्त रोहन का बर्थडे है, उसको शाउट आउट दे दो, वो मेंबरशिप ले लेगा. सच्ची बात है, काश वाला लेना. रोहन बाय, many happy returns of the day to you the days. Love you.
Set themselves up to look for early brawls, and if you know
Done since Suraj bhai.
on the map, it is going to be 100 Thieves testing into mid early on.
मैप अटैकिंग है.
Cry's
मैप
just
अटैकिंग है.
full-facing window.
मैप एनर्जी का है.
It's very
एनर्जी
reserved stall from
अटैकिंग में
NRG.
है.
We saw this back on
8-4
Fraction. They
है.
love taking their time
सीधा
on the
नेक्स्ट मैप
attack
चालू
side.
कर सकते
Thing
हैं.
is, Finesse has this camera down
क्या
short, which
बोलते?
hasn't really seen anything or walk up.
उधर के
so
चीजी नगेट्स मेरे
you might
चीजी
expect
नगेट्स
a
कब
little
चालू
bit
किए
more
उन्होंने?
presence in mid or on C, especially if he ends up seeing Busio cross over into the cam vision.
Look at Asuna, already out on this site. Nope, he's gone. Back into the smoke he goes. The missiles, not actually the thing that kills Mana. It's Asuna coming back in from a new angle, a new approach, and 100 Thieves see sight. It's theirs.
That is brutal. Busio had left a tripwire
महाराजा
over on
मंगवा
the
लेता.
C
महाराजा
side,
खा नहीं सकता
and
उन
just
पूरा गिर
completely
जाता है.
stuffed NRG's hits.
भाई क्या चिल्ला रहे ऑडियंस?
I think that might
Are
have
we
been...
okay?
I don't know. Someone's screaming.
हाँ.
Wild stuff. Watch this though, because for a second I thought Mono was using this tripwire for himself. It like dashed him in, got him back. So Asuna couldn't immediately get the kill. Asuna bore down on it. Wasn't an issue in the end. But was he you?
ओ बाप रे.
Oh. What? Did he just give himself a headache? That's what it looks like. He put his like head in his hands.
What happened to Bro?
हेलो इग्नोर मार
I
कर
don't know.
Did he whiff again?
फ्रिज
He said
में
he was
है
like,
इसका
he's
क्या
talking about being a
himself,
bot.
yeah, at halftime.
Oh no.
क्या है फ्रिज में क्यों मंगाया अरे वो
Well,
रात को मंगाया ऐसे टाइम पास
Hope
मंगाया
for
मैंने
our eardrum sakes that he
डिनर बाद में
can
करूंगा मैं।
figure it
He can
out.
lock in.
Oh dear, this round is not going to look good at all for NRG though. Yeah, 3-piece for
Come
Xander.
back.
No problem.
सुबह तूने मंगाया था
You was happy?
टेक्निकली तूने मंगाया था टेक्निक
That'll be the yardstick, you know, that we're going to measure their performance on.
The screamometer?
50 गिफ्टेड
screamometer.
दिए है प्यार से बात कर आज
Is that the technical term? I'm not quite sure.
I think
But
that's how you'd pronounce it.
all things considered, NRG
अभी से टेक
figure
पर
out
चालू
what's
हो रहा है
going
भाई
wrong.
चले गए 10
Right
बजे
now,
तक
100 Thieves
क्या
changing
बोलते
their
हो?
approach, so the ISO can have a undercut ready to go. Neon can scale quickly down into A lobby
So far
and
too hard.
potentially put some flank pressure on NRG. They did not react well to the early aggro piece of 100 Thieves back on Fracture.
भाई
What
ये
do you have to
ट्रिप
do
मैं
by
पहली
both
बार
teams?
देखा भाई
100 Thieves are going to have 5 rifles for their bonus round. They've already taken space in A
ऐसा
lobby.
होता है क्या ट्रिप
Thing is, 100 Thieves have called a couple players onto
Bought by thank you for the
Perfect
50 gifted.
Shield
Can
pop.
we have W
expected
bought
hit.
by
It's
in
not
the
coming.
chat?
But that should
जिस जिसे भी
be
मिल
good
रहा है
enough to
टैग
stall
करके
that
थैंक्स
NRG. They're not gonna
बोलना
wanna
ठीक है टैग
face
करके
check
थैंक्स
through a
बोलना
smoke and challenge that space while it's still up.
थोड़ा खुद
With how short it is now, it is a bit more of a mini game to hear that, wait it out, and
Indeed.
figure out where the ISO is.
Yeah, so right now NRG through
टैग जिस जिसको भी मिल रहा है प्लीज टैग करके थैंक्स देना छुपा देना
potentially to move back into Mata outside B. It's a face-off between him and Boostio.
Austin has been spamming a lot towards A.
Game of chicken. 40 seconds though.
मिड में
NRG are
देखो
gonna have to make up their
पेशेंस ऑफ
mind
द
soon.
वॉर ऑफ द पेशेंस हो रहा है चैट
More than likely off of those 4 players, but Mata is starting to look to challenge, and there's a bit of bloom on this smoke. Mata could use that to his advantage.
30 seconds left.
Missiles towards short. XX coming in. Mata will bide his time. Asuna finds safety within his teammate's smoke.
Mata
And it's-
slipped into B.
Yeah, they've already flooded through. NRG have to win out this fight if they want that lurk to mean something.
Oh.
And Asuna
भाई
shutting
मर गया
down.
एनर्जी
Finally, the arrival of Mata, but there's no fanfare. It's just a shutdown from Cryo and 100 Thieves. This is their bonus round 1.
I mean, that lurk is just too obvious. 100 Thieves can hold for it easily,
Eight,
right?
eight?
NRG are hitting a site, and the jet is nowhere to be found.
चैट जिस जिसको भी मिल रहा है प्लीज
No
प्लीज
fooling
प्लीज
them
टैग
whatsoever.
करके थैंक्स
hold there
बोलना
from 100
ठीक
Thieves.
है बॉट बाय डब्ल्यू थैंक यू फॉर द 50 गिफ्टेड मेरी जान के टोटे थैंक
Now
यू
it's 8-7. 100 Thieves have already found their way back in, and I think I have to bring up a point you were talking about in map 1. NRG this season, the attack sides have been a big struggle. They have struggled to find their way on multiple maps on that side of the map.
I mean, it's no surprise that Finesse likes to call a slower paced game, right? Likes to, you know, rotate back into lurks in mid to late rounds.
G2 का
I
मैच
think there
कब
was
है
just a timing issue, right?
मेरे को
One of the
देखना
either
पड़ेगा।
Mata or the group has
कल
to
परसों ही
activate
रहेगा
on
कल
something.
ही है G2 वर्सेस सन
If they don't, you run into spots like that.
G2 वर्सेस सन है कल
Lucio
Sen
entering
जीतेगा।
scene. What can he do? That's one on Tamata. Wins out the opener. And now, team arriving yet again. 100 Thieves are so good on these floods, but there's still danger because the Stingers, they've arrived on the site. Now an advantage towards NRG, and guns down backside.
Asuna gets a couple there. What is going on? Now it's a one-on-one, but Brock's down to 8 HP. Pinged out as well. The approach from EU will secure
वहाँ पर
things for
कितना
100
क्लोज
Thieves
था
and even up the
आज
score.
मैं बहुत
It was
अच्छा
a
वैल्यू
nice
के लिए your
approach there,
thoughts
having
might to you
Omen TP out behind the box backside while 2 players ran through the
मैंने
smoke.
देखा ही नहीं
Absolutely shuts down the 100 Thieves members that were already on C. But thankfully, 2
Love you bang Sid Gaming thank you for the Canadian Australian
Yeah, it's crazy that
$2.79
it's a double swing when EU has the drone out, right? And Austin is still out in front of it. Could have gone really poorly for 100 Thieves.
8-4 से
I don't lose
8-8
clutch at least. At least I don't lose clutch.
Is he casting his own games?
The narrative continues.
We just cut to him in
बिल्कुल
between
देख
every
रहा था,
single
देख
round.
तो
He'll
रहा
tell
था।
us what to think. It's like, yeah, you know, he's so clutch.
Okay.
His aim really, he
Just
steps
start
up.
writing these down.
Yeah.
Use them one round after. I was just thinking, he was his aim was a little bit like
Play-Doh
in the
language
first half. And
WhatsApp group कैसे join
He's a
करें
big moment player.
mods help
even game now.
बॉट बाय को थैंक यू
100
बोलो
Thieves in
एंड
NRG.
फास्ट रिकवरी के लिए प्रे करो यस मेरे हिसाब से ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा 2-3 दिन और
400 Thieves.
It feels
फिर
like
bot
map
by
one was a little
hot by बनेंगे.
competitive, then 100 Thieves got their feet out under them. They ran away with it there.
DRX का क्या सीन है? क्या सीन है? बढ़िया सीन है.
We've seen it go a couple of different ways, right? Even there, like that's the stinger. The exec play looked to work for them, even though they didn't have the guns and ended up losing.
Just saying, जब से बोला एनर्जी मैप में क्या खेले तब से आ रही है. Language Bhushan भाई, language.
More similar setup. So
कितनी
this
चाय
time
हुई?
around,
आज नहीं हुई रे चाय, एक ही
challenging into the
कप
mid-space.
गेम.
Early in
cup
halves,
game.
I do like when teams play rounds. to
तुरंत
sort
अब
of figure
नहीं आ
out where the
सकता
default
यार.
utility is gonna
बहुत
be
मन है मेरे
specifically
को.
around the
बहुत
cipher.
मन है तुम सबसे
This
मिलने.
time it's very
अलग
deep
से आएंगे.
wires. I mean, that is a
पक्का
crazy
अलग
one
से
over on the
आएंगे.
back of A. That Boostio can just perch up in heaven and get spams off of. Oh, we're gonna have a dart deep.
याद रखना मेरे को लुलेक्स पसंद है जिस दिन आऊँगा.
Spam onto the player top box, or not.
बॉट भाई आपको भी
Yeah,
पसंद
they're
आया
just gonna
होगे?
leave Asuna on the embed instead.
जिस दिन एनिन
Calling off
रहेगा
that
तब
play
कर
when they
सकते.
didn't get any info over towards A, I think.
Mata in garage. Okay, nice shot from Xander. The duelist is down. No one was there with
Bro,
him.
4v5 इतना अर्ली और सोवा के पास अल्ट है. वो लोग रिटेक खेल सकते हैं. कोड पे फिनिश कद्दू का 4v5 4v4 है.
Still, that double walk up onto C. There's a tripwire that's containing these players now. But if finesse falls, all the pressure
Your
in the world
childhood
on
favorite
NRG's
candy?
core to
Mango
accelerate
pie.
the other way.
And they'll be hitting into Busio. If he just gets one kill off these trips and plays retake, he'll be happy.
Yeah, high chance that Brock ends up having to use the Armageddon to hit this site.
भाई सोवा अल्ट भी होने वाला है चैट.
Which 100 Thieves have nobody home.
लग गए एनर्जी के लग गए
Doesn't break any of the
गए
trips. But we'll get them
एनर्जी
out to
के
the site, sparing
लग
the ultimate for now.
गए.
No, they'll use it towards him. You gotta get out of your camp.
Huge
Oh,
flank
shit.
Warning, trying to get his way out. He dies to the ultimate, and the flank's now here. Xander and Asuna need a check on finesse, because he's got a great corner, a great timing for a kill onto Asuna. Spike not down. Xander!
टाइम ही नहीं है भाई. दो मार दिए जेंडर ने.
4 kills.
10 seconds,
What's
Mimi.
his ace? Finesse.
He's lost
got
the round.
No hope. And it's just a question of
हाँ
when.
उसने फिर भी मारा.
100 Thieves win it out, all thanks to Xander
भाई दो
in
कैसे
long.
मारे जेंडर ने?
That is crazy.
NRG
NRG
की
falling
बस था.
again here, and it's after they're seemingly in a great position with Yul getting the kill, but it's an Omen ult quick onto the flank. That was all just into long.
Crazy मारा बे.
With a Neon coming in behind it to set them even further behind. And Mimi, as you start to think about it, NRG
कोई ना आओ
won an
क्यूटी
attack
से
round on
मिलवाता
Haven
हूँ टोरेंट में.
this
Excuse me.
entire stage,
And it's their second time playing the map.
and it's just continuing to go.
मतलब अकेला ट्रिप प्लान करना पड़ेगा. समझ रहे हो?
Oof. They need something here. And
W.
that's a good start. Finesse opens around onto Cryo.
Yeah, back-to-back rounds. Finesse finds a,
What is going on? Neon moment.
and it's a 1-for-1. Okay.
कितना इरिटेट हो
He was
करेंगे
breaking
ना
his
अगर
ankles,
ऐसा मारा
dropping
तो.
down, getting droned out. Psalm's finding a pick over on
हाँ,
C.
ऐसा मारा तो कितना
This is
इरिटेट
the
हो
round
करेंगे ना
NRG
रे.
win. Everyone just go your separate ways and win your fights.
Freestyle it for maybe their first attack round of the
9-9.
stage.
पैसे का क्या
Brock
सीन है?
here's the orb taken as well.
पैसा है. ये लोग को थोड़ा गन्स गिराना पड़ेगा. गिरा सकते हैं क्या? That is the question.
Perfect position for Brock. Trigger discipline. Should be an easy 2. He's waiting. Whiffing a little, but still makes it
W1
work.
tap.
All good. Win's a win. We're back up to
W.
even. NRG gets their first attack round on this map of the stage.
ये फर्स्ट टाइम गिफ्टेड मिला. बॉट बैक थैंक्स बोलो.
Wow. I mean, hey, Ethan finds the trade, but really, I think
Short
this
bait.
round, the 2 moments, it's A, Finesse
भाई
finding
क्या
the
मारता है भी
back-to-back rounds,
सोम.
challenging into mid, getting that, and Psalm taking down on C.
Now
NRG को
NRG gonna
jinx
try to
करो.
put some
नहीं, ये
momentum
map पे
off
जाएगा.
that round. They have the Rolling Thunder. They're postured towards C.
एक्चुअल में जाएगा मैप 3.
Yeah, looking to send Finesse and Psalm potentially into garage.
साइरो कैसे नहीं मार रहे भाइयों?
Very interesting setup from
Raimo
Austin
क्या?
in window as well, though. He's playing like that really tight pixel line to watch players and give up a lot of the space in garage.
You have a really strong relay bolt there as Neon to fight in as well.
For sure. Xander thinking about this angle as well, but NRG are backing away. They don't love the fact they haven't seen much, But look how quick Asuna is to challenge the space. This guy just starts walking. If he doesn't see someone on his screen, he's just going to W key. And what it does is consistently give 100 Thieves beautiful information so they can start preempting these mid-round pivots of NRGs and start stacking into the final destination.
They have full information, A and C long.
Yeah, now they've got 2 on A, it'll be 3, but NRG have slowed down, considering this, to go back towards Garage B.
B ने garage से सीधे आएंगे.
Mata works up through mid. This is the one gap in 100 Thieves defense. Little miss on the dash, but site will still be taken.
Yeah, Psalm's going to get up there, so it's no problem.
30 seconds
Benefit of
left.
having the Omen there. 100 Thieves push out on both the outside wings, breaking some Cypher utility.
ये भी ट्रिप टूटा वो लोग किधर तो पुश करेंगे.
Forward angle.
किधर तो पुश करेंगे
100 Thieves crosshair.
Everybody on site for NRG.
Bro, किधर भी push नहीं कर रहे?
It's a 5v5 retake. And 3 angles of approach for
Ah.
100 Thieves. Rolling Thunder to fight
Yeah,
towards
push.
Link. That'll buy some space, some time for NRG as this retake starts to come in and 100 Thieves start to fight.
मारा बोलते.
To do it himself. Shuts down onto 3. Puts EU in the clutch and there's just not time for this. The clock will expire.
Completed full 1 week.
NRG
Dose of
will
anti-blood
win their post-plan.
heavier 3
That's a
times a
big round for
day.
Mata,
Not
'cause
with
that
effect.
site was a
Normally I
mess
take
of
1 to
smokes.
dose. Then
You got
easy recovery.
cages, you got Omen smokes, you got neon
What
walls
can it?
flying on up. It's just about finding those moments you can challenge on through them. Caught 100 Thieves completely off guard.
Binks, Om Patel ji is
Taking down a
trustworthy
shielded
guy,
ISO.
right? क्या चीज के लिए उदय भाई?
That is a big one for NRG. Forces 100 Thieves onto an eco. NRG are playing for their tournament lives, don't forget, right? No chance because they're the number 4 seed coming into this, so for them, this whole tournament is single elimination.
We need to win 3 games in a row to make Toronto. Pretty tough odds.
पड़ी बे, पड़ी
Spam from Asuna, though.
पड़ी.
Man, Ethan's down to 9.
Job offer कर रहे मुझे. Go at your own risk, buddy.
Okay, Asuna. Just puts finesse down.
Genuine हो सकता है नहीं भी
This
हो
could get
सकता है.
ugly. 100 Thieves are starting to challenge. 4 players on C is the wrong side of the map. But hearing a teleport, I wonder.
Job offer कर रहे तो पहले उनको बोलो यहाँ पे आके 100 gifted दे दे. मालूम पड़ेगा. समझ रहे हो उदय
Slide to
भाई?
get away.
मेल में रिप्लाई करो. Give Binks 100
It's a bit
gifted.
uncomfortable because Mata's
तो
got
क्या
the
थोड़ा एक
outlaw,
aura
hasn't popped the knives
aura
yet.
बढ़ेगा aura.
So instead of sort of doing that to accelerate into A, they've left him to see if there will be that late walk-up. Will be the later insurance for the team. I think NRG have realized again that B site is being left open in the mid-rounds.
But
This is
whatever
heads
you
up
do,
stuff
do
from
it at your
NRG.
own risk, huh?
They've been getting kind of owned, leaning into C and A in the late rounds, but C a couple times in a row has been abandoned.
हो सकते हैं मेरे लिए भरोसेमंद हो तुम्हारे लिए नहीं.
No flank this time for 100 Thieves.
तो जितना मेरे को मालूम ओम पटेल वही है डॉलर्स वाले.
And where did that kill come
Garage.
from? Through the wall. Ethan's low. Hello, Asuna. In his face. Cryo shield saves him, but not for another kill. Shots wide. And NRG bouncing back.
Oh my boy.
Shuts it down. 2 kills with a recovered weapon.
And
And NRG lose to the eco.
You already know it. EU's coming in on the comms. I'm so clutch. I'm so clutch. Me on an eco. We're winning those, no problem. And it looked easy for 100 Thieves. That fadeaway shot from Xander.
And just a perfect lineup for EU.
It's a disaster for NRG. Just losing those opening picks.
Boost, you feeling it after that round win?
Now NRG are stunned away.
भाई ये राउंड आ रहा तो वो लोगों को पैसे नहीं है मैच पॉइंट.
Still trying
ये
to
राउंड
challenge
जितना
back
बढ़ेगा
in.
ना.
That's a lot of utility to can't claim this angle. Good
इससे
shots from
स्टन
Mata to
देखा
follow
ना.
through.
अब भी मालूम पड़ गया.
Is EU gonna step up and challenge?
Yes.
He wants to.
Yes.
Mata's on the close corner. EU. Well, that's a lot of players ahead of him. He's stuck in by this ultimate, but he's got the help of Cryo, who's the hero in this moment. Shuts down the execute single-handedly.
And NRG can't scale off the Armageddon. Brock used that, but with Cryo coming into the site, it's not possible.
Cryo has ult too. If they play into a retake, he can just steal the planter. Easy peasy.
Interesting ult from Psalm. Early on the rotate over here. but it's gonna.
ये सिर्फ क्लियर करने के लिए अल्ट
He's
मारा
potentially
उसने.
concerned about maybe him being in back B. They've already cleared their spawn, so really it is just B to C link that they're worried about now.
Lucio spots him towards long. Ooh, I didn't expect Som that wide.
वो केज क्यों नहीं
And
मारा?
that's got advantage back to NRG.
For sure. At least now for 100 Thieves, they know the Omen isn't in their walls. Cryo has the ultimate, if it comes down to it.
Cryo very alone.
Last player
The
standing.
And now
blue
he's
base
dead.
form.
Sanders just gonna save this round.
Good morning,
Good
Bunks
work
bhai.
out of
Good
Sam, the
morning,
rest of
Sam for
NRG
you.
to course correct there for sure.
Yeah, it was really nice from Cryo there. 2 kills on A, shut down the hit alone.
जो भी रिजल्ट मैच का बट टॉम का
NRG
रीड
have
ओपी है.
been kind
टॉम
of playing
अच्छा प्लेयर है.
a challenge throughout this half where a lot of their actual moments when they're coming to
Full
exit,
time
it's-
अच्छा खेला है
they're
वो.
doing without
Problem
their
वो है.
duelist, and that's not always like Mata being dead in this round, sure.
Sure.
But a lot of times it's Mata over on a lurk or Mata with, you know, a sniper rifle in hand, so he's left on his own.
Yeah, they've put him on like Embed's Garage B quite a few rounds here.
Yeah, this half for NRG is very much not about, you know, coordinated execs, and it's way
मेरे
more
को लगा
about
दो
playing
मार
the
के सीधा अल्टी
slow
मार
aggro,
देगा.
banking off of their lurkers.
Shocking with finesse is the IGL.
सीधा 2v2
but
खेलो
it's
पोस्ट प्लान.
paid off for them in the last few rounds, and this is exactly when you want to see Coach Zix call a timeout for 100 Thieves.
Do you
Come in
think
and have
एनर्जी
the
सोर्स
answer
टॉम? नहीं मतलब मेरे
this
थिंक पे
calling
नहीं
for
चलती ना
finesse.
दुनिया. या फिर मेरे को ऐसा
And Mike's
लगेगा
on the other
नहीं
side trying to
मेरे हिसाब से एनर्जी को
think his way
पीआरएस
through
में
this
जाना
one as
चाहिए.
well.
तो आज ट्रांसफर तो नहीं होएगा ना?
His
क्या
former
करेगा
boss
ऐसा
on
पिंक
100
का?
Thieves when
बता.
he was Zix's assistant coach last year.
Bunks bhai, is it okay if I ask your chat for a job? It's not,
Kind of
because
expecting
there is
100 Thieves
chances
to
you get
go back
scammed.
to the style. We've heard
Then
Zix
you'd
talk
be
a lot,
fucked.
like when things aren't going well, the reason is often confidence. You know, we're not playing aggro enough. Like we just need to go and be taking the
Job
fights.
के
We know we
लिए
can
there
win.
are job portals,
They'll just disrespect them.
newspapers,
Just disrespect them. It's a classic.
बहुत सारी
But when I
चीजें
have seen that for 100 Thieves, when they're like stepping
Universities.
forward and just like facing new
और जो
fights
भी
in
होता है.
mid rounds, oftentimes they've been able to find gaps and get
IRL
hidden
friends
information
का
against NRG that have
क्या
helped
बोलते
them
हो?
massively inside the rounds.
जो लोग
There is some
refer
honesty to
करते
it.
हैं.
And on a round where you're going to be popping
What's
the
up?
Neon ult as well,
न्यूज़पेपर कौन सा ज़माना है? एक्चुअली
looking
में
for
अभी नहीं आता क्या
brawls around
न्यूज़पेपर
that
में?
is
क्या
going to be
आता
very
था?
effective.
Big round here.
पहले तो आती थी.
100 Thieves are buying into it. Won't have a ton of money left if they lose this one.
यूके में चाहिए तो बताओ स्पेसिफिकली लंदन.
Last eco,
थोड़ा
100 Thieves
सैलरी का
snuck
बात
away
कर
with
सकते.
with some sheriff shots.
हाँ सिर्फ इतना चाहिए कि एक महीने में गरज.
This time Boostio's not even setting up his util. Just
साल
a
भर काम
forward
करके
tripwire.
कल्टी.
Not every day you see that down C long.
12 घर क्या बोलते हो चैट?
But it's so that he can stack into mid with a couple of his teammates and just have that.
मेरे एक्सपर्टीज
very
के हिसाब से
deep
क्या
into the
जॉब मिल
line.
सकता है बॉट बाय? जेन्युइन क्वेश्चन. रिटायरमेंट प्लान करना पड़ेगा ना.
Where's that camera at? There we go.
There it is.
अच्छा सेल्समैन हो सीधा कंपनी बेच सकता हो. बताओ.
Austin is really on his own over to A. Pulling out some util though.
Yeah, sees the breach in the tail.
NRG are taking their time. But again, in this mid round, a few times in a row, NRG have guessed correctly. Good spam. and again, proceeding to rotate over.
God.
Expecting 100 Thieves to be leading
Pink
into A.
करके
Now
एक
there's no
साथ
tripwire anymore.
spam
Speeding to
मारा?
C.
100 Thieves is pretty quick on this flight.
Are you बच्चा
They'll be
करीम?
arriving at just the same time. Asuna procs his ultimate. Stuns going every which way. It's chaos on the site. But Xander! 4 kills! Shuts it down!
Xander is just on fire today. An unbelievable fracture now clutch on the eco.
The rookie controller again.
हमें
After
वही
having
चाहिए.
a brutal series
Sales and
in the
marketing,
upper
love
bracket,
you.
is leading the way. 24 and 13.
Bro,
Remember the
blind
stakes of this round.
recon
100 is
W.
forced into it. They lose this, they're almost certainly looking at map 3.
Yeah.
पैसा नहीं ना अभी.
Unreal. Dude, they're feeling it out there.
They are hyped.
And they should be. Now NRG fighting into A. Asuna tucked away in the corner. Pamada has an inkling. Has an idea, but he's not good enough to get that kill on the approach.
चैट पैसे नहीं है. 4v5.
So 100 Thieves get to play with a straight up man advantage.
Again, around NRG, play without their duelist. And now the other things to worry about for NRG. Accelerating in, there's
Asuna too good रहा है, Asuna बहुत.
in play. 100 Thieves are still looking to aggro back into
उसका
short.
movement बहुत प्यारा है.
NRG walk up, Cryo caught with the shield in hand by Sam, but Asuna
अभी
in
भी
short.
उस पे नेड
Catches
मारा
the
तो देख
timing
मैं
of
उसे
his own
push किया.
Xander arriving on the scene, the hero of last round, trying to alleviate the pressure from Asuna.
It's so uncomfortable though. Asuna's in your walls. NRG have the sight, but where's Boostio? Haven't seen Xander in a second either.
Finesse tucks into a corner. It needs to be more than one and done the timing.
Oh, timing
Ethan
हो गया.
looks away. Finesse wins it against
Clutch हो
Boostio.
सकता है. Finesse
Now
हो जाए.
1-on-2, and Asuna holds the line.
Oh भाई इतना close जाके अभी Syro ult है.
Point.
And that means for NRG,
Huh?
one more round could be the last they play here in stage one.
Syro ult है chat.
Do or die moment.
I don't have many friends,
this
IRL
squad.
Bunks by. The job market is super scary here in the US. That's
They're
why
gonna
I'm
call a timeout
asking
to set up
your
for it.
chat. बात तो बराबर है, but पता नहीं how you can trust me. Bunks by just काम से आया, सोचा stream पे hello बोल दिया जाए. Missing Jorgensen संकेत बाय. फिर से जाओ काम पे.
A month till Toronto, an entire tournament, having to sit and ready yourself.
संकेत भाई थैंक यू फॉर द $5 मेरी जान के टोटे. www.
Winning to the biggest events in the
कौन को
offseason.
काय बोल रहे हो सरबत भाई?
Place like number 1, number 2 coming into kickoff.
And that fell apart. People believed in a rebound.
संकेत भाई
in
मैं
stage
क्या बोल रहा
one.
हूँ? इतना
They made
आप
playoffs,
काम
it
कर रहे हो,
looked
इतना
okay.
मेहनत कर रहे हो.
But now here in the
तभी आपको
playoffs,
ऐसा लगता है कि
facing
मेंबरशिप
down
ले
a
लेनी
first
चाहिए.
round elimination. If they cannot win this 24th round and pull us to map 3.
Forget that. They got to go into
डॉलर
OT
वाला फंस
first.
सकता है.
Lot weighing on their minds right now.
भाई मेरा मन कर रहा है खेलने का. हाँ बे. हाँ.
They're going to have the rolling thunder in Ethan's hands as well.
मेंबरशिप नहीं ले पा रहा हूँ. लिंक पे क्लिक करो. मॉड्स. खास दोस्त वाला लेना.
Some have gone their way, some haven't.
चार ही लोग हैं यार उधर.
It's been
पांचवा ढूंढ रहे हैं अपन. 5 man lobby खेलने.
More
I
often
stepped
than
on the
not,
beat.
the NRG have found some success when they strung together those 3
हो रहा
rounds
लिंक हो रहा.
in the middle of it all.
ऐसे कैसे फंसूंगा भाई? शिट. सुन लिया. बंद भाई एक बैलेंस पर हो जाए एक गेम.
Stunned up inside of the cage. How is he taking this timing?
अभी तो
That's
नहीं हो सकता.
ridiculous.
अभी तो
But he
back to
doesn't
back
get the
matches
opener.
His team will react into B. Mata dashes deep. Hunter's Fury onto the site. EU will get some damage. No kill.
Mata up so far forward. Cryo has an idea though, on 46 HP. And now
Rolling
the Rolling
Thunder.
Thunder to push him down.
He has his shield. He has his ult. And he wants to use it. Gets a grab onto the Teo. A 1v1
भाई
against
साइड पे तो
Brock.
कोई है ही नहीं.
Shield gone. Brock can't do it again. And it's a 5-on-3 now. NRG trying to keep their stage alive, but Asuna, he's on the spike. He's defusing. They're not letting go. NRG barely stop it. And now Mata, 1v4, facing the music. And he can't stand. 100 Thieves,
घर पे?
2-0. Deny NRG their chance at Toronto.
मत करो क्रिश भाई.
Alive in the lower
मत
bracket.
करो. मत करो क्रिश भाई.
Second map was a close affair, but another monster performance out of Xander.
टेक्निकली
This
मैं
guy
बोला था
showed up to
2-0.
play
भाई Xander
today.
ने crazy खेला है. चल
Look, yesterday for 100 Thieves, speed bump for them. If Xander
Some
can play like that,
bye!
this team has some fight in them left.
There was questions of him replacing Bang to start this year. Some rough games for 100 Thieves. But takes over here. Earns a 2-0 victory. And another chance. They have to win 2 more games in this lower bracket.
बूस्टे
just
जैसा
to
नहीं
make it
दिख
to
रहा है यार
Toronto.
chat.
Trying to run back the script of
Sure.
stage 1 last year and actually win it out. That's a much harder ask. But for today,
Excuse
they've
me?
got their win.
मेरे को लगा celebration.
And it was a dominant start. That fracture was all 100 Thieves.
Oh yeah.
Asuna looked on point on the neon, the aggro plays on defense, it was all put
इतना
together.
मैं घर
fights
बना
like you're
वो
talking
घर
about
है
there.
हवेली
That went
excuse
so
me
well. Then
गलत है वो
challenged a little
आदित्य
bit more
भाई
on this second,
गलत है वो
especially in the first half, right? Really
पर
struggled to
पूरा
deal with
वसूले
NRG,
love
sort of
you
playing through
क्रिस
those fast
भाई
bloods. Sam was locked in. Brock had a couple of
love
monster
you
rounds.
क्रिस भाई just saying मैंने आज
I think
तक
once we switched over,
500 Canadian
100
Australian
teams on the
dollars पे
defensive
नहीं
side,
just saying
everything changed.
Big
कितने
moment for
काश
Lucio. When they
दोस्त
played in kickoff, he
में है
was
कैनी रिपीट
negative
चाह रही है
30
यारो
on the series. The all-time stinker for the IGL, but he pulls it back here.
चाह रही है
Solid
जेरी
individual
मत कर
performance, and gets a 2-0 win for the
He
team.
was talking his trash and he came in and he won the series. That's what you like to see. Had to get a little bit down in the weeds towards the end, but this round is, I think, what did it. 400 Thieves. Xander with the 4-piece.
जेरी थैंक फॉर द $2
There was a lot
अभी
of
मेरा
fun from
आएगा
Xander.
कौन
He was absolutely frying today. See his teammates
Kunados,
hyping him
कौन
up,
सा होता है
celebrating
भाई?
there as they get this win. But of course, that means we have to
2 मिनट
say
दूर है।
goodbye to NRG. We were talking about the lofty expectations of this team, the hope of the fans to see Finesse and Sam playing back together again, but they could not put it together here in stage 1.
नहीं लेकिन मेरे को लगा
I
था
think there was
एनर्जी
hope coming
प्लेऑफ
in that,
नहीं
hey,
कर पाएगा
NRG, that Omega bracket looks so stacked,
I had a
right?
feeling.
With G2, MIBR, C9. Maybe they could put up more of a fight.
क्या हो
against
रहेगा
these
अभी
alpha
chat में?
teams. And they had their moments. You could see it, right? Especially,
Hey, बे
I mean, Mata throughout the year.
सिर्फ अपने चैट में नहीं होता है ऐसे लोग है चैट टू मेनी सिम्स एवरीवेयर
Thank you so much, Mimeen Ender. And yes, I have Asuna from 100 Thieves with me. Right
चार
away, I want to
member
ask you
का
is
तो
that
मतलब
when we see you
5,000
on broadcast, they cut to you a
बात
lot
तो है।
being hype, being in these moments.
मैं
you know,
नहीं
yelling things to your
फंसा
team
रहा
that, like, I
मैं
think I'm
भी
too old to
नहीं
understand.
देखा चार तीन
What
नहीं
are
थे
you, would you call
चार
yourself
थे
an
अभी
emotional leader
पांचवा
of 100
रुके
Thieves in that way?
I think we have a lot of emotional leaders, and I think all of us combining just makes a
चार
really
मेरे
big
को गिन के
snowball,
ग्रुप में
like an
चार लोग
avalanche.
हैं
So
फिफ्थ
you know, we
देखते
just try
कौन
to
ज्वाइन
make
करता
sure
है
that we're all, I don't know, feeling alive in the game and like giving our all. You know, talking.
Ashish
I
bhai,
mean, there should
language.
be no silence in a game like Valorant, and if we're silent, then we're like shutting down in a way. So
That's
our
fine.
goal today was to just bring a lot of energy and make sure that no matter what, we went down with a fight.
Yeah.
And yeah.
Well, you did not go down. You won. You took down NRG 2-0, making almost
अभी
all of
क्या
our
है?
predictions wrong.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah. Mimi said you guys would win. Everyone else said NRG, so.
भाई मेरे को एक बात बताओ क्या फायदा जीत के हाँ नेक्स्ट मैच इनको क्रू या MIBR मिलने वाला है ये लोग भी जाने वाले भाई एनर्जी के पीछे पीछे सिंपल बात है भाई ये देखो ये है ग्रुप बराबर अभी MIBR ऊपर है MIBR जीतेगी इधर क्रू आएगी नीचे 100 Thieves वर्सेस एनर्जी 100 Thieves यहाँ पे क्रू जीत गया खत्म क्रू बाहर इधर भी सेम है क्लाउड9 EG में कोई भी जीते आने वाली तो G2 है दोनों बाहर फिर से बाहर मतलब जब जाना ही है तो यही ब्रैकेट्स रख दो ना क्या बोलते हो हाँ ये तो लोअर ब्रैकेट से अपर ब्रैकेट से जो भी आएगा नीचे ये लोग जाएंगे लोअर ब्रैकेट से फिर से बाहर समझ रहे हो जी किधर तेरे शरबत में क्या मिलाया हुआ है भाई विद शरबत जी किधर है एने देख रहे ना अपन एने देख रहे ना जी किधर है हर जगह जी किधर है पेरेंट टीचर्स मीटिंग डे में भी पूछेगा जी किधर है करके दिमाग खराब कर दिया शरबत भाई मेंबरशिप अपग्रेड करो अभी के लिए इतना ही देखा ये भी ये फंसा के मिला अगर मैं डायलॉग नहीं मारता तो ये 14 नहीं मिलता जब भी 10,000 होगा तभी वो भी दूंगा डॉलर बाय द वे सुबह क्या हुआ सब ठीक ना मत करो यार व्हाट हैपेंस इन ग्रुप स्टेज इन ग्रुप कितने लोग हैं ग्रुप में स्टेज इन ग्रुप सब कुछ ग्रुप रिलेटेड स्टेज इन ग्रुप समझ रहे मेरा पिकाचू का 100% विन रेट है लेट्स गो Love you, Smith bye. Chris bhai, thank you for the 14 Canadian Australian dollars. मेरी जान के टुडे. Chris bhai, thank you for the 14 Canadian Australian dollars. मेरी जान के टुडे. And Smith bhai, thank you for the 2 euros. मेरी जान के टुडे. क्या होता सब मेरे को नहीं मालूम कुछ.
Backing your every move.
एनएमए से कितनी टीम जाएगी? टोरंटो 3 टीम, G2, 10 और MABR. एसेटल टेबल में क्यों नहीं दिख रहा? भाविक मिठाई वाला. आप एक्चुअल में आपका नाम होना चाहिए था भाविक भोसड़ी वाला. समझ रहे हो? हाँ, कुछ हुआ नहीं कि वो लोग जिधर भी है ना, फिर भी सारे लोग कमा रहे. सारे ओनर से लेके प्लेयर से लेके कोई भी स्टैंडिंग हो, सारे लोग कमा रहे. क्यों नहीं दिख रहा? मतलब कुछ करोगे लाइफ में? 150 का मेंबरशिप तो लिया जाता है नहीं. कुछ बोलूंगा तो बोलूंगा बैंक्स भाई पैसे नहीं है, पैसे नहीं. ये लिखने का बराबर होता है. टेबल में किधर है, टेबल में किधर है? आता है क्या रे? 5 का टेबल आता है क्या रे तेरे को? गुस्सा दिला दिया. Why bunks membership so useless? Crazy. तेरे गाफ में हाथी का लुल्ली. Rude but deserve that, to be honest. बात तो सही है. भाई देखना, बाकी जगह पे आप हाइड हो तो यहाँ पे हाइड नहीं हुए. आपका डिफेंस सुनना है. क्या है आपका डिफेंस? कि आप रात के 3:30 बजे ऐसा भोसड़ी दिमाग में कैसा आया कि मैं ऐसा लिखूं? मुझे जानना है. आई वॉन्ट टू नो. समझ रहे हो? 4:30 बजे में वही तो बोला मैंने. 3:30 बोला क्या भाई? मेरा दिमाग खराब हो गया. सच में तो ऐसा हो, वरना ना हो कभी. एक्सक्यूज मी. बिग भाई चाय भेजू, चिल करो. नहीं रे, मेरा खाना आ गया. रुको, खाना लेके आया. बंक्स भाई कनाडा से है. भाविक भाई पहली एक बात बताओ, बंक्स भाई बोला आपने मेरे को, तो ऐसा क्यों कमेंट ऐसा करते हो? हाँ, सॉरी बोलो, मैं आपको माफ कर दूंगा. और कनाडा से हो तो मेंबरशिप लो ना. ये क्या है ये कनाडा से? कनाडा में अमीर अमीर लोग हैं यार.
Obviously, C9 has shown like a lot of promise. They've been performing pretty well, and obviously it's not going to be like a pretty easy game, but we're hoping for the best.
Feeling confident against EG, of course. At the end of the day, I know that we'll be prepared and we'll be able to handle whatever they throw at us. With Ye or Derek, you know, hopefully they don't have life games like I do every playoff series.
Doing a great job of controlling the game when they know they have it, keeping it locked down.
I look forward to having the pressure and lower bracket run, and I'm very confident. I'm sure my team is very confident, and that we'll make Toronto.
And then there were 7. Welcome back, everyone, to VCT America's Stage 1 playoffs and our second elimination match on this Friday. You got Cloud9 going up against Evil Geniuses. GB here alongside Brennan Van Silly as we break it all down. And why don't we go ahead and take a gander at our updated bracket. Now that NRG is eliminated, they will move on, or sorry, 100 Thieves will move on in the competition. NRG, we will see you in Stage 2, but that sets up what we have on the horizon for our second elimination matchup. EGC9. And you know what? I mean, guys, let's just jump right into it because, you know, for Evil Geniuses, man, this was a journey for them to get to this point. In fact, I honestly was kind of shocked, given how things had gone throughout the season for them. It felt really slow. Felt like they weren't going to find their bearings in enough time, but then they managed to squeak one real tough one against Loud, and hey, here they are, 4th seed.
And a story around the community, it's pretty much the same run that happened last year, right? Slow starts, turning around to the midseason of Split 1. They go into Masters 2. They start going to a run into the Grand Finals. Then they win champs. Is this going to be a similar storyline with a different team?
I don't think so with this EG team, even though I'm expecting them to do quite well today. They have only really showed one tempo so far, and it's playing slow, the slow play for themselves as well, and kind of opting into maps, I think, where that really works out well for them. But until they prove that they can shift it up another gear, that's the extra element that most teams that are great, that are going to go on to win events and go to these big events.
But doesn't that run counter to C9 though, bro?
Yes, and so that's a point that we can possibly put into the favor of EG, I think, in this opening matchup, is that if Cloud9 don't know how to temper their own pace today, EG should have an advantage. Their playstyle, I think, matches up pretty well against them.
And I feel like C9 did have a little bit of that, being able to throw 2 different gears against their opponents yesterday. Although facing adversity and losing and having to play the comeback, we still saw a little bit of that changing of pace out of the side of C9. But I gotta say though, unfortunately, I'm gonna have to disagree with you guys onto EG. Yes, they were playing very slow, for example, against a team like Crew, right? They were staying back towards the spawn. They were able to overtake them quite a lot. But they're also playing maps like, for example, on Waylay, Haven, where you do need to be aggressive, and they do have those flash in the pan that they could bring it up if they want to. I think they're just very good at playing against the tempo of their opponents, understanding how their opponents play. So I feel like, as you were mentioning, Bren, yes, because of that, it might look like a similar storyline and a similar battle between like a Cloud9 or like a aggression of Crew. So I still think there's more to it than EG than just the slow team.
Yeah, well, hey, and a great pivot for us here, because, when you think about the strategies and how this all comes to fruition for Evil Geniuses, it starts and ends with Potter, who we have standing by with Coach Liz. Check it out.
Now, Potter, there is some concern that EG cannot perform at anything but kind of the slower pace that we're used to seeing from you guys. Is that something that you're aware of? Is that something you're fine with?
I think that's fair. Since the beginning of the year, we've been really working hard on getting map control and building synergy and learning how to default with each other, and that takes time. And so it's definitely been a process, but we're feeling really good right now. So I think today's match, there should be a little bit more.
Hey Rahul, thank you for the 10 euros.
C9's a very aggressive team, so and slowness
Binks
you
is
can
the only
punish that. So is that something you're
works
going to
so
still
hard.
do? Or?
Membership to
When their
banta,
aggression,
not the only,
is
but
obvious
one
on
of
the map.
many.
It's something we respond really well with.
Hard
So I
work
think
sab
today's
karte hain.
matchup is something we should be able to handle really well.
Best of luck today.
क्या लगता है?
See?
Always love
aggression.
Always love him.
Easy support में.
I told you.
Actually मेरे को लग रहा है C9 जीतेगा, लेकिन
talk about the game because she's obviously got such a
भाई
great
तो सारे
mind
बोला
for
भाई
it, but
I
I think
love you
also,
यार.
Brent, it goes to
नहीं
a lot of the same things that we were identifying, right? I thought it was interesting
बहुत
her
काम
mentioning the
चलता है, बहुत
defaulting and
effort
how it's
चलता
very
है.
important
ना
for
सब होने के बाद
them
भी
to
अगर
have
कुछ
to
गलत
lock
हो तो
those
उसका
down,
मतलब
those
ये थोड़ी
critical
कि सपोर्ट नहीं किया जाता. 4
4
साल से कर रहा हूँ ना मैं एक टीम को सपोर्ट.
to try and build up first. The first building block has to be just map control. Are you playing off of each other well? Are you taking map control well?
RCB का बात कर रहा था मैं.
Slow play. It's just the issue arises when they are needing to increase the pace. When there is a moment,
भाई मैं
there's a
दो
weakness in the
mustard
opponent's
dip का
setup,
क्या?
they're not jumping on those opportunities as fluidly as
भाई
the
एक नगेट्स मंगाया है, 2 मस्टर्ड डिप का क्या करूँ? दूसरा डिप कहाँ डालूं मैं? कब तक स्टोर कर सकते हैं?
team too is
अरे
that
RCB.
they got a decent amount
This
of
nation, thank you for the membership,
right?
मेरी
And
जान के
did
लिए.
not expect that coming from Ye Van Silly, right? He's coming in here giving these guys a ton of different looks, a ton of different options. You need him on a duelist, you need him on a, like this guy is really coming into his own in a different way than what we've known El Diablo to be all.
Gambling सिखा दो भाई, easy है तो लिए भाई, easy है.
Like this as well, right? So definitely
घर पे डैड को बोलो मेरे को 2 गर्लफ्रेंड चाहिए या फिर nothing, double or nothing कहते हैं.
Although, albeit at the beginning of
फिर
the
डैड
kickoff
जो
and even at the split, it did look
रिप्लाई
like
देंगे
he
या
was
डैड जो
comfortable
करेंगे
into
ना
these roles
बस.
and what was needed and necessary coming out of him.
वहाँ पे आप
But
सीख
definitely when it turned things around in that matchup against Crew, and the matchup
Look at
after
it.
against Loud, it was also very good. And yeah, it's going deep, mainly around like even smoking to Sentinel to Duelist. I love that we get to see Ye back on the jet.
Yeah, I think there's overarching
Prediction
narratives as
Bunks,
well that
bye.
make sense around players like Ye for EG.
Yo,
they
yo.
are this team that
You make
is,
yo, yo, bullet
players
host.
land on it really to
Yeah,
get a chance
yeah.
of redemption, I think, as well. Cloud9 on the other side, they're a team that's really just looking to offset the narratives that are swirling around them as being chokers in playoffs. Either way, they have one game to showcase it. Are you going to be able to redeem yourself? Are you going to be able to make it even further? It's a lower bracket, right? So listen, there's no more mistakes that you can really make.
Well, look, when you're in those moments, you
If
turn
you're on Binks
to a
server, you can
Superman.
find me there. Excuse me?
I'm not
Tinder हो गया मेरा chat.
that one, even though everyone's probably typing cringe in the chat right now. But honestly, I can give a flying rat's behind. In any case, though, Superman, though, I mean, this guy is genuinely.
Chat कितना ignore कर रहा है? मैं ignore नहीं करता.
It sounds corny, but they called for a hero.
Wingman Cosmin का link देना right में भेजा था
Originally, when you're looking at the roster as well with the pickup from Ye, you'd think it would have been Ye as well, and even Superman going into has a very similar storyline than Ye. You start the season fairly slow, but then you actually see the true potential of what Superman could unlock for this roster for EG. Somebody that's been sought out for after Potter was looking for the longest time, and now showing the presence that he has and the multi-kills he's able to bring for the team. You're starting to see the true potential of this player, and maybe he is that all-star player for EG.
Yeah, and I need to see him keep up this form all throughout playoffs, I think, for EG to stand a chance. Because
to जाने वाला
be a problem for you. One of the best ways to open it up is your load player, your sentinel player, finding opportunities, getting picks, giving you pivot options as well. Superman has been doing that. He needs to keep it going.
100%.
Yeah, indeed he does. Now,
मेरी chat नहीं दिखती क्या दिखती है?
He's going to be facing elimination today. And look, I'm going to keep it above 50 with y'all. It's not the first time I've had to say those words out loud. So let's actually send it over to Elizabeth for more on the team and their journey.
Cloud9 has been a part of Valorant Esports since the beginning. Remember when they had TENS back in 2020? In 2021, TENS moved on to Sentinels, and Cloud9 reinvented their team with new players like Leaf, Zeppa, and Vanity. This squad gelled and performed well throughout the year, managing to qualify for the biggest event ever, Champions League. Cloud9 got knocked out by Team Liquid in the bracket stage, but despite the loss, the future was bright for this team. Cloud9 would be back on the global stage next year, even stronger, but that's not what happened. Cloud9 has never qualified for a global since the first champions. Hype was at an all-time high in 2023 following the signing of Ye, arguably the best player in the league. But within months, Ye and Vanity were gone, and the roster was reinvented once again. A squad of rookies managed to go 8-1 in the 2023 regular season, yet failed to come through clutch and qualify for Masters Tokyo or Champions Los Angeles. The following year, the roster changed once again. A new face joined the team. Oxy injected a shot of life into C9 and helped propel them to a 5-1 start in 2024. But you know the rest of the story. They messed out on globals and changed the roster yet again. And now we're in 2025, a mix of new faces and old. It has been 1,275 days since Cloud9 qualified for a global. Did they finally find the magic formula and break the curse? We're about to find out. Let's send it back to the desk.
Huh?
Excellent breakdown, Liz. And guys, I just got to say, though, like looking at what we saw yesterday against Sentinels, I do feel like this C9 team has what it takes. But man, it just got it. Just get the dub, man.
Small mistakes happen, though, and it rendered very costly. They had to be quite clean this time against EG, because against Sentinels, they just had to come back the whole game, and they could never close it into the next map.
Yeah, I mean, Cloud9 just need to keep it to their heads. You can't be thinking about this org's lack of success in terms of making it to the big stage over and over again, the plus 1,000 days, whatever it was. Focus on this one game.
You gotta live in the moment if you're C9. This is it. Do or die for both teams as they're facing elimination here in the playoffs. Let's send it over to the stage and bring out our squads.
Riot Games Arena, it's time to get this elimination match started. Give it up for Evil Geniuses!
Now look, I'm just going to say that I think for Evil Geniuses, what has been most interesting for me is I feel like they're kind of playing a little bit with house money right now.
qualify नहीं होता है वो जेरी भाई qualify नहीं होता है वो
being in the playoffs,
qualify होने पे क्या बोलेंगे
kind of just like
एक dash minus करते तो बराबर लिख पाता था
for sure, but at the same time I also feel that this is a roster for EG that is starting to believe in
अच्छा लगा
themselves too. The first dominant victory versus Crew, but then secondly the victory versus Loud, even though it didn't mean much into the standings, the fact that they were able to win a series and push this to a third map and win the third map for the first time they split, that tells a lot for this team. They were really
question है आपको दिखता है क्या कोई आपका वीडियो डाउनलोड करे लाइव स्ट्रीम और कौन करता है
team, they have found something. Maybe this could be
मेरे को इतना पता चला कि आज 6 नए मेंबर्स ने मेरा स्ट्रीम देखा और वो लिंक आया वो नोटिफिकेशन आता है मेरे को
And Bren, we spoke extensively about C9. We heard Liz's breakdown of their history, what they've done. But this is it now, man. You know that your backs are against the wall, and I will say, I'm kind of disappointed that Amy's not out here with the chest hair on.
They're a team with, I think, just unlimited potential. Know it from the way that they play. As well, from map to map, from time to time. But it's all about how you make it click in the moment. And I got to say, the biggest thing for them has got to be just locking in, focusing on this one match. Forget about the stakes. Forget about what it means if you end up losing this. Again, falling into the same trap that this org is falling into. The players represent the orgs in some way, but you are not the org. You are your own people, your own identity, and you got to focus on the here and now. Look at this map track. There's some interesting things to know, I think. EG in particular, this is a map that's almost synonymous with constant fighting as soon as the barriers will drop down. I've got a bit of an inclination bait and pull Cloud9 into taking these fights at barrier drops and trying to really just absorb the aggression like doing, playing these slow games to try and bait Cloud9 to overfight and overextend a little bit. That might be where they're going with this pick.
Yeah, which they were able to do for a bit against 100 Thieves when they played against 100 Thieves, until 100 Thieves was like, okay, wait, we actually do know how EG's playing. We could counteract on how passive they've been playing on the attack side, and then it became very one-sided. But there has been some good in terms of, like you mentioned, working fundamentals on the EG side on that very map that they lost. That still looks good. If that continues on, for that, we'll be looking quite swell. The thing is though, the second map is going to Icebox. That's been a map for EG that's been permanently banning as I think it was a first ban for every series that they've done. But they started flying that map over into the mid-season when it was like against Crew or EG or Sentinels rather. So it tells me that they actually always had something planned for a map like Ascent or Icebox. They just wanted to wait until the playoffs to actually showcase that. I'm looking forward to that second map.
Maybe be a little bit before love you, bye. Squad, but here's the agent select here, and again, Fracture, nothing really all that crazy. Got a lot of good setup here, and I'm really just expecting, Oxy go kill on that Neon.
Yeah, and it's worth mentioning as well, for as much as I've been talking about Cloud9 being they have shown a lot of nuance, I think, this year. They don't entirely play like this, where they're brainless and turn it off. They do pick and choose fights at the right moments as well, so it's not going to be too easy of a task, I would say, for EG, just to really just try and play slow and hoping that Cloud9 are going to be opting into fights on their pace. Cloud9 are a very, very dangerous team. They still should be considered, I think, the favorites in this one.
And I think at the helm of that is also paying attention to what Nature could bring here as the IGL for this team, because he seems to be able to read those enemies, his opponents, quite well, and at the same time, within the fight, within the server itself, pay attention to this utility that he uses as the initiator to prevent these aggressive pushes that we're able to do against Crew. If this is going to be a very similar playstyle from Cloud9, you could expect that for EG. They could really snuff this aggression coming out from that side.
All right, folks. Well, this is it, our second elimination match of the day. So let's go ahead and send it over to your casters. It's a life or death matchup, and you got Doug and Baby Bay on the call.
Thank you so much, guys. Riot Games Arena, the stakes are perfectly simple. It doesn't get any more complicated than this. You win, you advance, you lose, you're done for a
Korean chicken burger.
Let's talk about compositions right off the bat. We're heading into Fracture. We already saw some changes on the side of Evil Geniuses.
Yeah, we got Ye on the Cypher now, and I think that's because of the pressure that 100 Thieves previously put on them with a Neon comp that's similar to Cloud9's. Now, Ye can use a lot of those trips, that camera work to deal with that aggressive defensive side stuff that the Neon can cook up.
Just a few moments away. You mentioned Oxy on the Neon. I imagine a lot of the game plan will be for Ye to find value in countering that. EG is starting off on the defensive side, so we're going to figure out how effective that is right off the bat. It's Cloud9 down 4 on the southern side, sniffing around the B side of the map.
Interesting use of the Teo salvos from Cloud9 early on is to break some of those trips. None of them here, though.
Oxy will try to follow the drone, but only waltz his way into Ye's crosshair. 2 kills found, make that 3 for El Diablo as he's got 4. Coming to life right off the bat.
Oh my god!
Eye by Power Ace coming through as the pistol goes the way of the defense.
If this is how EG are stepping into playoffs with Ye popping off with an ace right off the bat, I'm scared for other teams. And what a heads-up play from Ye. I think he held on to that trip, placed it late, so it got value in the middle of the round. Those salvos used from Cloud9 early on were to break said trip.
Remember to make sure you follow at iBuyPower on social media. Use hashtag #UnlockYourAce for a chance to win some goodies. EG up early. Cloud9 with a non-existent buy, looking to right the ship.
Such a healthy buy from EG as well. You got 2 bulldogs.
वो लोगों को समझ में आ गया रहेगा वो लोग आउटकम कर
on
रहे
that
हैं
ghost that he brings over from the previous round. Orbs were gathered for Cloud9.
वो लोगों को समझ में आ गया वो लोग अभी पुश कर रहे हैं
But now, some proactivity from EG. They clear out all the bottom side of the map. There is a Cypher cam that they did not spot. Again, Savo's being used to try to break some of those trips that Ye has been putting down.
Yeah, but that thing's at 30,000 feet in the air.
Yeah, very unique trip. Big struggle EG has had in the past on this map. They are 1-1 on it. Their only one being against Furia was retaking. Their defensive side was lacking. This time with superior firepower, opting to play the slow game, allowing that spike to be planted, and waiting for these A main players to.
ये लोगों को इधर पुश करना पड़ेगा वरना हार गए
Spike planted.
कर रहे पुश
Spike just on the other side of the utility. And Derek feeling a lot of that pressure, scaling him back, buying time now, committing to the fight. And oh boy, this is not going the way Evil Geniuses were looking for. A couple of kills traded. Vic with 3. And now they're going to have this utility to play around, but I don't think it's going to... Oh, well, it's going to stop him, but he got it to half. It's going to be Icy in a 1v1. Already been gotten to half. Mitch, with a decent bit of utility as well. Time is running shorter and shorter. Icy on the tap. The swing comes through. Ball line not connecting. The second dose, he turns the flash. Time is short. He's got to commit onto it. And I don't know that Icy's going to have the time.
What the fuck? Round
conversion for Cloud9.
And we are in for a banger matchup.
Yeah, round nikala bhai.
But the pressure that Cloud9 put onto EG, pushing lane right here, it was too much. Vic got 3 into the round with that classic, so sharp with it. The way that Mitch cycled his utility in heaven right there has Cloud9 fired up, and Mitch is somebody who really shined in their last series against Sentinel as well, Doug. He was doing a lot of the heavy lifting.
इसको सपोर्ट कर रहे हो
Zeppa and Oxy didn't really get much going in their last series. Now, with an opportunity to make that up. Zeppa's been known to be the underground king of Fracture, at least against NRG.
Yeah, he had a field day there.
Not bad. Burger is not bad.
Cloud9 will spike in tow.
But max पैसे 15 रुपए.
Grabbing a couple orbs. Still have so much of the map they can play around. I mean, look at how far Ned is up towards B.
Yeah, the approach so far from Cloud9 after that pistol round was taking dish control early on with a 4-1. Trap play being made here, but that neon allows you to get out. Use your stun to reciprocate. Now everybody grouped up here with that cut of noise. Rotations are being made, and Icy gets picked off by Oxy. That's a free A site now.
You imagine they're going to try to rotate back. The defense hadn't gone too far off.
भाई ये स्मोक अच्छा नया वो लोग ऊपर से देख नहीं सकते bro.
For Evil Geniuses, so
भाई ये
Cloud9
स्मोक
fill into
बाप
the
है.
space. Should get the spike down here in just a moment. And Mitch will get
भाई ये
one
यूज
step
करेंगे
closer
अभी
to
से.
having Thunder online.
डिस से आए तो.
Salvos were used pretty early on here for Derek, but it does not stop the spike from being planted.
Huh?
And these players from B site just now reaching A main.
destroyed.
That knows ball line. Provide a little bit of cover. EA getting 2, traded back though. And the cage will not save net. Had a couple of silly rounds already. Are we due for another?
There's still Teo Salvos online for Zeppa. It's going to be the contingency plan, but Mitch gets taken out way too early. There might be a window of opportunity.
Now, if the time works out, they might have a shot at this. He's going to fill in behind it. I don't know how Zeppa's going to fill into this.
time hai.
Will the defuse land?
क्या देख रहा हूँ?
Oh my gosh, it's not!
Thrifty after thrifty.
भाई कल भी ये हुआ था ना?
EG, they took their time on this retake, but it ends up working for them.
कल भी ये हुआ था.
एक
तेरा एक मेरा.
Doing so much damage. Look at Ye, he's just on one today, man. Nice!
एक सेकंड का डिफरेंस. एक सेकंड का.
And another swing of momentum. Yeah. Another swing of momentum. Going the way of EG, and you gotta feel like Cloud9, all this talk about choking and legacy of Cloud9, it's showing a little bit. I feel like they have advantages in a lot of these rounds, even in their last series against Sen. It just gets stripped away from them.
I feel like both teams have had to dance with that pressure early on.
First.
Both teams have have had their
और
momentum.
पूजा
Both teams have had the
जी
opportunity to break, and I think it just
बाली
comes down
जाने
to
के लिए
who's gonna be
पैसे
the
है
last
यार
one
मेंबरशिप
last
लेने के लिए
standing.
नहीं है
When all is
देख
said
रहे हो ना
and
chat?
done, we've had what, two thrifties already? Yeah. We've played 3 rounds.
hashtag shame on you hashtag
That Armageddon's gonna cause some problems as Oxy tucks up from behind it. Besting of the final ball so far, and Evil Genius is finding a lot of space onto the site. Still plenty of work to be done though. I see now rocket popped. No target found yet. And I don't know that there will be one to claim. Vic has his ult.
One enemy remaining.
It's gonna be a... They're still gonna have to deal with so much, and it may have been too early. Preemptive nade, Nick falls. Vic falls to the CPs, and defuse comes through. EG gets a 3.
Yeah, the difference this time around for EG on their retake is
भाई
the
दो
trip
से तो
placement
एक चूज
from
करना
Yay.
होगा ओके
We had
नहीं
trips that were so far back this time, waiting for any type of aggressive push that they were expecting C9 to do. And it ended up paying out
अपना ही
for them.
दुश्मन होता है बंक्स भाई कोई ना रोना नहीं है
Use all their utility on the site, set up
बाली
for their
में पैसे
retake,
खत्म
and
हो
I
गए
see,
dude
yeah, he has to invest a showstopper, but it's so worth it.
कैसा लगा
You cannot
10 साल वाले
allow
थे
Cloud9 a way back in once again. So now, EG sitting nice in terms of their economy.
मजा आने वाला है गेम स्पेशली इसके लिए जगाऊं भाई ये गेम
A
अच्छा था
change of trips
ये
once
गेम क्लोज
more
जाने वाला
for
है
Ye. Trip in heaven. Picks up the trip to dodge the salvos. He's so quick with this, Doug. And it's so small, but it's so important.
Making those changes on the fly.
पिंक किया किसने तो
Helping them live to fight another day. Orb picked up. Mitch's ult. Now online.
My camera is destroyed.
Quick tag, quick swing. Remember how good Ye's been. Currently sitting at 8 and 3. No joy this time around.
While all that commotion was made in B main, Derek decided to re-clear dish, but
give
this
me a reason
information
to
is
buy
now
the
gathered
membership अबे
for
भाई
Cloud9
आज बजे
Mitch.
नींद आ रही है give me a reason
Understanding that
हाँ?
maybe A is going to be a little bit weaker now. We could do a split.
हो रहा था भाई
4-1
कौन
on the
membership
bottom
ले
side.
सकते हैं और कौन
Still
नहीं
some of this utility.
Dude
Nature's gonna
cannot
have a stun as a counter, and that might be enough to dissuade and to delay.
Still 4 members here for the side of EG. And
Yeah.
Ye's creeping up
भी
to
वो
the
लेगा
side.
तो भी
Yeah,
लौड़े
there
लग
was
गए
enough delay
नहीं
to-
लेगा तो भी
Bolster the reinforcements, and again.
भाई
Ye
ये को
with
कुछ हो
2.
गया भाई आज ये को कुछ हो गया भाई
Cloud9 doesn't even have the spike in hand right now. Oxy's gonna have to rotate back,
Huh?
scoop it up. And that's just the
कुछ
first
तो हो
part of
गया
the
आज
equation.
ये को
Seconds left.
गलत वाले शॉट्स मार रहे
Opening
हैं
here to even the score. It doesn't look like EG are going to give them the time of day, though. A main will be taken. It's going to be a crunch onto the actual site. Maybe that fault
He's
line's
on
coming
fire,
up
huh?
soon.
Take a quick glance at utility. Nature stun right up, as you were mentioning. Off of the swing, on it, net, not able to control the shots. Oxy will crumble as well. EG creating a little
4-1 बोलते
separation.
Yeah, and it's all thanks to Ye,
ये
though.
on fire
Let's
क्या
just keep
फायदा
it
दोनों
a
टीम बाहर
buck,
जाने वाला
Doug. I mean, this guy is peeking out through neon walls, getting 2 at a time.
बस मैं
He
कल
starts
Valor 5 में
off
miss किया
the
अच्छा वो
game
miss
with an ace on pistol round. Playoff Ye is real, man. We have not seen this out of
नहीं रे
him
मैंने नहीं
in
देखा
years, man. 10 and 4 right now.
गुड मॉर्निंग शशांक
Look at that shot onto Mitch. Just
क्लीन मार रहा है ना
instinct.
लेकिन
One enemy remaining.
And the pressure that EG are putting on Cloud9 on these retakes,
लव यू बाय बाय
it's just too much to handle.
अब समझा आपको
It's up
कैसे
to Emmy now
फंसाया
to
जाता
slow
है इधर
things down for Cloud9. Try to formulate a plan of what's going
लव यू
wrong
भाई
right
थैंक यू
now.
फॉर द मेंबरशिप मेरी जान की टोटे
Cloud9 had a good read into that round. Oxy got a great entry. But they're just not ready for these randomly timed swings through smokes or a player on an off angle right now, and it's very early
Love you,
on.
man.
But this is getting out of
ये
hand.
टू क्लीन यप
And for EG,
तो एक
just keep
नहीं ये
disrupting.
इसके बाद मैं
It's been
पक्का सो
working so
जाऊंगा
far. Keep putting Ye in a spot where he can maneuver around these smokes or his cages if he needs to, and just go for broke. I mean, if he's getting 2 every single
HF
time
नहीं
he's
फंसा
down, you don't even need the trips
वो
to
हाई
play
लिख के
off of.
चला गया ना इसलिए
Yeah, 10 kills through 5 rounds. That's a great average. I mean, I'd take that any day of the week.
Again, when was the last time we say Ye have a
पैसिफिक होगा पैसिफिक
I
होगा
think there are a lot
100
of
टका
questions around the firepower
100
potentially
टका होगा
lacking
भले मैं
against
आधा
these
घंटा
cases,
सो
because
1 घंटा
what are you
सो
gonna do when Vic
नहीं सो
pops
आज
off? What
भी
do you do when Oxy pops off?
पैसिफिक
You know, Zep was good for it too, but
101% छाते पे लिख रहा
Ye's the
होगा
one who's answered the call at least early. Here on Fracture, as you were mentioning, plenty of game left to be played. You take a look at the purchase for Cloud9, a couple of stingers, an ult for Oxy. You imagine they're going to want to use it here.
चलो बाय गुड नाइट सी यू लेटर डन सीन
All 5 north side, too.
Yeah, another top side default this time. Net
और उसके बाद सो
along
जाना
with the
भाई मेरे
squad. I
को
think
9 बजे के पहले
Try to
नींद
drag a rotation on his ace side.
चाहे कुछ भी करो.
Maybe throw a little bit
9
of a
10
fake
बजे
here
सो
if
के
you're
12 बजे
Cloud9,
उठने का
just
plan
have
है.
this neon slide all the way out A while everybody goes up B. But if you look at Ye's setup right now, he's so far back. That heaven trip, that could get a lot of value here too.
He's also holding the cross.
I mean, he might just take
भाई
out
लोग
a player
वापस
on a
ये
time
के साइड में
peak
जा
here.
रहे
He's
हैं.
doing it all game long, right?
Yeah, 1 tap, 2 tap, just like that. Pushed off by the smoke, at least for now.
Yeah, this A fake was the play. Look at that fault line from Arcade.
It's not even just a fake. There has to be a lot of scaling behind it.
एंटी था.
But Soup is able to extinguish it just as quickly as it starts. Fuse put out, now ult popped.
Uh-oh.
The veil has been lifted. Now they realize Cloud9 is out on B. Remember, the purchase is not great. The buy is light. Can they find their way around this? Waiting for Cloud9 to fully commit, and now the Rolling Thunder's going to try to push them back. I don't believe Vic was tagged, but he's got a sheriff. That's certainly going to help things. Yeah, sure, it might be exactly what he needed. Order strike now.
अब तो उनको मालूम पड़ गया रहेगा नीचे.
Soup and Icy both with rifles in hand. Soup was weak though. He's gonna get his one. Potentially falling down to a 1v1. Mitch trying to find any little window that he can. And he swings right into it now. Mitch left in a 1v1. Icy has already dropped one of these. Can he deliver the second time around?
Oh,
Icy stands strong. The defuse comes through. EG gets a 5.
For a second there, we thought Icy was going to stick that spike and Mitch would have done it again, the way that Cloud9 won their first round. But he quickly gets off of that spike and connects the headshot.
ऐसा मत कह, मेरे को नींद नहीं
What
आता.
poise from the rookie,
मैं
man.
कुछ सीरीज देखूंगा बस 2 घंटे तो ही
He's been somebody that's been fairly quiet as well. For him to step up and win a 1v1 like that against Mitch, who's been so sharp, even with a worse arsenal, is very impressive for EG. This is a different type of EG that we're seeing here today, Doug. I gotta point it out, man.
सोचा रहेगा बे.
So far, I am inclined
कितने
to
बजे
agree with
Pacific
you,
130.
We thought maybe they could be in danger after getting thriftied, but the answer back and to win these rounds the way that they're doing it. Let's see if they can handle this pressure into Arcade, though. Oxy slips past. Icy does have that operator right now.
Right now, it's just Oxy who might be under threat. Forget about the op. Brother Salvo's on one side. Kane on the other. It's Michael Bayfield.
Now you're kind of ready for this drop hit as well. I mean, you have Nature sitting on site. He's so good at maneuvering around this pillar.
Derek peeking out just on the other side of the smoke. Cloud9, it's a pump fake, not committing to the hit. They're going to rotate off, but they don't really have any space towards B either.
And you're running into Ye. Ye's sitting in heaven.
क्या करेंगे ये लोग?
Nicely, but I
बी
think they
जाएंगे
can
ट्रिप
regroup,
है.
maybe go back A main on this hit. But if they don't show anything towards B at all, there's no need for EG members to move.
Yeah, 40 seconds left on the clock, too.
They're deciding to go A main. There's still a trip up there. Or B main. There's still a trip up there. And Icy still has that
30
operator.
seconds left.
Full sights ahead. Vic's going to have to smoke him off.
तो 2-3 घंटा
Oh, and
फिर
it's
सीधा
a standard
Pacific.
trip, too. It's not that crazy angled one.
पापा मुझे ignore, excuse me.
Icy
shit.
connects. Salvos to try to buy a
shit.
little cover, but it's just not enough. Icy and Ye both coming to life, but Net puts one out.
There's just no time, though, and you're not even going to be able to save. Icy's on the hunt. The double satchel in. No smoke there to block off the operator sightlines for Icy. Is a
भाई
bit
इतना
of an
fucked up
oversight.
sleep cycle अच्छा नहीं है, मेरे को पता है अच्छा नहीं है, लेकिन ठीक कर दूंगा.
Nope,
जिस दिन break रहेगा ना, 1-2 दिन बीच में break है, तब
here.
ठीक कर लूँगा.
Just can't be making small mistakes like that. But this trap play that EG set in motion to fish out that deposit of Oxy, that worked beautifully for Evil Geniuses.
Let's fucking go, bola.
Full momentum for EG right now. Icy hitting some really nice op shots. He has his second showstopper of the map.
He's gonna get pushed
That's
off this
69
early
playoff
on.
throw.
A little bit of an exchange of utility.
EG strong है, on paper बहुत strong
Now
है.
the second approach.
ये कुछ ज़्यादा ही मार रहा
Mentioned
है.
that op line still there. Icy now having satchel away. While they're nipping at his heels, flashing him, trying to swing out. And Nature and Derek keep him back.
He's still sitting here. He wants the smoke. But a 5v3. I mean, EG Everyone here.
Aftershock आएगा वहाँ
Net
पे.
is gonna have to come up huge here, but he only has a stinger, man.
Oh shit.
You're asking him to make a lot out of a little.
अब smoke गायब होने वाला है. अब वो लोग को पता है वो
Icy's
इधर ही
gonna
है.
invest the showstopper, try to save that. Doesn't even need to. He gets the off pick onto Zeppa.
Yeah, I imagine you're going to want to carry that over and continue to have that pressure.
This might be, well, I was going to say it might be a flawless, but you know how the saying goes.
Vic in 1v4. And he will succumb to the pressure of Evil Geniuses. They will get up to 7. You still have the op for IC
Normal chat miss.
and his ult alongside
अब
Derek
order
too.
करना पड़ेगा.
I love the confidence we're seeing from Icy right now.
Sen
He
का
held
क्या
his ground in
qualify
that
हुआ
door
मैंने देखा
and
Sen
didn't care about the
upper
utility
bracket
that was
में.
thrown his way because of the
Sen
supporting
master
cast.
जाने वाला.
He had so much faith in Nature and Derek to support him. It just looked beautiful. I mean, look at this. Cloud9 were not ready for the follow-up there.
I think we need to start bringing that conversation back up around Cloud9 and their playoffs. Yeah, because I think you come into this series and it's against Evil Geniuses and you think, okay, this should be a chance for them to right their wrongs, right? To right the ship, the struggles, the demons that they've had.
Oh, वो लोग सीधा ult करने वाले हैं. वहाँ पे कोई है ही नहीं. LOL.
This looks like a
ये ult
completely
करने वाले
different
नहीं
team from
किया.
what we've
नहीं किया.
seen from just a day ago.
मेरे को लगा वो Fnatic strat
Nothing
करने वाले
really
हैं.
working for Cloud9, like you were mentioning. Nobody really having any pop-off moments. The only
How to
round
be
they
a
won was off of
mod
Mitch
bunks by
having a
Rishi
ridiculous thrifty clutch.
Hey, nobody's even positive right now. We're 8 rounds into the game.
Yeah, this time a B hit. Vic will get the head-to-head against Derek, but I see he's still here with the
कर सकते हैं.
showstopper.
mod वापस दे
Mitch
सकते.
committing to getting the plant down.
दे
And
तो
there's
सकते.
the ult popped up close and personal. He'll pay for it with his
Let
life,
me
but
think
the
about
damage
it.
has been dealt.
अगर एक बार
Again,
देखना
now
पड़ेगा
ult
कितने mod से
used
भाई.
to betray the positions of the opposition.
शायद नहीं जा पाएगा.
Right now,
Sen
you have to speed up this
चल
retake
रहे.
with the flank around
Sen
from
easy
Oxy.
qualify,
It's
easy.
Neon. I don't think EG are going to be ready for this one, man.
And Vic has his ult too. They can play this as far back as they want. Oxy lighting up the kill feed, showing signs of life.
Clean
A
buddy,
breath of
Oxy.
fresh air for Cloud9.
And for Cloud9, you get away with not having to use the Armageddon. You get away with not having to use
Why don't
the
you
breach
become a
ult
coach
as well.
for Resident Valorant? You have
Heavy
good
hitting
knowledge,
ults that
then
you
I
can
have to
use in the
quit streaming,
post
buddy.
plant. If they can get onto site again, maybe they
Coaching
can salvage
is
this
a
half.
different job. I cannot do two things.
That showstopper
I
going
won't
one
do
for
justice.
one really did feel like, yeah, I really felt like the nail in the coffin in this round specifically for EG. Still looking really healthy though.
8-4 तो minimum करना पड़ेगा.
Still an
सीधे.
operator in play. Derek has
Minimum.
an Armageddon of his own. This time Icy putting his sights on B main.
Heavy
adjusting.
attacking
Last
map
time
पे
he was
और
on
दो
K.
round नहीं देखा था मैं. There's no minimum.
Cheeky trip again. Icy landing the shot onto Oxy.
Headshot
Is
कैसे
it a
लग
re-aggro
सकता है
into this?
उसको?
Yeah. He almost gets timing there as well.
उसमें headshot कैसे लग सकता है उसको?
He's playing so confidently right now, but the speed up towards A.
Language, KD.
Nature. He doesn't have the rotates here quite yet. Those salvos will delay and fault line.
That ult is going to cause some problems.
Down.
They're going to fill in behind this. Yay, playing up close in the cage. With Superman close by. Oh. Cage down, Yay falls. But I don't think they're expecting Supa here.
I mean, they're holding for him, but there's still so many members of Evil Geniuses on the A site. This fault line is going to come back up for Nature.
God.
Boy, patience was not a virtue there. Meanwhile, Net overwhelming Nature. Icy finding a kill with the op. Vic, they very uncomfortable. And Net will fall. Icy does too.
Bussard, bhai,
Cloud9 get
Bussard.
another.
The win condition right now for Cloud9 was that speed up towards A, taking Sands, but then freezing. I think Evil Geniuses did a good job of delaying with utility to buy time for those rotations, but it looked like Ye just got caught out when that smoke dropped, not understanding that was going to be a timing. That little freeze from Cloud9 was so unsettling for EG that they just felt like they had to show their bodies.
Let's go. मतलब ये लोग
They
जा
got
रहे हैं.
punished for
हार
it.
जा रहे हैं. Easy जीता.
So it
League
feels
style.
like a shift in momentum
Let's
towards
go,
Cloud9
मतलब.
now.
Yeah,
Prompts a timeout for EG.
I agree.
समझ रहे हो?
The tides are turning for sure.
And they chipped away at the economy as well. viewers out there can't see it, but it's going to be a bit of a thrifty
Health
vibe
all good,
from
yep.
EG.
For now, everything is good.
Let's see how Cloud9 can approach this round and see if it's any different from their last one, because man, it was
Health all good है यार, लेकिन wealth का
less
क्या?
than ideal for Cloud9 the last time around.
आज एक बंदे ने membership किया. I stepped on the B.
Esports shoes shot. Gotta get one of those to broadcast, right?
Language, Shubham.
Something I want to keep track of. Yeah.
Sorry,
yeah,
go ahead.
Yeah. So I was gonna say something I want to keep track of as this series progresses is Oxy and his individual performance. Last year when these two teams faced, he went 76
ये
and
क्या
45.
fancy
That's
features
plus
है?
31. Yeah, that's
है ना WhatsApp group पे अभिषेक भाई.
So far, a bit of a rough start, but he's been
Members
bringing it back
WhatsApp group
slowly.
join करो emotes मस्त. Hey mate, that's some W Perkish dish right there. Huh? That's some
Prepped up.
Perkish.
He passed Ye in the scoreline as well.
That's
13 and 6 on him.
good
Remember,
Perkish
he was
right
using that
there.
operator, getting tons of picks already. So after the timeout, call from Potter and Co is to do a B main smoke, and with that reach flash being used from Cloud9.
Health is wealth, Bunks by. But if there is no
Proactivity
wealth, how will
in
you
the
take
thrifty
care of
for
your
EG.
health?
They're going to be spotted by a cam here, and that's going to prompt a speed up B main though.
Meanwhile, EG taking a lot of
Oh,
space
shit.
towards Dish. Ye will fall. Bitch pushing the pace. Oh boy.
Oh,
What in the
shit.
what in the world was that? Derek will fall too, and now they
Abhi
realize there's a lot of
CX, thank
pressure
for the
being applied
$1
on the
Miss Jan
northern side,
today.
and they can turn all attention that way. Excuse me? With a stinger?
Yep. Most insane gun in the game. I mean, what is going on here? Oxy's sitting pretty low. This should have been clean for Cloud9.
Sorry.
It's
Still an uphill battle though.
Right.
Still an
It's-
uphill
I
battle.
wouldn't say it's messy
Good
yet.
morning,
but it's
Bunks
far
by.
from
Health
close.
all good, all good.
11
Division
inch.
by thank you to 40.
We've really made a mess of this now, haven't we?
नहीं जीत तो गए मौली भी है. Time
Spy
नहीं.
continues to tick away. I still don't know that there's going to be enough time.
Time नहीं है. Time
Evil
नहीं.
geniuses want to have a say in how this plays out. Nature falls. I don't think Icy even
Time
got
नहीं
it to
था,
half.
time नहीं
No. Vic gets his 2. Cloud9
Random
gets a
चिल्ला
4.
मत करो कान गया.
It's the same
Excuse me.
story on the other side of their timeout.
I think Cloud9 did a great job of dissecting
Language
where EG
present
was
by.
trying to get proactive.
W
They
ते WhatsApp
eliminated
group है ना.
a lot of the map control.
Very proud.
And once they took control of this B main, yeah, Mitch slipping in this underpass, helping out Net, who was about to get crunched, was enough of a distraction for even Net himself to get value, running out of his own cage. So methodically working the map, not getting thrifty this time, is really good progress to get closer to shortening this lead.
तुम लोगों को पता है Valo और CS का main difference क्या है?
Yeah, still getting one there is criminal.
Valo में underpass
So
है और
much
CS
utility
में
being
overpass.
used on Oxy in that moment. Look at this A main push from the bottom side.
Yeah, they're speeding up. Trip is still going to keep them back, but bitch, that's an up.
Yeah, he sees 3.
Now they have to speed up going the other way, but there's not a lot of room for them to breathe.
Oh,
Instead,
shit.
they decide to dig their heels in, decide
Oh,
to try to
shit.
take the fight, and it's all EG's for now. Big
Boy,
left
Vic
alone.
ने crazy मारा
He
बे दो.
cannot convert for Cloud9.
No hesitation on that
Huh?
bottom side push from EG. They knew that they were going to be
यही
facing
सुनना रहेगा तो
all
सुबह
those
के 5
members in
बजे.
A main, and Icy, he got his 3rd showstopper in that half. Yeah, he doesn't get value from it, but the pressure that puts on alone allowed for everybody else from EG to step up
मिराज मैं underpass है बट
and
मैं
just
ban करता
smother
था.
the players that were stuck in A main.
Neither team really hesitating on that trigger. They wanted to swing, they wanted to take the fight, and it's Cloud9 who emerges from the mess on top. We normally would throw it to a break here, but we've got a little special interview. It's Liz standing by with the guests. Liz, take it away.
Anything for you, Douglas Esports, and I'm here with Nona Berlin.
Hey! Yep, W!
Indonesian host.
Yes, मेरी friend,
Everyone,
मेरी friend,
welcome
मेरी
to all the
friend.
hosts and welcome to VCT. Can we give a warm welcome to Nona coming to VCT
W,
Americas in Los
W.
Angeles? You said that earlier when we were just chatting, this is your first time in Los Angeles. You're on vacation, and you're like, I'm just gonna show up to VCT Americas. You know, why would on your vacation? Why would you come here?
I mean, I want to watch Finesse playing before he retired again.
Girl, don't kick him while he's down. Oh my God. Right? You know, we have some amazing players. You know, Aneri is one of my favorite players. You know, Forsaken, Mind Freak. Where does all that talent come from? The Indonesian scene? Is there like, what? Can you talk to me about that?
I mean, maybe because we just like shoot on the heads. We don't think about the strat.
No strats, just shooting the easy, just click heads. I think maybe some people out here maybe just think about that too, right? Well, speaking about it here, we have C9 versus EG right now. We did some preds on the analyst desk. Can I ask you for your prediction? Scoreline, team, who's gonna win?
Scoreline?
Yes.
For this map or?
For the entire thing, like 2-1,
entire
2-0.
2-0 for EG.
EG.
Live Evil.
W.
My last question for you moving forward, you've been in Americas, you've seen Finesse, and you've seen everyone. Is there anyone besides Finesse that you love?
Actually, my friend है. मजाक से
Bustio,
friend.
so
Oh,
they're playing against each other. It's like
so Bustio retired your favorite.
yeah,
So Bustio has to be your new favorite.
yes.
Well, congratulations, Keldon. Thank you
Old
so much for
Bustio
joining us.
लेकिन,
I'm
old
back to the
Bustio.
casters. Friends, a game is in your hands.
Old Bustio.
Thank you so much. An 8-4 half. Evil Geniuses look like they
What's
were
your
gonna
opinion
get
regarding
overwhelmed. It seemed like a lot
Valorant?
of the
For me
pressure that
personally,
Cloud9
I
were
don't
able to
feel
muster would
that
prove to be
great.
too much, but they
Tough
salvaged
डाल
things
दो.
out. Keep 4 rounds between the two. And
Game
now
आया ही
it's
नहीं है.
EG
What's your
on the
opinion?
attacking side. I'm
ऐसा
Doug
तो
with me on the
opinion
call.
जब आया
Is
ही
Dre.
नहीं.
There was a lot of talks around whether or not EG could muster the firepower to punch back. Dre, so far, so good.
Yeah, it was a ridiculous performance out of Icy and
Language,
Ye,
KD.
right? And these are the two players that you need shining for you if you want to close this map of Fracture out. Yay, he did such a good job of dealing with the aggression of Oxy on the defense. Can he do it here on the attacking side? Very methodical and slow approach from EG, taking control of Dish.
Or trying to.
So quietly, too, not just now breaking the trip.
I thought he was going to try to duck under that trip.
So now...
बग्स भाई बताओ ना कैसे ग्रो करो चैनल लॉस्ट किड गेमिंग पानी डालना पड़ेगा सिंपल बात
If not,
मेहनत करना पड़ेगा रोज और पानी डालना
looks
पड़ेगा
like Mitch is setting up a trap lane here
मेहनत
with
पे
a fault
ज्यादा
line.
फोकस करना पानी पे कम
Oxy's gonna be there as well. Let's see how much value this gets and when they pull
गुड
the
नाइट
trigger.
बग्स भाई गुड नाइट ऋषि
He's got it primed and at the ready. Missiles out, and there's not going to be any chance to really swing on the other side of the fault line, just enough to buy some time.
Too much hesitation and no map control now.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Icy swinging boldly in front of the smoke, getting the best of Zep, but yes, traded. You're starting to feel the growth loosen. Instead, Cloud9 doubling down on it.
लोगोडीनो हो रहा है इधर
Only 2 remain, Derek and Supa. Trying to funnel their way out of heaven. It's all in Supa
Come
now.
back है
Can he swing into 3?
रोज वालों की लाइव करता हूँ ऐसा क्या चीज आप अलग कर रहे हो बाकी लोगों से वो देखो
Light armor,
वही
I
ग्रो
guess,
करोगे ना
but that high low and 13
पर्सनालिटी
seconds left.
गेम प्ले
No shot.
कुछ चीज अलग होनी चाहिए कि नहीं होनी चाहिए
I was questioning Cloud9's decision making on hesitating
रैंक पुश करो
with that
रेडिएंट
trap
जाओ
setup that
अपने
they
आप आएंगे
had,
लोग
but they did it wisely so. They all fell back into sight, used those crossfires from Jen, that flood coming out. And Oxy, uncontested in heaven, got so much value on this pistol round. But how often can you get away with stuff like that?
लग रहा है कमबैक लग रहा है
situations, those trades don't go
नॉर्मल
your
दोस्त के
way.
लिए व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप है
And
हाँ
AG can swing it back, but Cloud9 now had an opportunity.
अच्छा चल काश दोस्त मेंबरशिप के बेनिफिट्स बता अबे भाई
With a lot of
वहाँ पे
guns in their favor.
4-5
There's
लोग हैं
full B main control right now for
बस हम लोग
EG.
बातें बातें
Everybody
करते हैं
rotating from Cloud9.
वो व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप पे जहाँ पे मैं बातें करता हूँ स्ट्रीम हो रहा है क्या आज कुछ भी कोई क्वेश्चन पूछता है मैं रिप्लाई देता हूँ और बकचोदिया काटते हो
It's gonna be a brawl here, Doug.
लेकिन मेरे को नहीं लगता आप लेने वाले ठीक है बकचोदी कम करो
They often go the way of the team
और
with the
ये
better
ने
weapons.
दो मारे
That's a couple of, I mean, that's a Phantom and a Bulldog dropped, if I'm not mistaken, scooped up by Net.
लगता है कि चैट ये लेगा
Almost crept into heaven here. Oh, that got close for Cloud9. Net,
Closer than it should have been.
yeah, Net was only 46
अगर ये
HP
मैप
right
सीने
there.
जीता
Super
2
connects a
के
headshot.
मेंबरशिप कल वाली
Derek has managed to upgrade a weapon. No armor, though. And
इज
he's heavily
ऑन
outnumbered. Tries to
मतलब
turn the
तू
flash.
2000 गिफ्टेड देगा लव
Behind
योर्स
box,
भाई
but Is gone down. Cloud9 gets
Love
6. What did
you.
they carry over? A Phantom and 2 Bulldogs? That's not bad, Dre.
2 Bulldogs, not bad. Mitch took so long on that rotate, expecting a
भाई
lurk towards that A
तो हो
side.
गया भाई एक
Wonder if they think that Ye is
तो हो
going to be
गया
trying
भाई
to
एक
take some space opposite of the pack.
Which is
अपडेट कैसे होती है बंक्स भाई आई एम कन्विंस्ड
Yeah.
वो नहीं मालूम शायद
Yeah,
कैंसिल करके
it
नया
felt
लेना
like
पड़ता है
he
ऐसा कुछ
should have turned that, but
वो मेरे को नहीं
timing just a little bit off. all things considered for EG,
2K वाले membership बड़ी अच्छा वैसा.
a chance. They could have done it.
गाना सुने हो ना?
Great,
नहीं
could've
सुना
gone
मैं
differently. So it is going to be B main control again, showing the same type of look. This time, Ye reconvening with the team. And Net is all alone in heaven with a Bucky.
Excellent language.
He's got layers upon layers of protection, given all that utility. One of them cleared out.
क्या लगता है? Is it time for some shout out?
Trips, much like how Cloud9
Is it time for
approached
some
their
shout
attacking
out?
side, but none of them broken. B main trip still in effect as well. This allows C9 to kind of second guess themselves on that rotate that they committed.
अभी problem है कि ये drone को spot नहीं करेगा. अभी वो लोग को कुछ नहीं मालूम.
And EG are going to play off of that.
A हो रहा है, B हो रहा है, C हो रहा है. वो लोग को कुछ नहीं मालूम.
I mean, look at the defense of Cloud9.
दोनों
They're
retake
still kind of
kill
around
है,
the middle
दोनों
of the
side.
map. Mitch still has a stun.
Which is
Binks
not a
still
good
has two
sign.
smokes. So it's not like they've fooled them by any means.
Yeah. Ye, this entire time was sitting underpass, trying to hear a rotation, but Cloud9, they made no steps on their actual rotate. It's still a fake, though.
30 seconds left.
I mean, they are burning that candle from both ends.
Yeah, Spike is coming down.
They're going to try to rotate back to rotate. Remember, it's Net, who is still here. Trip's still in play. Bucky at the ready. That's both trips. Now found the stun. Will buy him a little bit of time. 13 seconds left. The spike getting committed. Net greeting Ye with open arms.
Gets an upgrade as well.
He's still going to have to fight out on the other side.
Superman
He just barely. Bullet grazing by his head. Derek getting a couple. Cloud9 going to have to fight their way through this retake. Oxy beaten and battered. And EG happy to take a step back. Happy to force them to take that fight. As EG take the round.
चार किसी मारे सुपरमैन ने
survived the bonus of Cloud9, but that got
shout out बोलते हैं.
If
तो
he doesn't
तो
get that
membership
tag
मिल
through
गया.
wall,
क्या बात
that
क्या बात.
connects. All of a sudden you have a 3v2.
हर दिन गाली पड़ती है शादी करके पछता रहा अब. क्यों रे? क्यों गाली पड़ती है?
He could have found a window to bring that one
बीवी
back.
से गाली
to
पड़ती
convert
है.
the bonus, but Superman in the clutch, swinging out, killing two there.
भाई सिंपल शादी का सिंपल रूल है भाई. बीवी ने अगर एक गाली दो, दो रिटर्न दो.
To full buy into this and Icy with his fourth showstopper. Let's see what EG have cooked up to enable him.
18 and 11. Do you turn the heat up here? Maybe inject a little pace.
I feel like you have to. You've approached every single other round so slow, so methodical. You know Net was in heaven last time around. You understand that A main control is completely gone. But you're so scared to run through.
I love how Cloud9 play that. They clear the trip and then they give up the space. It's like a sixth man potentially knocking behind you.
Are you sure मेरे वाले
so
जितनी है?
worried about that A main push still.
At least on stream दे दी.
But EG, they're okay. They're comfortable in freezing rounds right now.
कभी सोचा नहीं मैं इस बारे में.
And they're gonna go for this explosive hit, but it's Vic that ends up exploding the face of Icy.
And that's a showstopper, so they don't have that tool. Fault line Net once again gonna get challenged. It's stun for stun, and it's Net who comes out on top.
यही बोलते.
It's gonna get traded back though as EG continue to creep their way forward out onto the site.
क्या हो गया
and establish control.
ने? क्या हो गया भाई इसको?
Defense is pretty far back. You take a look at the financial situation. It's not great for Cloud9.
Player standing.
Double pick.
You call safe here. No, Zeph was going for it. A 1v2. He's got it down to
W
1v1.
W.
Down B.
A reposition now. Ye has been an absolute monster. But can he deliver for Cloud9 again? He's turned on it. Zeppa weak. Boldly swings into it anyway. Converts for Cloud9.
भाई जीत गया.
Before this round, Zeppa was sitting at 3 kills. No confidence in his favor. This could be what turns the tide for Cloud9
ग्रुप के सीजन का उसका प्रोसेस क्या है? वीडियो डिस्कॉर्ड पे पिन कर दो.
He has been
डिस्कॉर्ड पे पिन करने से यहाँ पे लिखा है वो करने का
Cloud9 on the map of Fracture in the past. Yes, they played it twice, and yes, it was only against NRG, but still,
जो लिखा है वो पढ़ने के बाद
he was dropping bombs, Doug. For him to be sitting at single digits,
language Mohammed bhai,
is not what you need for Cloud9. Hopefully, winning that 1v2 can light some fire into him, build up some confidence.
Meanwhile, that Red Bull clutch keeping Cloud9 in the fight. Just when it seemed like EG might be able to run away with this thing.
Smackdown को notification क्यों आ रहा है भाई? मैं तो देखता भी नहीं हूँ.
Oxy popping the ult. Oh, he's gonna get away. So where do they speed up off of this?
You gotta speed up.
Dish
Right
was
now, there's
ante.
that showstopper being used, getting even more space. He gets tagged up pretty bad though.
This is a big round. They didn't have much as far as weaponry goes. They're investing a lot of ults. Not finding its mark. Meanwhile, Supa's trying to get around that smoke. Once again, meets a sour demise. Nature and Ye left alone, a 2v4.
Yeah, but Ye's found the gap.
Well, it was a gap.
Oh no.
And now it's been exposed. Nature deep fried. Yeah, a 1v4. They knew where he was from the beginning. The flashes, the smokes, the spam will connect.
Cloud9 switching up the aggression. Last round, it was in A main, this time B main, and the reactions off of the dish pop from EG, the protocols that Cloud9 had in effect, they worked perfectly. Mitch finding a little bit of an opening in that one-way smoke that Superman tried to use to be able to scale into the actual A side.
Subscribe to Binks भी आ जाता तो.
Getting that pick was crucial for Cloud9. Yeah, it just set them up to just smother the post plant. We'll say though, EG was able to bait out the Brimstone ult of Vic into that round, so that's something. Only one round sets these two teams apart on this first map of Fracture. A 4-1 solo breach on the bottom side, and another very, very slow approach from EG. And I do want to talk about something you mentioned earlier of when is EG gonna go into second gear, go into third gear, kind of just ball out of control, get aggressive. They're approaching every single round so slowly that I feel like Cloud9 are given windows of opportunities to identify where they're going.
It has been a trepidatious approach, but they have not really punished the other side of it, at least not this round.
And you know what I like that's different from this round for EG is not breaking the trip at all and just waiting behind it. Now when you show all this pressure B, you can fall all the way back, pop off of the trip.
Camera taken out.
And Cloud9 might not be ready for that.
They're trying to rotate back A.
Fuck, EG lost.
Mitch at the
EG
forefront,
lost.
Oxy's still there, and the spike
ए
is
जाने वाले वहाँ पे combo आने वाला है, enough delay है,
Mitch has a
plant
read
भी नहीं
on
होने
this,
वाला.
man.
That's going to cause problems.
Wait.
Oxy's down, Icy's through, but it's all... Oh, they're going to rotate back. I thought it was going to be a fake because B's open, but no, they're doubling down. And that might just be what breaks the camel's back. Icy gets 3. The site is theirs. 13 seconds left. They still have to commit to getting the spike down, but the way has been paved. You've even got Ye, who's going to be on this late lurk. Supa just barely finding the tiniest of windows. And there's that late flank. EG get to 10.
That small adjustment from Evil Geniuses, that small adjustment from Icy, I don't know who makes the call, but let's just say it was Icy in this moment. Him waiting behind that trip allows him to not get caught out by the trap play and allows him to catch
Double round
Oxy.
by.
But
Double round by.
also, if he doesn't get 3 there,
This is
that
icy
spike
round.
rotates back into the site with 10 seconds left. The round is over.
Yeah. Ridiculous
What the
play
fuck?
from
What the
Icy
fuck,
stepping
bola?
up
What the
in
fuck, bola?
playoffs.
22 and 14. He's been such a subject of criticism.
यार जो भी लोग अभी भी आए हैं स्ट्रीम पे
Stepped
लाइक
up
कर दो एटलीस्ट
massively
2K करो.
For EG in this playoff. And, keep in mind, EG are coming off of 2 wins. Like, they do have momentum in their favor.
Including a big one against Crew.
Yeah, but they have yet to best a North American team.
इतना
Yeah,
consistent
all of
कैसे
their
हो मेरे
wins have
को भी
been
नहीं
against,
पता यार.
against Latin American teams or Brazilian teams. You're right.
इस
No
बार
victory
ट्रिप
on
नहीं
home
देखा.
soil, so to speak. Sitting comfortably right now, though. Or, actually, comfortable might not be the right word for that.
Oh, this crunch. Nature is cooked, man.
बेचारा.
Can't settle off of that breach, though. Now EG, they have to speed up, but the 2 trips here on B site. Let's see how much value they can get.
Yeah, gonna get pushed back. Icy again with another roll.
But Vic's scared to punish.
Oh shit.
I mean, he's getting a ton of them, but not a lot of value at all.
Both those
no
trips got
trip.
value. Vic needs to be careful. Superman slipped in that. And it's a pivot towards
Bhai,
A
look,
site. Ye
actually
has been
around
getting
G
a lot of
सकते हैं.
great lurk timings.
Supa's doubling down.
30 seconds left.
I thought he might just try to rotate with his team. Double dips a little bit, tries to get a free one.
He's wishing now he would have hit that shot.
भाई
made it a
अगर
3v3.
ये
Post plant would have
खेला
been
सिर्फ
stronger, but
और ये लोग
there's still
सारे
so
पोस्ट
much to
प्लांट
clear
चले
right now if
गए
you're Cloud9. Superman, he's still going to be a thorn.
Yeah, well, he's going to try to be. A lot of pressure coming up from heaven. The flash is going to cause serious problems with Derek and Ye. The Angels over his shoulder.
Fuck. कितना पोस्ट
Mitch
प्लांट
left
है
alone in a 1v2 attack. The spike going to draw out the silos, and now the real game is in play. Super weak. Derek has his ult too. I didn't think he was going to invest it there.
Just no way in for Mitch. There was still a Brim Molly too to be used for Superman.
Oh my god, bro.
Well played from Evil Geniuses, down 3v4.
भाई क्या खेला बे?
Ye has been finding these
City
timings and
से
understanding that Cloud9 like to over-rotate. They like to push all the way through on one side. If he's not met by that path of individuals,
I think this
he understands
team
that
is
the
very
space that he's walking
understanding
into is free.
can win
One person there
VCT
at most.
Binks. No.
Game plan
Sen
worked
जीतेगा.
perfectly for Evil Geniuses. This is the last time out for Cloud9. Imi, for once, we're not seeing a single ounce of emotion on his face. He's just disappointed, to say the least.
Still trying to rally the troops. I mean, they've had...
It feels like he's had the life sucked out of him, Doug.
They're still in this fight. But it does feel like EG, especially in that last round, found something that they've been
No, I
able
don't
to
know. I
really
could be
impress.
anything, so I decided to be a unicorn crazy.
And a lot of that has been off of the
As
lurk timings that I was
better.
talking about with Ye. He's back-to-back rounds. I mean, think of the last 3 rounds, right? I mean, every single time EG has gone towards
Legs by. आती पसंद है? हाँ? क्या हो रहा है? किधर चल रहा है? क्या हो रहा है? आसपास बेटर ते हर चीज में ये करना जरूरी है। आसपास बेटर किसने पूछा? एग्जाम में आने वाला ही है। आसपास बेटर है कि जैकिन बेटर है कि कौन बेटर है? हाँ, ब्रेड में बटर डाल पाते हो? कह रहे बेटर बटर कर रहे हो? पूछा किसने?
Speaking of swinger be swung.
Yeah.
Because 5:30
trying to take all of that arcade space. He does so, but there's still a camera there from Ye. But look at this silent walk into A main. Nature has been calling such a great game.
He really has been.
So impressive.
Love from Australia, Banks. Love you.
Dodging some of that firepower that was bought from Cloud9. This is a free A site. Well, let's see if they hesitate a little too long here, though, from that brim smoke used by Vic.
That cam was cleared. So now they know where some of the pressure's coming from.
घुस गया,
Oxy's
अभी
going to take
smoke
all
through
that
push
space
तो
on the
करेंगे
northern
नहीं
side
वो
of the
लोग।
map, and EG try to quietly creep their way out. Now betraying their intentions as they tap
There
the
is no
spike.
way वो अंदर
But
प्लांट
no
कर
middle
सकता है।
yet. That's a lot of pressure onto Nature. But it's Mitch who falls first.
स्मोक में गिर रहे लोग।
How does Icy still find a kill amongst all of that utility? And look at how worried Zeppa is of
Love
alert,
it,
but
Aaron.
everyone's here.
Yeah, it's a slight freeze to the round. Just enough to introduce out. Now the second set comes through. It's going to be Nat on his own with the stinger in hand. 1v3. Nature with the stun back up. Will connect. And the cage can only save you for so long. Evil Geniuses get to map point.
Oh, man.
Love you, bye.
Dude, the bunny's not great either. I think 4 can buy, but it looked a little shoddy.
What
तो
an
हो
approach
गया
from
भाई, ये
EG,
को
though,
ना
like
मान रहा भाई।
all the way up into A main.
ये ना मान रहा।
Not hesitating when they get smoked off. Executing onto the actual site itself.
Crazy
And then
खेल
the
रहा है
tap
ये।
of the spike to wait for the flood of Cloud9. And Cloud9 members just being faced by this heavy weaponry. These phantoms against stingers. Of course it's not going to go in your
21, 16,
favor.
23, 16 जल्दी डुओ गिरी हो रहा है।
This time,
कौन भाई 40k
4-1
के अंडर
Mateo
मोबाइल
being
फोन
the
बता दो कोई
sole
39k वाला चेक कर।
person towards arcade, clearing out all that space. Cloud9 are trying to get proactive here, re-clear some of that space. But there's no trip B main. Both trips are on A side. This is essentially a free B main hit.
Well, they'll get to B main for free, but look at all this utility that's here. I mean, they've got the stun. They've got the salvos. Mitch has his ult.
Here's the thing, though, is that they didn't see any trip towards B main. This kind of makes it obvious that the Cypher is playing towards that A side of the map.
And then you assume, what, a 4-man stack here?
Exactly. Another great read from Nature.
If not, at least 2 players at A.
Yay. If they can get a pick here as well, use that neural theft. Might give more confidence to what Nature is already assuming. Breach flash using A main.
And silence on the other side.
Waiting for any type of aggression. That Neon being found out. It's back and forth right now on the mini map.
30 seconds left.
The pendulum swings back towards A.
Icy now finding that timing and descends. Breach all used on net. He's stuck here, man.
Traded in
Yeah,
kind.
it's a spot pay.
But Nature was now tagged by it. Cloud9 are going to try to fill in on the space. Vic is the first to fall. Net feeling all the pressure as the wall's starting to close in. 10 seconds left. I don't know if the spike is in a position to even be grabbed, much less planted.
Last player standing.
Cloud9 in a 3v1. They survive.
Comebackable hai.
This
Comebackable
round
hai.
was the
Technically
definition
dekha jaye
of
to.
overcooking the round, Doug. Nature's gut instinct was that A was
One
going to be
which
the
phone
weak
you are
side
currently
after they
using?
approached
Currently I'm
B main,
using 3
and
phones.
no trip was found.
Yeah.
But the pump fake, trying to bait a rotation out, was just unnecessary. And that ends up biting them in the bud. They give Cloud9 another chance to bring this to overtime. Still 3 rounds setting these teams apart.
Technically देखा जाए तो है comebackable
in
है.
favor for Cloud9 net.
Huh?
He has a judge in this round, and he's playing B Heaven with it. This time a trap. Cloud9 adjusting
Names, brand names,
pressure that EG have been putting in dish.
Oxy might be cooked. Good night, man. A salvo, stuns, 2 stuns.
Do you face Ye here, though? He's been getting so much value on these lurks.
Watch by
You
taking
have
the
to send all the bodies here.
I mean, you have no idea that's what it is.
Oh!
The other side, and Ye delivers again. 3 for the Sentinel. And Cloud9 left limping. I mean, the map is their oyster right now.
So they're just going to overwhelm Vic. Layer the utility. A site is theirs. Vic is sitting at 57 HP. That regen armor is coming into effect, but what can he really do here, man?
He needs magic. Cloud9 need magic. A 2v5
भाई अभी
post-lane situation
इसी
doesn't
से वो
even
लोगों को
have
2
smoke
बार ये
anymore.
बोलना पड़ेगा
The judge
या
tries
ये
to creep forward, but you're not going to find a net. You're not going to find a space. Facing 5. Vic crumbles. Evil geniuses strike first.
El Diablo completely obliterating his former team of Cloud9. We have yet to see a performance like this from this man on the screen in what seems to be years, man. But these lurk timings that he was getting, the fact that he was getting multiple kills in these rounds.
ये कर रहे हो लोग अभी.
And you gotta shout out Icy, man. Stepping up huge, sitting
I've seen
right
an
there
Harry
at the
to
top
limit, yes
with
sir.
him. 5 first bloods for Ye, 4 first bloods for Icy.
अच्छा ब्लीड से निकल गया. ब्लीड खुद ही निकल गया भाई.
Yeah.
I mean, holding it down, hitting every single shot.
It was a good sign of things to come, and I think the biggest takeaway for me is
How much matches MBR and Senna has to
when
win?
Cloud9 were starting to mount the
I
comeback.
think
That was probably the most impressive thing for me, Drake.
Yeah, they got thrifty right after Ye gets an ace, but then they thrifty back.
मेरे को देखना पड़ेगा ब्रैकेट देखना
And they
पड़ेगा.
take map 1, 13.
One year
We're going
two,
to step
one
away,
year two.
but when we return, GB and the analyst desk will break down Fracture and get us all hot and bothered
मेरी
for the
गांड
next
गई
map.
मेरी
We'll see
गांड
you
गई
guys on
मेरी
the other
गांड
side
गई
of
मेरी
break.
गांड गई. Oh my god. ये ऐसा लग रहा है पेट है. ये ऐसा लग रहा है ना पेट है लेकिन पेट नहीं है वो. देखो. बैठा था करके ऐसा है. पेट वापस आ गया. अभी पेट नहीं. ये पेट.
I don't really like committing to things. I'm scared. But when Verizon announced that I could lock in a low price for 2
Considering
years,
मैं इतना घर का खाता हूँ, इतना कम
that's
पेट
what I'm
चलेगा.
talking about.
क्या बोलते हो? W. How to buy membership? Excellent mark. Join मेरी जान की टोटे. देखो पानी लेके आया मैं हेड लाइक करो
It's not going to find anything.
Uh-oh. Look at the player in the corner there. Oxy double!
Contract stuff, she couldn't get him. And now she's happy to have him. Yay, I'm sure.
Oh my god.
Here with the coach of Evil Geniuses, Potter, running away with your map pick of Fracture, a classic EG Fracture, dare I say. Now we're going to C9's map pick of Icebox. I talked to you earlier today. You said, you know, we're ready for this. We've been really working hard for this. What do you expect from Cloud9 on this map?
Oh, I'm expecting Oxy to have an explosive map too. Jet, Icebox, they've got a harbor, able to isolate a lot of good duels for Oxy. So we're prepared though. I'm a fan of this harbor comp, but we've got a curveball of our own too for map 2.
Any way I can get you to say it?
It's not really a curveball. We're putting Yay on Jet.
Best of luck, and let's look forward to that.
Okay, well, El Diablo back on the jet. That's going to be interesting there. Welcome back, everyone. Golden Boy alongside Brennan Van Silly as we look to discuss what we just saw. What we just saw was Yay just dominating, man. I mean, the guy was on fire. He had the best possible game that you could ask for, Van Silly, in this one. And I mean, this is exactly why he was brought onto this team, the capabilities, what he provides, the versatility, it's all there and it's in spades.
But the thing is, for Yay, in that moment, for example, with the ace, it's not just Yay holding an angle and just getting picks. He's like being very proactive, moving around his util, moving around the boxes to isolate these fights. This is like a Yay of 2021 again.
Yeah, exactly. And for EG to play it the way they did on Fracture, the entire game plan, name of the game as well, on both the Fracture maps that we've seen so far today, is these teams wanted to control the tempo of it. For EG, Yay was the centerpiece of this, to be honest. Like, when it comes to that first half in his gameplay, it's essential that he remains up, he remains active, his trips are up as well to deny Oxy that ability to just absolutely send it. And he was doing that throughout, and then he didn't slow down either. On the reverse end of it as well, when we get to the second half, he was going crazy on top of it. Cloud9 were constantly trying to push this guy out of position, and he was getting value, he was getting 1 kill, 2 kill. They couldn't trade this guy out, he was a menace.
And you brought up a great point while we were watching the game too, Brendan, is that Yay was being proactive on pulling back trips and putting him back as well. When you're looking at C9's game plan at the very beginning is using these salvos to try to break that Sentinel utility. He's able to pull it back and play right in the front. The thing is right now, I see the reason around the Cypher. The salvos could break Killjoy utility, but with the trips that go back and forth, that brings a lot of value to their defense for EG.
And my guy got an ace in round 1, bro.
That's
he
how you
was
start.
cooking from
That's how you
Jump
start.
Street. But let's actually hear what's going on with Coach Jimmy in the Cloud9 camp. See what's going on over there.
भाई जो
Here the coach
मेहनत
of
की है
Cloud9
चार्जिंग वायर
Imi.
निकालने
Now,
को
they ran away with their map pick
पेड़
of
के
Fracture, but
कोने
you
में गिर
picked
गया था
Icebox. Why and what's the plan?
It's one of their bans, and we've got a strong map pool, so we're
Huh?
playing into the opponent's weaknesses at the moment.
कपड़ा लेके ऐसा ऐसा ऐसे ऐसा मार मार के साइड में
then,
खींच के लिया
we should just run them over.
Well, best luck on map 2.
I mean, that is the hope. That is the desire. But something that I kind of take from here is, I don't know, man. EG,
भाई ये अगर ऐसे मारा तो
Icebox
EG
thing, I don't know
जीतेगा
if I'm necessarily believing that right
Yeah?
now. I'm not sure, but we have to see.
EG has not played Icebox in this season. Simple बात है ये मारा EG जीत
I don't know. It's been the way you play Icebox has been passed down for generations
That's
now.
true.
ऐसे क्या कर रहे थे
There's no changes,
था
and it's just the same kind of map. And the comps haven't really changed that much either. You can, with their comp that they're playing, the Viper Harbor, that's the one that Cloud9 like to play. As Potter was mentioning, one of the biggest problems that EG are going to be running into is that they can control the fights on their tempo. You know, off the wall timings, trying to ISO the fight so that Oxy can take these fights when he wants to.
Yeah.
So it's a lot harder, I think, to control the tempo like they were doing on Fracture.
The issue for me with what Imi is saying is that they feel that EG has a weak
Good
map
night,
pool
bro.
on
Good
Icebox.
night.
EG has never played it. And then if you're going to say, hey, we're going to exploit a weak map pool, they've never played Ascent and they pick Ascent, there's some tape on them on how they played the Icebox and Ascent themselves. So there's probably something that EG has been cooking going into this game.
Yeah.
And remember, just yesterday, when they want to play into a map pool that is
Yeah, on Jet.
untested and you want to play your own game, that's
Possible.
what happened against Sentinels on Ascent. What happened in that game didn't work
Possible.
out too well in their favor.
Yeah, but now
या
I'm,
फिर no
and
duelist
I'm
भी
also left
possible.
wondering too, like on the EG side, you know, you got Ye
मेरे को
stepping
एकदम
up. I mean,
feel आ रहा है no
Icy
duelist
was having some
Oh, dude,
incredible
yeah.
moments in that one too. It does feel
पहले
like
setup
Evil
कर लो
Geniuses
table पे
have found this. We were talking about the gears
है
before,
वैसे
but I actually think they
wireless
might
है
have found the transmission to their car. They might actually
ये
know
वायर वाला
a little
जल्दी
bit here, guys. Would you agree?
Yeah, I agree with that. I think
What about
as
Snip
well,
after
one of the
this
questions I
map?
had heading into this entire series was, can these EG players keep it going?
Yeah.
Like Superman just absolutely popping off. We
Yeah.
saw highlights from Ye
Can
and
they
Icy as well in that
Superman?
map here. It
It's
seems like that
9
form
AM
factor,
to
their
9
shooting,
PM.
it hasn't slowed down in the last
Yeah.
few series as
उधर
well.
एक गाना
The
लिखी
fundies
तू
and the fundies are there as well. The slow play is looking good, and like individually these players are shooting.
Hey,
What
look,
did
the
they bola?
guns are
हाँ,
shooting, people are clicking heads, things are working out for Evil Geniuses, but Cloud9 still very much in this. Can we get that map 3? We'll find out after this.
कल का मैच प्रेडिक्शन दो कल का मैच प्रेडिक्शन कल नहीं टेक्निकली आज ही है ला ला
The gears, the transmission, it seems like everything has been found, and that speedometer is headed straight through Cloud9 potentially. We'll see how Icebox pans out. Dre,
Ridiculous.
we got to talk about comps. Potter mentioned a little
Good
something
night.
funny
Good night.
in store for
कल
us.
किसका
What
मैच
do
है
you
कल
make of
हैवी
that?
मैच है
I mean, if Ye's on Jet after how he was just
Heavy
playing
matches है
on
कल
that
heavy
Cypher, his aim is on point. This might
DRX
be
है T1 है
just
जंजी
done.
है टैलोन
It
है
is
For
Ye.
Cloud9.
Yeah, it is going to be Ye on Jet. But I think my question on
And
the
Ye
other
का
side of
थोड़ा
the coin
ज़्यादा
is, yeah, you're going to
खतरनाक
put Ye on Jet, and that's great, and
G2
Ye is
Senate
Ye, right? But you're still going to have to deal with this double
Crew
wall.
MFB और G2 से
And
नहीं ज़्यादा
Icy on the
खतरनाक
Killjoy is going to have to deal with that. I mean, he's going to be the forefront of kind of delaying some of that stuff on his defensive side, right?
Yeah.
The problem is Oxy couldn't really get much going even against G2. Now, keep in mind, that was against another double wall composition and, you know, a little bit more utility behind it. But you can't
कल
help but
Primi
feel like with
मारेगा?
how the engagements
पता नहीं।
have been going for Ye. That head-to-head, you got to
Prime
lean
Ye.
towards Ye right now. The form that he's in, Vans was talking about it. It's that champs looking form.
It's
Such
been a
a
long time
cute
since,
map,
since he's
यारो।
been at champs or in international. For that matter, Evil Geniuses have had a bit
कल
of
तो
a dry
ऑफिस में नहीं है
spell, so to
डेडिकेशन
speak,
के
but
साथ मैच देखूंगा डर
I mean,
से
at this point, you're just looking to get past Cloud9. You're looking to stay alive.
सुबह सोता हूँ तभी आपको देखता हूँ सो के उठता हूँ तभी आपको देखता हूँ
It's a different beast. Anybody can catch fire. And Evil Genius is certainly
कहीं
seen
मेरा
lit
प्यार में तो नहीं
on the other side of Fracture, trying to carry
मेरा
things
शादी
over
हो
on
गया है
Icebox on the attacking side. That harbor wall already causing problems across the middle of the map as they're creeping up. They've passed right by each other. Yay, on the jet. Zeppa getting the best of them right off the bat.
Superman's getting sniffed out here as well. There's a turret that's holding that top tube walk up. And they see the spike right now. They're pinging it on the minimap. So although EG have all of A site, they don't have the spike. And Superman's going to get crunched.
There's a little help on the other side. Derek was starting to peek back.
Oh, man.
But arriving just a little late. Meanwhile, I see you mentioned him and the need for him to deliver.
He just did. That pick is massive. It gives them a way back in because now you're allowed to scale back up into heaven and take fights from this different off angle. I say that as Vic is already holding it.
Oxy trying to keep them back, trying to secure the spike. Nature left alone. A 1v4 gets a little bit closer, a little bit more competitive. Trying to breach the gap. But again, he doesn't even have the spike. I mean, now Sheriff in 29 HP.
This is impossible.
It's pretty damn close.
Almost dropping to a shock dart. Big pistol round win
Map 3 chat.
for Cloud9, walking all the way through B site. Zeppa taking out
Map 3
Ye.
लग रहा है chat.
It's a strong start for Cloud9.
Huh?
And right now, can't but feel
Oxy
like
भड़का हुआ
EG
है.
leaving that spike
Oxy
there,
लेकिन
no
ये
one
map में
having
बहुत
it
अच्छा खेलता है.
is just so rough.
I mean, it's a
It's
pistol.
a ranked mistake, man.
Well, pistols get silly, and I think they were just wanting to pivot around what they had. So you see all smiles on the face of Nature, even after that lost pistol.
Just not ready for Ye to drop that early on.
बात तो बराबर है ध्रुव भाई, बात तो बराबर है.
Round, they're gonna take some of this B main control.
Anti J इधर, excuse me पार्थ में.
We try to cycle up some of these orbs onto Nature, who was able to get a couple kills in that previous round. Looks like it's gonna be cycled onto Derek instead. And Ye, he has a Marshall. I feel like we've seen this before. He can do some damage with this weapon, but he's gonna have to front two players here.
It's got to be perfect.
What a flick from Oxy onto Nature there, huh?
And Superman falls as well. I'll rotate back to the other side of the map with no real space gained. And no advantage to capitalize on.
Mid-round drone from Zeppa to solidify some information on that icy lurk.
ये jet interesting होने वाला है.
Very early judge buy here as well. Put aside a net. Looks like it's going to be put to use here.
Yeah, it will. In more ways than one.
Hold on a second. If Cloud9 don't flood out behind this, this judge could really do some damage, but it will be all sights set on B. And no one here from Cloud9, so Spike should be able to get planted here.
Brother, we're running out of time here. There's now 15 seconds left.
I mean, Ye's going to get deposited here. He's going to hear the rotations from Cloud9. He might be able to snag one here. And if Icy can get up close and personal with this judge, this is a round that could be stolen away from EG.
Remember how Fracture started?
Yeah.
It was a pistol and then a thrifty conversion. Do we have that in hand again?
Oh, he hears all three members, Doug.
Starting to rotate through. Ye still has to connect the shot, so Icy does too, and neither of them have much health. But the trap is lying in wait. Icy creeping forward from up in heaven, spotting a scalp, dropping back. And now you've got a little bit of utility you can play around. Icy dropping both nanos, alarm bot still in play. Creeping into the cove, or at least trying to. Mitch is going to try to stick it the one way. He gets it to half. He should be able to get the defuse as well. Just under a second and a half, but Cloud9 convert.
Only
Imagine
one
अगर
bulldog
एक
save
नेड चालू हो
into your
जाता तो
bonus round. Your money is disgusting right now. Evil Genius is doing a lot of damage. And Icy, he should have that lockdown online, getting 4 and the spike plant. Yeah, he has it. And I just feel like Immy's just had enough, Doug. He's been through an emotional roller coaster throughout the whole season and this playoff. I mean,
एक नेड यारो,
you gotta feel for the guy now. EG, if they can get some of these early picks here onto pipes, push back Icy, you don't really need to invest that lockdown. I think that's important.
Yeah, you want to hang on to that one as long as you can.
Good heads up buy from Ye as well, abusing the outlaw. But what a shot from Oxy. We've seen so many teams struggle with this weirdly timed peeks at A main from Jets. Oh my goodness, is he gonna do it?
He's gotten 2 steps of the way there.
Bro.
Now you kind of have to invest the lockdown. Yeah, exactly.
Kind of wanting to hang on to that one for a rainy day. But it seems like the dark clouds are now.
He's going hunting for more. He doesn't care. What?
Is it?
Was that from Derek?
Committing to getting the plant down now, a 2v2. Not out of this yet. Icy picking up right where he left off on Fracture. Vic is left alone, a 1v2. Opts to go for the Sheriff. And now switching back.
Yeah.
An upgrade of weapon. Still a lot he has to land on, then the trade is perfect. EG are on the board.
What was supposed to be a flawless round for EG, I mean, all things considered, there was, what, 4 Sheriffs, only 1 Bulldog from Cloud9. It was just, got so messy, all thanks to these picks from Oxy. And now you had to invest. Oh, that's ridiculous.
Yeah.
I mean, what is that?
Okay.
What is that? But yeah, Icy having to do some heroics in this round, having to drop his lockdown.
और बंदा क्या हाल सब बढ़िया हूँ.
7-2 so far though.
Now Jet Knives online for Oxy. He's pushed all the way up in A. So this is the focal point for Cloud9's defense, is taking this A control. And you kind of have to give B.
Remember how good he was with the Sheriff in the previous round.
A lot of B space being taken. Icy
भाई
completely
वो ready
overwhelmed.
था
So
Icy.
now it's obvious.
Icy ready था लेकिन फिर भी मारा.
Everybody on the side of EG is towards this B side of the map, and with that kitchen turret being broken.
Oh, that flash is pretty, but he doesn't check. He doesn't check. Vic cleans him up assassination style.
Spike entered.
Uh-oh.
You're gonna have this late lure coming in through kitchen as Superman gets caught trying to escape. And now the Hunter's Fury. Second shot goes wide left. Vic somehow managing to dodge around all of that nature snappy with it. Magnetic onto Zeppa. A 2v2 as the spike has been in play. Mitch left alone. Nature starting to feel some of the pressure. Mitch has gotten it to even footing. Still has utility to play around. But the onus is on him. The Cove, and he's gonna go take the fight! Misses the window! 5 bullets left. And now it's just waiting for Derek to hit the swing. He's gotten it to half. He waits it out. Mitch should have the defuse. It's beautiful again. The Red Bull clutch for Cloud9.
Mitch has come up huge for Cloud9 so many times in this playoff. Another clutch, man. Pre-firing Nature and then just completely outplaying Derek. It felt like after Mitch popped out of his harbor wall and couldn't connect, Derek had it in the bag, but what a play from Mitch to get that spike to happen. Really making it go down to the wire. Wonder what kind of adjustment EG are going to make in future rounds to deal with that A main push, because Icy just had too many targets to look at. Look at this aggression. Icy. Oh! He found the gap!
And he's looking for more. Takes a step back.
What? This match is getting silly, Doug. Jump kills, rope kills, the Sheriff, headshots.
Spike rotating towards B. Vic kind of by himself as Zeppa arrives.
Shot मारा यही
Fully
ने.
pushes in through A. It's a 2v2 and EG have gotten the spike down, but they don't really have the weapons. They just have classics, and Nature gets caught scaling up.
Yeah, Harbor ultimate used to clear out all of close sight as well, but the dart was layered on top of that, so now makes it obvious where Derek is, but he has an opportunity here to do something silly with this classic.
First, the shock. The second one through. He's going to have to push this. Not again. Zeppa's waiting on the other side with the 43 kills on the round for him. The defuse comes through as Cloud9 gets a 4.
And hey, it's not pretty Valorant, but if Cloud9 if Cloud9 keep coming out on top in these 3v3 scenarios, this is what you want for the defensive side. This is what you need to bring the series back into your favor. Get some momentum going into that third map.
Oh my god. Nice! Let's go, Eric. Good shit, bro. Let's go.
It's been so back and forth in these rounds, and yeah, like I said, look at that.
My brother is going through it.
He might grow hair with the stress that he's getting. I mean, 2 ultimates online for the side of Cloud9, but it's going to be a B fight here. We saw Ye get punished by Zeppa on the pistol round. Can Mitch do the same?
There's a lot more behind this here.
Ooh.
He's got some help.
Spike down.
And again, they haven't cleared out garage. Oxy's got to understand there's a really good chance.
ready
The shorty at the distance does not convert.
Read on point तबे Oxy का.
Now you have to compensate. If you're Cloud9, you have to do more of a lean towards B. That allows Icy a timing to take onto A site.
Some of that killjoy utility is still going to be up, so passive information.
Oh, man.
But he's not taking the space.
Supa's going to have to react fast off of this.
Yes, he is. Paying off of the mini-map. And a step taken back.
Has to reposition. But yeah, this A side is completely free because of all that B control gathered by EG. Superman is getting punished in mid. He's been so aggressive on his lurk timings, and it's kind of been paying out for EG, but good heads-up awareness from Cloud9. Yay.
Oh, brother has 24 HP.
Yeah.
Besting net and still has a really good shot at winning this fight too. Finds cover, dashes across. Meanwhile,
I am the
invested
hunter.
from Zeppa, and I don't even think
I
he
am
got
the
a shot
hunter.
off.
Left
Binks
right हो
icy.
गया.
And so now Vic is going to try to mad dash his way back into the site and try to
4-2
convert a
लेकिन मेरे को
1v3.
लग रहा है सिनेन जीतेगा बे. सिनेन अच्छा खेल रहा है.
But the utility is going to be a
Reclear
problem.
सब अच्छा कर रहा है. Fight भी
shock
अच्छा कर
darts
रहा
in
है.
play. So a recon dart as well, and Icy.
सिर्फ वो आईसी का किल वो भारी पड़ा. अगर आईसी वो किल मार देता
that mid aggression
तो मिड में ये नहीं होता.
gap in the defense.
एक किल का फर्क पड़ रहा है.
Those trades going in the way of EG here. That supporting cast, backing up Ye, allows him to take more of an aggressive angle and pinch Oxy. And yeah, I think he's questioning why Net would take this peak with all that killjoy utility up at A site still. If Net doesn't drop there and you play the 3v3, you can pop those mollies, delay the spike plant. You can still cut off Ye, because that was clearly the game plan. But him dropping too early there is a blunder.
Ouch. AC out, net, grabbing the orb. A little bit closer to having that ult online.
Whoa! Disgusting shot onto net. I mean, just filthy.
That boy's shooting today.
Yeah, and now you can wait for this Viper wall to just run its course. You still have Superman completely controlling the flank. This should be clean for EG.
We've had a couple of those should-be cleans this series so far, and they seldom are. But it seems like we might finally get a clean one here.
This time, just waiting out that utility, fighting together, using that KO to pop flash. Everybody backside. Vic.
Probably going
to try to die to the spike here, not feed any ult orbs to anyone. You don't want Derek to get closer to his ult. Icy's only one off his. If I'm EG right now, I'm Icy, I'm already hunting, I'm knife out, running into their spawn.
Yeah, cut him loose, maybe.
Money,
no, they can buy us too.
Counter भी करते एक दूसरे को. कुछ अलग चीज भी लाते.
And you can probably do a default to
अच्छे matches भी
get that
होते हैं.
Killjoy ultimate, but
और इसलिए
you can just have
playoffs
it off
के
the
बाद
rip and not
master
have to
सबसे
give a
बाप है.
chance to Cloud9 in the next round.
ये सारे region वहाँ पे आ
Would be a
जाते.
perfect world. He's going hunting now. A little too late.
बस्ते बे Valo वाला.
Maybe not. Let's see. Even if Vic gets the kill, it's good
आज
for Icy.
इतनी जल्दी उठ गए मैं सोया नहीं आज.
Oh, no way. Oh, no.
He got away with
He
it.
got the timing. He got the timing. I thought for a second, I was like,
तो उसके पीछे भागना पड़ेगा.
you better die to the spike here, buddy.
Also delete my hard drive.
EG.
You take a look at that. Both of them. I mean, that was the first, and the second one was almost more impressive.
It's just perfect timing.
As one does, right? Perfectly.
ये ने नाम है रख. है.
A lot to deal with now for
आप कितने खेल रहे हैं इसके बाद है मेरा मैच.
Operator onto Oxy, but it looks like it's going to be a fast approach on A site. Both rechargeables being used to take early control. Set Icy up here. We've seen this default before. This time, a lot of emphasis towards mid for Evil Geniuses. Trying to support Superman here, who's kind of been getting, I don't want to say bullied, but he's been getting attacked by multiple players of Cloud9.
Still in the same position. It was. Now you know an op is on the board.
Yeah. Ye is not afraid either, though. Look at him. He's taking all this space with an Outlaw. He's trying to take that head-to-head. Understanding that Oxy has light armor, though. That's why.
Well, and also the way he's been shooting. Yeah.
HKLL.
And so the rotation back towards A. You still have a lot of the Killjoy utility here.
So much emphasis towards this mid side of the map.
And a timing pit.
Yeah, it forces Vic to have to pop that pit.
From different legs by
So
Papi
what
bhi
does
ho,
Icy
love
pop
you
the ball
yaar.
to flush it out? Yeah.
Yeah. And if you're Vic here, you
Aspas better in a legs
kind
by.
of feel like you might have to just stay in here and keep this up, but Ye's gonna
HKLL
play
हार
mid
का लन
late.
ले. या तो win है फिर लन
I
है.
mean, Zeppa's going to be waiting for it, though. He looks like he might have a timing on it as well. Both of them waiting. And it is Zeppa who walks away on top of the duel. Now the second pit dropped.
Spike planted.
Spit at the feet of nature. He's going to have to flush out behind, but did manage to get the spike down.
The problem is the spike's not planted in the pit.
They're still going to be able to tuck around it, though. You see on your screen through the X-Way, all members there. Icy, fancy footwork as he steps out into one, but Derek from on high, trying to clean up another. The defense holding strong for now. But there's still so much they have to solve. They still have to deal with this pit. And time is of the essence. Supa getting real close, but
मारा सुपर ने दो मारा.
managing to
लेकिन
navigate,
मेरे को आगे
managing
पसंद
to
नहीं
get the
आई.
defuse, and managing to get Cloud9 their fifth.
Now, I just wonder right now for the side of EG if it was a
This
miscommunication
is
on
क्या
where to
scene
plant
है?
that
चल रहा है.
spike. Most of the time, you want that spike in the Viper's pit so everybody is low enough for Superman to not have to pull out a shorty.
फिर से कि बोलना
and
था
just
भूल
spray
गया था
his
मैं.
Vandal
Love you यार.
if push comes to shove. What a timing from Zeppa as well. But notice Cloud C9's awareness of dealing with that mid lurk. And yeah, it wasn't Superman this time around, but still understanding that EG think that that's a gap that can be abusable and marking it. So now Potter will take a timeout for Evil Geniuses. I wonder now if
love you, bro. Bye.
there's going to be more oomph
Listen,
in that
VCT
mid fight.
AMERICA's
Maybe
football?
earlier on,
Nahi
maybe
possible.
more of a pace for Evil Geniuses. Try to catch out some of these players in these off angles that are holding
मैं
it.
G2 में खेलने वाला हूँ.
Possibly.
I do like the way that EG approached that last round though. Like if I break it down, they broke the
मोटू
mid
बंग
Killjoy
विंगमैन बन
turret.
जा
They took
ठीक है.
close A control. They pushed off the B
Good
line, so
morning,
they essentially
Dinesh.
had all map control.
यार जितने लोग देख रहे हैं जो नए आए हैं
That's why
स्ट्रीम
Vic
पर
was
लाइक
forced
कर
to
दो
pop
स्ट्रीम को
that
पट
Viper's
से.
ult. Like it was a great plan going into it. I just think the post-plan execution was just lacking a little bit. Like I said, that
लास्ट कब सोए थे
miscommunication
मैं
of that
परसों.
plant spot was just, it just wasn't it.
परसों सुबह.
Right now, just understand that, okay, we worked the map very well against Cloud9. We're doing a good job.
कल मैं 2 घंटा सोया लेकिन.
Let's just clean up the late round. Let's clean up the post-plant. As you look on your screen here, though, an attack operator
पापा
invested
चॉकलेट
from
चाहिए?
Ye.
अभी नहीं लंच में.
And it looks like it's going to be a head-to-head duel here.
One
Battle
coming.
of the ops at A site. Oxy versus Ye. Ye does have
तो
Derek
खेल
to
रहे
set him
लेकिन.
up here, though. Maybe an
ये
instant
अच्छा तो
drone.
खेल रहा है.
Oh, something to give him a line, maybe. They know Mitch is close. Oxy.
Here we go.
The first to that angle. Yay, creeping forward. The timing. Just a tease.
Yeah, he's waiting for that drone that Derek's going to use from a closer position, get more value from it. He's going to be able to hold the heaven line once that happens. I wonder if that audio cue was heard from the side of EG.
First the dart, cleared out. Oxy still concealed.
He's alone here, though, and he doesn't have dash proc. He might get punished. What is that?
Insane shot out of nature. And now they can accelerate behind it. Pops his ult, takes the site. Mitch is going to have his reckoning for the retake.
You gotta flood with it. You gotta put a pace on this retake. The mid lurk was cleared for Cloud9.
Reckoning now dropped. Tether's lighting up the sky as nature tries to fill in behind it. Not able to connect against Vic.
There's a gap in the wall,
Oh,
dog.
and
What?
Yay makes the most of it. EG with the numbers advantage, and it's only getting better.
One enemy remaining.
Mitch is going to have to 1v4 his way through this, and I mean, the money's not great.
भाई
He just
क्या
has
हो
to
गया
save.
ये को?
These are the unfortunate things when you're running the harbor. Is
Headshot?
sometimes when it gets a little tricky on some of these ledges, there could be gaps in the wall. Just Valorant things, but
Excuse me, but it's
for Ye to hit that shot in that tiny little gap is just a testament of what this series has been for him so far. He has been hitting some of the most ridiculous shots I've seen since he's been on Chamber. Oh,
old
what?
EA, old EA.
Barely off of the mark. It looked like it was on, no?
It was close.
Tough luck.
It was very close.
भाई
So, man, the
सैटरडे
purchase for Cloud9
संडे
is
कुछ नहीं है काम
spotty. I mean,
सिटी
you've
में
got
कोई दोस्त
the
भी
Phantom that Mitch was
है
able to
और
carry over.
नींद भी नहीं आ
Got a
रही
share for Oxy.
नहीं मूवी देखता 2 वीकेंड
just
टाइम
classics
पास
around that.
कैसे करूँ समझ नहीं आता है आइडिया प्लीज मैं रोज स्ट्रीम करता हूँ नीरज भाई इधर ही बेटर हो
This harbor wall. All
अरे
members
वो
of
गाना
VCT
रात
pushing
को
past it with that KO flash. I like the fact that nature isn't the one that exposes his body after pop flashing, and it's the players from the top. It's just a micro detail, but most players tend to look towards that side of the harbor wall where the flash actually pops from. Quiet across the board is EG. A mid-round drone from Cloud9 should give enough info as to what's going on, but Icy is the only one that shows.
If they commit into this, everybody's here.
Yeah, but 2 classics. I mean, Phantom is here. Mitch is going to have to do some heroics.
But he's in like a one and done. There's no way for him to get out.
Oh.
Well, he's gotten his one. Net falls. Oxy joins in. And the Phantom is still up, still in play.
Oxy 2 OP.
Wow, that was all happening. Superman didn't take any space in mid or B.
2v3.
Derek getting a little bit closer to even footing here. They're still doubling down into
30
this?
seconds left. Last player standing.
They haven't moved.
Spike down A.
All around.
Supa's now left in a 1v3. Yes, the spit will help. He's gotten it down a little bit closer. All target spotted, trying to connect! And Supa does! The Red Bull clutch for EG and disaster avoided.
Mr. Clutch back at it.
क्या देख रहा हूँ भाई?
This man has been such an anchor for this roster, for his previous rosters as well. So good in these 1v3 moments.
But it never should have gotten to that.
Yeah, it was silly, man. I mean, Cloud9 really held their ground there in front 410.
Oh my, that's my unk. That's my unk.
But now these close rounds because of Unk going the way of EG. Oxy's getting active here.
Yes, he is. He's finding success on the other side of it. 2 pocketed. And now things slow down.
Yeah, I guess you can rely on Unk to trade.
ये round तो at least EG
been
के
relying
लिए
on Unk for a
easy नहीं
lot.
है मेरे साथ. यही बोलने वाला था.
Looks like they're
and
gonna
they
have to
might
rely
have to
on
do
him
it
here.
again.
Yeah.
यही बोलने वाला था.
2v4 here.
Poison orb emitting.
And here's that close left spot again. I wonder if Derek decides to throw some of these shock darts here, get some chip damage in. Maybe Vic can get taken out. He's trying to spot to see if they're there.
Meanwhile, Supa trying to make sure there's nobody on the flank.
They're 2 split up though. Derek's gonna get punished here, surely.
Player
Yeah.
standing.
Not a
फिर
chance
से
in the
दो है.
world. The only
Derek को
upside
लगे
here for
इसकी
Superman is
बैंड
he has
फिर
the
से दो
spike.
बंदे
He got a
उधर.
1v3 in the last round against, you know, classics and 1 Phantom, but I don't know if he can do it against 4 rifles, man.
क्या बोल रहे थे? मैं किसने बोला?
Pop of the orb. Net is holding this as well.
Toxin screen down.
He decides to give.
Yeah,
30 seconds left.
He's gotten up further than I thought he would.
He's giving a lot of respect to Superman right now. Maybe that's going to work in his favor. Oh my gosh. Almost a timing there, but Mitch will take out Superman. So this time the A fight going the way of Cloud9. Oxy getting really aggressive in that nest area. Taking the rope, and here's the thing with KO is like, yeah, the dagger lands. People aren't afraid of the dagger anymore. They don't care. They're just going to hold. Try to take as many out as they can. And if you're Jet and you can get 2 in this round, you've done your job and some.
Hanging on to a 1-round lead. Oxy's going to have his blades into this round. Also note Mitch and Zeppa both one pip away from having their ults in play.
Yeah. No orb denial from the side of EG towards that A side of the map should paint the picture for Cloud9.
7-5 लग रहा है.
Like,
7-5 लग रहा है.
They don't set back for much, do they?
भाई सोवा ने W ult मारा है. Zeppa ने W ult
finding
मारा
value
है.
on the other side of it. Give me those back. Meanwhile, Oxy's knives taking more lives. Superman already down. Nature and Icy left alone.
No smokes to play with here. Turret
भाई
still
यहाँ
up
से
in
कुछ
mid.
गलत नहीं हो सकता, ठीक है?
Now dealt with.
Be very difficult to crawl your way back into this round. Icy does get tagged by that drone as well.
Not necessarily aware that there are two on the other side of that, but you can assume a few things here. Ah, and they tuck on the other side of the dart.
Yeah, false info gathered. It still should be clear that this is an opening, though, from the side of Cloud9.
Right.
Especially after that pop flash. That's why Zeppa is just holding the mid lurk. If net falls here, though, there could be a window of opportunity. It's a 2v2 either way right now.
Plant मिलेगा लग रहा है मेरे को.
Oh. Right. Flash a little off the mark.
That happens to the best of us.
Reckoning now drop. It's going to force them to scatter. Icy and Nature forced into these isolated fights where they can try to convert, and Icy might find a window. Zeppa.
Oh. Standing.
It's actually Oxy who punishes Nature. A 1v3. Zeppa weak. Nature not many
W
options.
baby.
And Mitch will clean it up. A 7-5 half for the
अच्छा
defense.
try था Mitch.
Yeah, all things considered, with the way that EG were maneuvering around the
परेशान
map,
आगे
kind of
बंच में
punishing
हर
some of
मैच
that
में थ्रो
mid
ड्यूलिस्ट आके एक
utility
पे
that
जाता है.
Cloud9 were
रिपोर्ट करो.
throwing.
मैच
Cloud9
खेलो उसमें क्या?
salvaged the
दूसरा
half,
सर्वर
and they
खेलो.
end up being the ones in the lead. So this has been a back and forth battle. Mitch, he's been sitting at the top
अबे
as
ब्रो
well this entire
तुमने कितना चाय
time.
पीते हो? 3 से 4
He has
का.
stepped up so massively
ऐसे
for
को
this
मारना था.
Cloud9
ऐसे को
roster in
clean
playoffs.
मारना.
It's just been ridiculous.
We talked a lot about
Mood
Icy,
में लग
how
रहा है, mood
good
में
he
लग
was
रहा
for
है.
EG on the attacking side as a KJ. The other side of this break will have them on defense. We'll see if he can continue to deliver.
It's for you. Do you like it? Come
Red
on,
Bull
Charlie.
give you
Use your door.
wings.
Come on,
पूरा
let's
पानी का
go.
bottle किधर गया?
I said go. Let's go.
Oh, love you मेरी जान.
Trade you for a cat.
Last game कौन जीता? भी आए
Red Bull
हुए.
gives you
भी आए हो.
wings.
देखो ना मैच.
The new Red Bull Zero is here. 100% wings with
NRG आ रहा
extract.
बच्चों. Like करो stream. Excuse me 5 Binks gives skin. What's a skin? आजुल ने प्लीज स्पॉन्सर कहाँ से भाई? आज एक सुपर चैट नहीं है. तुम लोग को दिख रहा है कोई? ये मस्त है ना इमोट. लेट्स गो जी. इमोट मस्त है वो. ड्रैगन. Fuller all back. Excuse me.
Cloud9
versus
staring
YouTube,
down the
बहुत
barrel of
banger match
elimination.
है, कल
We gotta have a quick check in on history. For this
Lung and
franchise,
dinner.
their playoff woes have been very well documented. They get through the stage and they do so confidently, and then everything falls apart. And Dre, after map 1, we thought there might be a bit
Why
of the same.
Singapore
They're not out of
is
the woods
so
quite yet,
tough versus
but they're
Mumbai?
putting up a great fight against CG here.
Yeah, and it's all thanks to Mitch and Oxy really stepping
Aim.
up.
Right.
You know, we talked about, even Potter was saying
Anything?
how because of the harbor, Oxy's able to isolate a lot of the fights that he wants. And as well on this attacking side with the harbor, how is Ye going to get online? But he finds a gap. He always finds a way.
पता नहीं भाई क्या मारता
Dodging
है
all of the
भाई.
utility and finding a place to hit where it hurts.
पता नहीं क्या मारता है
You
भाई
still need to
ये.
convert here, though. Because they need to get the operator online for Ye.
Huh?
And if Ye can find gaps like that within the Harbor utility, that's where he's going to shine and get value. Dagger did connect on 2 of these members of Cloud9. Now look at what EG are doing on the minimap. They got the pick at A, and now they're full attention towards mid, trying to bait out a lurk. Trying to see if there's any timing being made from Cloud9. 3 members were posted up here.
Again, I love that they don't double down and fully push pedal to the metal when they have an advantage.
This is Oxy go kill right now. It's actually a B hit, but look at who's here. Ye's playing all the way back.
I think
a gap in the wall!
Oops. And another kill found.
How does he keep finding these openings, man? The utility just not quite on the mark for Cloud9.
Well, you know how the saying goes, you give him a pixel, he takes a life.
Yep.
Oxy trying to find some of that same success.
One enemy remaining.
Yay with 3 on the round. You talked about needing to get that op online.
Okay. Nice.
He's certainly set up for it. EG, take the pistol.
Fuck, ये तो close जा रहा है मैप.
I mean,
लेकिन अटैकर है. Technically देखा जाए तो फिनेन का मैप पिक है और फिनेन अच्छा खेलेगा.
Finding the pick through that cascade
के पास
and
गन
then
आ जाए.
rotating all the way back to B site. The protocols right now for EG are looking really good. It looks like they're very dialed in on how they need to maneuver around the map, even the mid re-clear. Oh man, a miss of a wall. And
Zoom and
now you're wondering though if, from the side of Cloud9, if they understand that that was a gap in the wall, or if he was just randomly scanning. Like, do they actually know? Because when you're dying like that, you saw nothing. Net is having a rough map so far. 3 and 12 for him.
ये रिकॉर्डिंग छूटेगा फट से वो लोग रोटेट करेंगे.
Fast mid to B split, but an
रोटेशन
alarm
देखो
bot is
chat.
met here.
रोटेशन
Icy
देखो
with the
जल्दी.
sheriff.
Already feeling some of Cloud9's attempt. We were just calling out how Net was struggling. He gets his one, but the Guardian punches right back.
Yeah, Superman conceding all of that B site space as well.
But
Waiting
Cloud9,
for the team.
They did manage to get the spike down here, right?
You only have 1 KO flash to pop through this, and it does make it kind of obvious. Still going to be so difficult. Look at EG just waiting for this harbor wall to drop and taking all the space on the extremity.
One enemy remaining.
And as it goes down, the kills go up. Supa with 3.
Down.
Zeppa's going to get his 1, but you imagine the defuse will
चलेगा,
be
direct
stuck.
gun
The
ले
kill
सकता है.
will come through, and we've got a tie ball game.
All the guns saved as well. That Guardian that Superman had on the B site will be brought forth into the following
मत कर
round.
दिन मैं किधर क्या? वो रिकॉन के लिए एक बंदा रुक जाता तो.
You're gonna have to get some of these post-plant wins. On the last map of Fracture, they only won 4 out of 9.
We
The
always get
retakes
2.
of EG were too strong. Let's see if they can do it here on a gun round, but Vic, he's sitting at that regen armor, and Ye still has that outlaw in play.
Defensive map है वैसे.
Another
उसको बोलना
B-side
नहीं.
default from Cloud9.
Attacking map है.
This time, nobody running through mid
ये
fast.
मैंने देखा नहीं.
That allows Icy more time to set up, and he's going to break the mid turret of Net. Oh, he got a peek of it. Decides not to break it, though.
Hear that knife soaring through the sky. Getting a little info, excuse me, on where Cloud9 is.
Connects on the core, and it's a flash setup play here for Superman. But how many can he actually get?
Oh, he's already gotten up top.
Oh.
There's the flash, but he was ahead of it. It's fumbled.
अरे अगर नेचर रुक जाता फ्री किल मिलता था उसको.
And now Cloud9 in a position to put this round away. He gets another onto Icy. B side is theirs. The spike is planted. Firm control.
ये जाएगा मैप 3.
Just go for damage right now if you EG.
बहुत tech pause हो रहे हैं. मैं अपन को postpone कर दिया. पता नहीं सुनो.
Derek and Ye.
Confidence कम हो जाता between. नहीं
An outlaw. What is that shot, man?
भाई shock dart भी पड़ा बे.
I think the big thing we got to consider for this next round is how quickly Mitch got his ult online. That reckoning will be a problem.
Especially against the operator buy that Ye's going to get
W
in this following round. We'll see though, with the way that we've seen Ye play in this series so far, how disruptive he's been, finding those windows of opportunity, whether it's around a smoke, around cascades. If he can emulate that success inside of a Reckoning, that is
give some
going to be
motivation
just disaster for
for
Cloud9.
getting through hard times. आते जाता रहते रे hard
That's a big
hard
gift.
times के बाद ही good time जब आता है ना तब उसको enjoy कर सकते.
Yeah,
हमेशा
Mitch
good
has
time
been
रहेगा तो
having
क्या
such a
फायदा?
good map. 15 and 7 right now. Oxy getting online as well in that last round, taking out so many members on that B side of the map, but all players
Romantic songs
towards
hard
this
time.
A side of the map. Cascade cuts off Ye. What a good dart to scout him out as well. Slowly pushing back the operator.
The drone will attempt to pave the way for Cloud9. Still plenty of defense here, including the op.
They can see over this though. You have to invest the Reckoning. You have to wait for it to actually start slamming people.
Oh, he saw a hand. He connects onto Zeppa. And then he gets out.
Oh, मार रहा है ये तो.
Mitch is going to be there on the trade, now trying to commit to getting the spike down. The shock will delay for just a moment. Second time's the charm.
Spike planted.
Recon कोई नहीं तोड़ा ना शायद.
The thing is, how do you get Ye in a position to find more value with the op? Doesn't really have a rifle to pray around. Derek and Supa will have to find a way. The Cove to delay a little bit longer as Ye pops blades, tries to get up, tries to get aggressive. Finds Vic, 3 for him.
कुछ तो हो गया अभी इसको.
Just waiting for Mitch to fall. Nice bit of HP, but how do you convert this? A 1v3. The high, low. Ye gets the defuse. We're tied again.
And he takes out Mitch at the end as well. We set it up perfectly. How is he going to operate around the Reckoning of Mitch? He found that window. He found that gap. He is in a different type of flow state right now for this EG squad, and I just don't even know what you can do. If you're Cloud9, when the enemy Jet is doing things like this, he is just operating at such a high level right now. And he's so calm about it. That's the scary part about it all.
But as soon as get few time,
Looks like it's another day in the office for him.
her. Mobile फेंक दो.
So now,
और क्या फायदा ऐसा बॉडी बना के?
some faint utility towards this B side of the map, but
क्या फायदा?
yeah, and normally nature will throw a dagger to kind of scout out how many players are there. This time he's staying, so there's uncertainty in the defensive setup right now. But this early cascade kind of makes it a little bit obvious that it's not a B default anymore. I mean, maybe somebody got deposited here, but there should be a heavy lean for the defense towards this A side of the map. Oxy's gonna have to come up huge with these knives.
Love you.
Try to find some high ground. How did IC continues to, be that guy for EG?
He just got a spam kill on the Gen player, and now that's Viper smokes. Viper Snakebite just gone.
Cove now cleared. Flash on the other side of it. One of them's lit up. Both members found. Both names claimed.
भाई Oxy को ही करना जो करना है.
It's gonna be Ye left alone. Oxy from on top. It's a battle of the Jets. Oxy on the swing. Ye had no idea. He gets his 3 as Cloud9 take the lead back.
I'm surprised he's not standing up out of his chair screaming after that one. He needed to come up huge for his team, and he did just that. He's sitting at 19 and 15.
Me very long time.
Besting Ye in the 1v1. Look at these shots that he connected. Yeah, it got a little bit scary there with those knives onto Ye, but... Oh, there's that pop-off I was expecting when we shot straight to him. I was like, oh, he's a little too calm for a clutch like that.
She'll be watching. Be a good
Still in a
person,
fight. Still just one round. An eco for EG.
No Cascade used this time around B. It's going to be a drone and a walkout.
With the rotation
really sorry to hear that, Rin Bhai.
Including Ye, with a Marshall in hand.
There's that dagger that we've seen Nature throw so many times before. Gives information on 2 members, Sova and Jet. But Ye takes out Oxy with a Marshall.
The whole conversation was around how he finds success in this double wall comp. And he just continues to spit in the face of that.
Man does not care right now.
Really nice flash for Super to peek back behind Yellow, and now the spit. Still plenty of work left to be done. No real threat on the other side.
His body hookup
Nature.
करने
I mean,
के लिए
Garrett,
लड़कियां
the
बहुत
only
आती हैं,
one
but I want something real.
delay utility here now.
I want
Two
that
more
emotional
mollies to play
connection.
with.
Oh, Imran Hashmi ka sixth son.
These shock darts are going to have to do some damage when the spike gets planted. It's going to
Ab
be a brawl,
really
though. It's going
hota
to be
hai,
a fight
bhai.
once this Viper wall drops. They're looking for kills.
And there's that swing on the other side of it. Nature connecting onto Mitch. Can Ye find anything else? Damage dealt. Icy with two. It's another mess for Cloud9. Net has to 1v5 his way through this, and he's done a lot of the work. It's just Sheriff's on the other side. But again, a thrifty as we're tied once more.
भाई करोड़ों
So
का
much
आबादी
value from that pop flash that Nature was
मिलेगा
able
ना
to
real?
use as that Viper wall was falling. He did such a great job of identifying that Cloud9 were going to try to take the fights in the backside. Not give all the space to these Sheriffs to put in the work long range, and it works against them.
क्या मारा ना?
Looked way too easy for Icy, who just swings
नहीं
out
होता
Snowman in that
भाई
moment with
ये
all those
हुक वाली
players blind
जनरेशन
because
में.
of Nature.
अरे
Nature's sitting at
बासुंडी की
11
छठी
assists.
गांड तुम लोग क्लब में
Yeah, he
जाके
might not be at
टिकटॉक
the
में
top of the
जाके
scoreboard, but
ऐसे
he's
सब
been
जगह
putting in work
ढूंढोगे.
with his utility, which is so
Family
hard
पे
to
भरोसा
do
करो
against this
arrange
Harbor
marriage.
composition. Players
क्या
get
होगा?
so timid to run through
Low
those
करो
Harbor
तो
walls
college में
with
करो,
KO pop
club में
flashes. I
नहीं.
like the approach
क्या होगा?
from EG against this Harbor comp. They're actually waiting for those walls to go down and then using their utility. They're not trying to force the issue.
They're playing around it really nicely. Cloud9
I
calling
see
a timeout.
I see good.
We're just a few moments away from that expiring.
काश दोस्त में
As we're
Binks
tied
भाई
at
full
9
active
apiece.
होते.
And
Join
I think a
fast.
lot of the
Love you
conversation
यार Jerry भाई.
Here on the other side of this is
अभी
the,
call आ
is
रहा
the
था.
ult arsenal that Cloud9 have to
Hello,
play
हाँ
around.
stream के
And
बाद
their
बात
money
करते हैं.
as
काश
well.
दोस्त.
Do you try to force around these ults and swing and swing it? Do you try to like this is such a huge swing round for Cloud9. if
Bang
they
bhai,
actually
just
do it
saying, I
fast.
never had
Look
been
at it
in a
here, you've got
relationship, but
the
I
reckoning
always
from
respect
Mitch,
true
you've got the
love.
Hunter's Fury from Zeppa, and then you have Netzult too. It all comes down to whether or
मालूम
not
नहीं
you
है
choose
true
to
love क्या
invest.
है.
I
Respect
think
बहुत
the
करता
approach
है.
in the
Movie बहुत
beginning round
देखता
at least is
रहेगा.
going to be Oxy go kill.
Sherlock
And then if he
Holmes.
can get one or two, maybe then you start having this conversation. Okay, maybe I should invest the Reckoning. Maybe I should invest the Hunter's Fury. But he needs to get active for Cloud9 right now. He needs to go hunting for kills.
और बंग्स भाई सब बढ़िया.
Quiet across the site.
Dagger again. This time only landing onto the silver, but with nothing shown at A. Those rotations start setting into effect. That Viper wall missed again, Doug.
You were telling us Oxy needed to deliver. Oxy needed to step up for Cloud9. Can he do so here? He's going to scale all the way back into their spawn. Finding a little bit of cover
अटक
behind
गए
the
वो
harbor
लोग.
wall.
अब वो लोग को पता नहीं.
And the
फाइट
question
करना
is, how
सिटी
much
तक क्या
does he
नहीं करने
risk?
का.
How much does he send? Remember, for Cloud9, you did a lot of the work.
भाई
You got the spike
दो
down. Now you have those
massive
big ults
post
to
plant
play
है.
around.
And if the time keeps ticking, the Hunter's Fury will be used first.
They're just waiting for the flood on the other side of it, and there it is, the Hunter's Fury
Off
Oxy,
हो
the
गया.
first to fall. Vandal sitting on the ground, but it's the ults that may be a problem. Superman's gonna get it 3/4 of the way, he sticks it all the way down! EG take the lead!
Leo get diffused.
They take the lead and they take away
इतना
the
दो
Hunter's
massive
Fury
ults
from
थे.
Zeppa.
जो बॉस जी का फिर
Superman
से
sticking
बोला
half in that moment,
excuse-
dropping to that Hunter's Fury was massive for
बंग्स
EG.
भाई ऐसा बोलता है.
Cloud9
I
did not
need real
expect
इसलिए
the
सिंगल
full
रह गया 30
stick.
साल तक. लैंग्वेज.
So much faith.
मूवी तो
in the
देखता हूँ कैसे
supporting
पता चला.
cast.
आप भी शर्लॉक कैसे excuse me.
Question marks in the air from the side of EG. What are they doing
सच बताना.
in that camp?
पिंकी से डर लगता है
Now they have
कभी-कभी.
so many ults to work in their favor too. Hunter's Fury of their
हम
own,
लोग तो
locked
लड़ते
down
नहीं
from
रहे.
Ice.
कैसे डरेंगे?
Ye is getting active in mid with this operator. Tag of the drone secures the pick. No Viper smokes in play.
Beautifully done by the defense.
एक पीसी चेक कर सकते हैं
Setting up their
ऑडियंस
start
से.
to deliver, and they called his number, and he showed up. For Cloud9, you're playing on a knife's edge here. The money's not good, but you've got these ults. You got to find a way to swing back momentum.
Yeah, but you can't use the lockdown because Derek has his Hunter's Fury. The ults are actually in favor right now for Cloud9. Here's that dart. It's going to be a flood after this lockdown goes through.
पोस्ट प्लांट अल्ट मारने वाले वो लोग.
Will it have bought enough time?
They're using it really late.
बड़ी.
But he's still got a tag on Oxy. Tries to track through the walls, cannot. Meanwhile, the Reckoning. Part of the conversation now with 4v4. Zeppa's up on top, gets his 2.
The blue
Derek
round.
trying to convert alone, swings into another, and
The blue
Zeppa gets
round.
3. We, of course, are
लेकिन
tied
क्यों so white
again.
वो लोग ने वो ने क्या वो लोग को
Bit of
10
the
सेकंड
pressure
नहीं
getting
रुकना
into
था
EG there as well.
सीधा sword
Using
kill jolt डालना
that
था
lockdown icy, it was just so late. I feel like even if that thing goes off, man, you don't even have enough time to defuse because you waited out the enemy's lockdown.
नहीं टाइम तो
Hunter's
था
Fury
लेकिन
was used to
declare
clear back sight,
करके
so all of a sudden Cloud9, they chipped
Right.
away at some of that ult economy, and Superman's the only one to play.
जीतेगा तो इजी नहीं ये मैप
One of
भी
his
जाएगा
own.
सीनन का मैप है और आज जेन्युइनली
It's
अच्छे
back
खेल
and
रहे हैं
forth
ये कुछ
battle.
ज्यादा गलत मार रहा है बट
It's
as
been a
long as
ridiculous
they
one.
do
Yay,
their
still
default
enough money to buy that operator. He's
Roxy इतना
leaning
active
towards
है I
his A
think
side.
सीनन जीतेगा
Cascade was shown at B, but Superman is disrespecting it.
I cannot maintain all my friendship and
Nature is
relationship with anyone due to
gotta
career
throw
pressure
that
and
knife
work. Is it
lineup.
okay? Obviously it's okay. Why is it
Connects
not okay?
on nobody, and now Cloud9 are going to re-walk into that space.
Yeah, between the fact that nothing's tagged B and the Cascade up A, rotations are starting to come through.
मेरा जो बेस्ट
Nature will
फ्रेंड है
try
मैं
to
उसको
join the
3
fray.
4 5 महीने में एक बार कॉल करता हूँ
Both drones passing right by one another. I don't think he was tagged. I
Yeah,
don't
but-
know that they saw him.
I think he saw the tip of his head, surely, the little ponytail.
Dash expired. Now, Yay on an island. Can he connect? With Op in hand, Mitch is going to be the first to come up. Zeppa's got his dart, too. You're going to try to flush him out. But he stays. A war of attrition. And they're just going to rotate back. He's never even going to get a shot. They've taken so much space B.
अरे IC मर गया
IC taking so much damage. They're trying to push his way forward, and Oxy flushes him out. On the other side of the Viper wall, they try to creep forward. A gap in the wall. Harbor's now up 2, and Nature's ahead of it. Molly to try to delay. Derek now waiting for the right time to face, and Vic was waiting. Cloud9 get another. Yay and Super are on the outside looking in. I think they have to save here.
My ult's ready.
Surely you don't try to convert a 2v5 with an op, right?
No, you have to save right now. That was such a fine line that Cloud9 were leaning on to win this round. I don't know why Superman's hunting in that moment. Now everyone on Cloud9 is going to hunt down this operator. Look at the mini-map right now. Look at Mitch.
All starting to close in on his position. While he's desperately trying to white knuckle his way into saving that op. But it's pried out of his hands. Cloud9 take the lead. EG are on a mess of a bye.
Love you, Binks,
they have
my
Ye's
role
blades,
model.
but
Love you. अब तो नहीं
they might need more than that.
Ye played that perfectly at that A side as well. If Cloud9 actually did commit, if there was a little bit more
B
pressure
side
from
में हो
Superman
गया
towards that B side of the map to force Cloud9 to commit to that hit, he looked like he was ready to get at least one or two
थोड़ा वो
in that
लोग
moment.
गलत खेला वो लोग को सीधा स्टैक कर लेना चाहिए तभी
I don't know how Nature fell there on bridge. And so EG call a timeout.
pauza no use of pauza map
Last
3
timeout of the map. The way that Cloud9 maneuvered around that round was masterful. Dodging the knife, re-walking into that B space while there was just a ruse at A main.
इसमें लगा
It
अगर
was
आंखों पे प्रेशर कम
looking
पड़ेगा नहीं
scary too for Cloud9. Like I said, the way that
बहुत-
Ye was kind of
बहुत सालों से
maneuvering
पीछे
around the
सामने।
Sova drone, the way that he takes that little off-angle step to hold if anybody
Bang with
gives him
511.
an elbow. Now he's left with knives, and EG, they're gonna have to cook up something
Next
devious
map
here
prediction
against
scene है।
Cloud9.
So
ये
wh-
scene
what
है
is
सीधा
what is
सीधा
it? What are they going to try to do?
हर
here?
गेम
What do
ये
they
नहीं
have to
मारेगा
do?
मेरे को नहीं लगता
Because they're down in rounds, their money's not great.
That we are
thing is,
close
after
to
a timeout
2k
like this, when
likes
you
अगर
see Ye has
200
knives
लोग
online
आँख
and the
खोल के
economy is
like कर
bad,
दे तो
for
मजा
Cloud9, you're
ही
going to
आ
be holding for
जाएगा
aggressive pushes early, right? So you need to find something in the mid round, maybe that re-clear drone mid play that EG did with that operator. Because Cloud9
cream
are
खाने का
going to
मन
drop
कर
to you
रहा
in
है,
the
ice
first
cream
10
है।
seconds of the round, or at least they shouldn't. They
Ice cream
should
खाएंगे
be
इसके बाद।
aware that there could be something aggressive coming off of
तो
this
नींद की
timeout.
कमी नहीं होती पता नहीं मेरे को अभी भी नींद नहीं आ
But you're definitely willing to take a lot more risk if you're EG in this moment. Yeah, Ye not showing where the knives are yet is really important for EG. but he's just not at the right site. The guess was wrong.
At least it was for now. Cloud9, a confident call to arms towards A.
Drone sees the Sova. This should give confidence to the B players of EG to push up a little bit.
And now the harbor wall too. Make that both sets of utility. Nature's got a stinger. He's the only one here with a gun. He's also, I mean, the only one here. A little bit of damage dealt.
Bhai, heavy damage pada.
But it all falls onto Ye, and it's going to be a fast double flank through spawn. And Zeppo's waiting for it. Sufa, knife out. I don't know if you're expecting the other one, though. The blade's on the other side. Zeppo's there.
Oh.
A blade between his eyes. And now a 3v3. Remember, no gun upgraded. Derek and Icy both have sheriffs. And that's one down. All eyes on Ye. He's got to deliver. Icy getting a little bit closer. And now the blade's out. Can Ye do it again? A 1v2 with ult in hand. Spots the barrel. Waiting for the other, but the blade draws silhouette around Mitch. Cloud9 get to map point.
Can't help but feel for Ye in that moment. Knows he's there, but the movement is just too goofy from Mitch, the run and gun with the Phantom. Icy was hitting some shots there, man. That got a little devious, like I was talking about, but Cloud9 settle. Put themselves in a really good spot. Yeah, look at the smiles from EG. Now you have to deal with Reckoning. You have to deal with Hunter's Fury.
They're playing for OT. An op in the hands of Ye. An ult for Nature. He's at the right site this time.
Revealing area.
Dueling darts, a little info found.
What's in bada? Been little busy these days. Kapish bhai, बढ़िया scene है.
Meanwhile, Ye gets his one and gets out.
बढ़िया scene है, चल रहा है सब
spot as well. Almost connects onto a second shot. A narrow miss. But there are layers to this. Nature's on the other side. The double face is too much. This awkward pump fake. The spike is still out of reach. Mitch and Zeppo, I don't know how they convert this 2v5. I don't think they will.
By next round खत्म करना पड़ेगा.
A flawless round is
Kapish bhai, thank you for the 7 Canadian Australian dollars.
Fast res from
नींद
Derek.
की कमी है, बाकी सब first class है
Anybody
कपिश
trying
भाई.
to push
आप
and
बताओ.
punish that.
Actual में long time.
EG.
तो इतना जो long time में आपने पैसा कमाया, कभी सोचा है 500 gifted के बारे
Try to
में?
win their first playoff game, and again, yay.
Best
Focal point for this team so far in this series. Finding another pick.
He's done such a good job of playing around all of this utility.
All the chaos.
I mean, the
अभी खत्म करना पड़ेगा. अभी अगर खत्म नहीं किया ना,
I mean, both sets of
सीन हो
walls.
सकता है. अभी खत्म करने का
He
सीन है.
finds that narrowest of margin, and he hits.
I think the
एक और
impressive
पसा,
thing for
क्या
me
एक और
too
पसा,
was
बहुत
on
पुराना
his
viewer
escape,
है.
he lands top screens.
कपिश भाई.
And almost hits another shot.
And almost goes for another one, right? This is a reinvigorated Ye. Confidence level through the roof. Last time out in regulation now being used from Cloud9. Remember, they used nothing on that first half.
12-11 है ना?
Can this be the difference maker? Are we going to see something pacey from Cloud9 who have been doing these slow defaults
का क्या
towards
सीन है
A,
यार?
slow
जो
defaults
आएगा
towards
सपोर्ट
B?
कर देगा यार. क्या सीन है? Life is about ups and downs.
No, on your guys' screen it says 12 to 10, but the score is actually 12 to 11. We are
Language
playing
Sudhanshu.
for overtime.
आज आपका प्रेडिक्शन सही हो रहा है. नहीं मैं रिस्क नहीं ले रहा हूँ.
What's the call for Cloud9 on the other side?
No
of
idea,
the
Tejas.
lean towards B, Dre.
The thing is I know you
तो
want Vic to
जाया
run up
करो
mid
भाई, बीमारी
with your
लगती
Killjoy
है. जब
potentially, but
लगेगा
that
तब
Viper's
रेस्ट ले
pick
लेंगे
could be
उसमें.
so crucial
जब बीमार हो
in
जाऊंगा रेस्ट ले
closing out
लेंगे.
this map. And it looks like Superman's going to use one of his
अभी
own
भी
at
नींद नहीं आ
A.
रहा. तुम लोगों को लग रहा है ऐसा चेहरा देख के नींद आ
Maybe
रहा
up to some sound.
The op is here.
लेफ्ट राइट प्रोफाइल देखो मेरा.
Head spotted.
What is that entry from Oxy?
Oxy, yeah, you're right. Oxy strikes first. The blade from on high.
भाई लेग
Oxy
मारा बे.
decapitating Ye, snapping his head back. And now Cloud9 in a 3v5.
What?
Keeping things competitive, keeping things close. They're clawing their way back into this. Remember, OT on the cards. If they can convert, and they're getting a little bit closer. Vic and Seppa looking to salvage a mess. The opening was there. And EG instantly slammed the door shut on it.
Last player standing.
You have got to be kidding me, EG. How did you bring this one back? How clutch can Derek and Superman be?
Do or die, and EG stands strong. We're playing OT.
Oxy did everything.
क्या मारा
He
उसने
takes
हवे
out
में leg
Nature
shot
in the
लेकिन
first 10 seconds of the round. He follows it up with a kill on Ye. But a shock dart kill and Net just not able to execute on the lurk timing that
मस्त
he
शॉट
had.
डार्ट मारा उसने पहले वाला
Shock spit
वो
on
क्या
the
लाइनअप
plan.
था देखने का
Unreal.
मस्त शॉट डार्ट
Unreal
मारा
round.
पहले वाला
There's no world you are losing that round if you're Cloud9. No world, and that's why you see Imi reacting the way that he is, but we're here. EG brought it back to overtime.
ऑक्सी मार का गेम में भाई मारा बे ऑक्सी ने
He's going for a quick mid pick here. There's no turret.
Surely the orb there, you know you're not going to get a window, at least not initially. Meanwhile, Vic playing off a pixel angle, he's going to get pushed back by the drone. Yay, hot to trot right behind it. Not enough on the punish.
Does bait out a lot of that utility.
The op has arrived. He spotted Yay. No shot yet. And now they know where the operator is. You see the ping on the minimap. Do you dare challenge? Oh, it's a mess. Excuse me, Icy getting to Spike now planted. EG in a comfortable position. That dink is gonna hurt. Traded right back though. 10 HP for Mitch.
भाई क्या शॉट डार्ट
What
वॉर
can
चल
Oxy
रहा है
Zepa do here? They're gonna have to retake, and Oxy has an op. Can he find success with this weapon? Position given away. The dart exposes him. Oxy in a 1v3. No shot. EG gets a series point.
So much to dissect from EG
और
in
लोगों
this
का मीम
round.
कमाता है
They
एक्शन
never
में true है
showed a
वैसे।
double mid lurk in regulation. As Superman is breaking the Killjoy turret top mid,
भाई
Icy
उसने
takes
क्या
the timing in
मारा
this
है
one,
ना
but this
Icy ने
transfer is ridiculous.
क्या मारा बे आईसी ने
You match that with the pace that was put in B main. EG want it. They want it bad.
एक और रोटी मांगता एक और रोटी
They
मांगता
want to send Cloud9 home.
Multiple years
एक और
of
रोटी
playoff
मांगता
failures looming over Cloud9 right now. Bearing the weight of potentially falling short again.
How many times can this happen to a roster?
They have to find a way to shake that off. An operator for Ye. An opportunity to rewrite things for Cloud9. An opportunity to take the skeletons out of that closet. Oxy pacey towards A, as is the rest of Cloud9. There's no fake. There's no late lurk. It's just fight. And Nature's the first to fall. Everyone lit up. But no punish on the other side of it. Yay, playing the tightest of angles, and that's there to snap. Can Derek convert on this? He finds this one, but it's not going to be enough. Now, Yay, next up to the plate. He's finding his one, but can't connect on anything else. Supo, 1v3. Cloud9 looking to push this into double OT, and they will succeed. They're not done
क्या
yet.
देख 150 कमा सकते हैं क्या सीन गिली चुम्मी देगा तो मेंबरशिप लूंगा फुल स्क्रीन क्षितिज भाई नहीं ले सकते हैं मेंबरशिप
But this time the spacing, the
full screen,
patience,
रहने
a
दो।
little bit different. Making sure they don't throw this round away after those entries that they got on the actual site.
मेरे
Off
को
the
और
space
आता
that
है
they
भाई
gathered,
कौन
fighting
ले सकता है
together
कौन नहीं ले सकता
was what was
और
so
आता है मेरे
successful
को
for
और आता
Cloud9
है
in this round.
Shit, I'm moving.
Now a timeout to build a little bit more suspense in case there wasn't enough already.
यार ऑक्सी के लिए दिल से बुरा
Tied at
लगता है
13.
क्यों मैं बोल रहा हूँ मैप
Cloud9 trying to avoid
there is no
again,
way
another disastrous playoff
no
run,
way
trying to
ऑक्सी
avoid
हारेगा
elimination, looking to avoid having to take a 2-month break.
मैं देवेश भाई आप अपग्रेड कर सकते हो मेरे हिसाब से
But
तेरा भाई
hope
मेरी गांड
dies
लोगे आप
last.
रेडिएंट फ्लेक्स करके बोल रहे हो
They have to step up and help Oxy in these moments when he gets these entries, when he puts them in a spot to take the lead.
लेट्स गो ऑक्सी ऐसा मत बोलो
The rest
सच्ची
of the
जाएगा इसके
members
बत्तर
need
पे
to be the ones that close out the round
हिमांशु
for him.
भाई
He can only
गुस्सा
do so much.
नहीं थैंक यू फॉर द कैनेडियन ऑस्ट्रेलियन $2.79
It's in
दादा
times
स्लीप
like
शेड्यूल कैसे
these
सही करूं
where stars are born.
48 आवर्स में 5 घंटा सोया है
Vic, although he's been
मैं क्या
very
ज्ञान को
hot
दूं
towards the end of stage 1, he has yet to take that Rookie of the Year award for his own.
EG on the attack, looking to deal another death blow to Cloud9. They've weathered a couple, but they're gonna have to do it again, and a lot of focus towards the middle of the map
फर्स्ट
here.
टाइम मिड पुश कर रहा है सीने
Knife not tagging anyone. How far up do
और
they
ऐसे
go?
समझ ले मैं नहीं दूंगा 2 से ज्यादा एक्सक्यूज मी
So you're not going to pull that turret. Doesn't have to.
Gary bye
Drone across the middle. Not getting a ton of info. Meanwhile, while all that was happening, we failed to mention Oxy has the glass cannon up again. And it's A, where EG are.
You're contacting in as well. He finds a sliver. He finds a way to put Cloud9 in an advantage.
They've been here before, though. And EG have been rascally. They've been ratty. They've found a way back into the round. Can they do it again?
4 बंदे ए पे
Vic is being called upon to be this B anchor, and he's going to have to deal with El Diablo, who's going hunting right now.
Little friendly fire there. Procs a dash as the wall goes down, waiting for the fight. No challenge yet.
30 seconds left.
The drone can't clear out Vic.
He's still playing back there.
Wait,
There's
मर
spit.
गया
There it is. Manages to stay alive just long enough to get the spike down. But it's a 3v5. This would be a disaster if Cloud9 were not able to pull this through. Yay getting his first. Now a 4v3, but again, control still on the side of the defense. They're going to need more than that. Icy gets 2! Vic on the tap, super creeping closer, and he snaps onto him. It's going to have to be Icy. Spike has been taken for a little while here. Can the rookie deliver again? Vic's going to stick it. Stops at half. On the swing! Icy gets his 4th, the Red Bull clutch! And EG again on series point.
What the fuck?
What an unbelievable series
What
from
the
Icy
fuck?
and EA. The transfer.
What the fuck?
The mid lurk and the head-to-head. The pop-off moments that EG need.
Holy shit, bro.
A 3v4 round win.
And again, the thoughts of Cloud9 get real loud right now.
भाई ऐसा बाहर जाएगा सीने बुरा
Can
लगेगा
EG put them away?
ऐसा बाहर जाएगा बुरा लगेगा भाई टेक्निकली देखा जाए तो अभी भी ओटी जा सकता है क्योंकि डिफेंस में वो लोग उनका मैप है और
You go all the way back to
अच्छा
the
खेलते
pistol
हो
on
लोग
Fracture, and it was an ace from Ye. They've been on their back foot the
समझ रहे
entire
हो?
time.
Uphill battle after uphill battle. B default in the beginning of the round. That dagger connected onto multiple members, but it's so suspenseful right now. It's a lean towards A. The success they had in the previous OT. Mitch is alone here to sell the fake.
Do they bite? Harbor wall up.
Another gap in it, all map long, and Mitch gets punished.
Nature's rotating over, and now the alarm bot is going to confirm that it is a fake. It's going to be a mad dash towards A. Cloud9 fighting for tournament life, down in numbers, without their caller. Icy holding the line. Derek's there too. The glass sipper seems to be fit for a villain. Evil geniuses advance.
What a ridiculous playoff form we've seen today from EG. We didn't know what to expect. We certainly didn't expect for ICDA to pop off like they did today.
The entire series.
It was just from start to finish, unbelievable from those two. But you have to point out the Cloud9 playoff curse, Doug.
गलत मारा भाई
missed
IC ने
off the rip
यार
for
बेचारा
round
ऑक्सी
one.
यार
And it's only
भाई लेकिन मेरे को एक बात बताओ इतना तकलीफ काहे कर रहे हो जब इसके बाद EG भी जाने वाला घर पे हाँ सारे टीम्स हारने वाले जीतेगा तो सेन ही भाई डब्लू लेकिन बाप के ला बे इतना टाइम बाद ये को ऐसा खेलते हुए देख के अच्छा लगा ना इतने टाइम बाद ब्रो क्रेजी शॉट्स मारे ये ने चलो गाइस दैट इज इट फॉर टुडे मिलते हैं दोपहर के स्ट्रीम पे अगर मैं नहीं भी सोया तो भी मिलेंगे दोपहर के स्ट्रीम पे अलार्म लगा के उठूंगा ठीक है नींद तो अभी भी नहीं आ रही होपफुली आ जाए थोड़े टाइम में बाय बाय गाइस बाय बाय adios स्टडी में adios टेक केयर सी या लव यू मिलते हैं बाय गुड नाइट चैट गुड नाइट दोपहर को खतरनाक मैच से पैसिफिक का ठीक है आ जाओ बाय
I find you a star, and we could be in love, lighting up the dark. But there's nothing I can do. I can never get to you. So I'm looking for a miracle. How can somebody be so beautiful? Yeah, it's only a dream. It's how I feel. You deserve better than